on all the Makerere University platforms. If you want to share with a colleague, a classmate, a fellow youth innovator, a friend of technology, and all the techies in the country, please do share the Makerere University YouTube page, the Makerere University Twitter platform, and the LinkedIn platform, where we are streaming this opening session and most of the sessions for the next 2 days. We are using the hashtag Youth Innovation Expo 23. Youth Innovation Expo 23. I humbly request that we share our conversations, including that particular handle and hashtag. Our chief guest, I was delighted this morning when I had a brief tour of the innovation pod that is right next to us. And it's exciting to know that UNDP Uganda has invested close to $1 million in this innovation pod. Can we give UNDP Uganda a round of applause? When I was told what will be happening here in not so many days from now, our chief guest, I was very excited for the young people, and I wished I could go back in time. The university, I would have been very close because I was staying in Nkrumah Hall, so I would have just walked from Osajefo to this room and to the pod itself to be able to be creative and explore the bounds of technology that the pod is going to offer. It is exciting when you go to the pod. When I looked at the equipment that is yet to be opened, I really wanted to be a techie, a young techie at Makerere University that will have an opportunity to design and develop what pops up in their mind, especially to transform the lives of our young people here in Uganda. I now take the pleasure of inviting our host, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawanga, to come and make his welcome remarks. And I will then request you, Professor, to invite Ms. Elsie Atafwa. Ms. Elsie, I will then request you to invite Ms. Lona. And Ms. Lona, I will then request you to invite our chief guest. That's very easy. All right, Professor, can we give Professor a round of applause as he comes to make his welcome remarks?
Our chief guest, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayewa, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Italy to Uganda, Excellency Massimiliano Mazzanti, Your Excellency and my dear sister Elsie Atafwa, the UNDP representative to Uganda, and your deputy, and all the entire staff of the UNDP. My boss, the chairperson of council, Mrs. Lona Magara, the sponsors of this great event, all our other partners, members of management and council, chairperson, National Youth Council, the president of the Students Guild, your vice and the entire guild, our youthful innovators, all guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a joyful day at Makerere University because we are celebrating the first ever Youth Expo at Makerere University. Right Honorable, as we are all aware, Uganda is a youthful country. The majority of our population are the youth, and we must tap into their energies to move our country forward positively and to move our continent forward. Makerere University has resolved to be a leader in research and innovations because we realize that we must empower these youth to create jobs for themselves and for the other people who are less disadvantaged than them. As Makerere University, we believe that the jobs that are going to move our country will come from our youth themselves. We may have investors, but definitely the majority of the jobs will be created by these youth. And we have very enterprising youth. Makerere University wants to tap into their energy, into their innovativeness, so that they can help us move our people out of poverty, but also move our country forward. I can therefore not thank the UNDP enough for partnering with us for this inaugural Youth Innovation Expo. Thank you very much, UNDP. As the Master of Ceremony already mentioned, the UNDP is also supporting us to come up with an innovation hub, the first of its kind, I believe, in East Africa. And our youth will have the opportunity to come here and develop their ideas and move out of these gates this time with the companies in their pockets to go and create jobs for themselves and create jobs for all the other Ugandans and other people. I want to welcome all of you to this inaugural Youth Innovation Expo, and I believe that you will leave this place not the same. On that note, I would like to invite Your Excellency, Ambassador Mazanti, to come and make some remarks. Your Excellency.
Good morning, everybody. I wish actually, of course, I wish to thank the Vice Chancellor. I know him since quite a while. He's a good friend. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, my brother Thomas Tayebwa. I consider myself part of the Tayebwa tribe. I mean, the Muzungu part of the Tayebwa. But we are certainly very good friends. I'm delighted to see and here in the Temple of Knowledge that's the right place, I believe, should ignite such a discussion. Of course, Chairman of the Makerere University and my very good friend Elsie, the Deputy, the family of the UN, with which of course we interact very much. All protocol observed, which is a very African expression, ladies and gentlemen. And of course students, because that's the main part. We are here for you. When we talk about youth in Uganda, it's pretty easy to make a case in terms of perspective innovation, not only because you represent the future of a country, of this country, of any country in the world, but because your numbers in this country are incredible. 70% of the population of Uganda is below 30 years old. Just to give you a term of comparison, 70% of the population is above 30-year-old. Half of the population is below 15 years, which explains actually the potentiality of such, in perspective, brain and labor force that has to be, though, inserted into the whole system. That's the main challenge for the future. If you talk to the World Bank and the projections for the next decades, your population will be 100 million people. This and job creation. I believe from this point of view that there are a few enemies of youth in Uganda. This happens in every possible system, and I want to be very candid in front of my very good friend, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, and my friends. One of the main challenges that we face today is not only a growing youth population and the necessity to insert it in the whole labor system and the job creation, but all the obstacles that still, unfortunately, the country offers to youth insertion in the system and to make it viable. I could mention many, but among them, of course, the access to credit and finance. I mean, we got here, and I will explain later very quickly what we do as Italy for Startups Africa. Access to credit and finance is one of the main issues, is one of the main problems that we face every day when we want to do a startup. You know, banks here offer credit rates that are illegal in my country. 18, 20% is beyond anything acceptable. digitalization, and an absence of a functional ecosystem to nurture innovations. Innovations are everything. They can actually balance and this mismatch, this proportion between youth and what the job market offers in Uganda. Very often, it's also our fault. As donor countries, we have to match a little bit more with the necessities of the countries. That's what I think has been one of the main subjects of the discussion with my 4 years here with the authorities of Uganda, starting from the president downwards. And it's about how to make our donations and our donor projects actually match them with the national plans of Uganda. Otherwise, we risk to create cathedral in the deserts, which are not what exactly we touch this issue, but it's very important because the best thing you can do to start innovation and growth in any country in the world is to recognize meritocracy. You select the best of the best. You put in that place the best person for the job. It doesn't have to be to follow other kind of logics which in a wider sense are called corruption, but actually create a non-viable environment for meritocracy and growth. And I'm saying this because we are in the temple of knowledge, and I'm sure here are lots of skilled and very talented students which will represent the future of the country. I was saying what we do then very quickly, I promise, what we do as Italy with youth, Uganda youth. The first initiative that we have been experimenting now in the last 5 years, unfortunately also through COVID, there's been a slowdown, but we're going back again, is Start Africa road trip. We select through, it's a non-profit project, very nice actually, it's promoted by an association called Be Entrepreneurs, established roughly 6 years ago, and wants to create an inclusive and collaborative ecosystem between African entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, start-uppers, and Italian startup companies, which are pretty mature. We do this through so-called road trips, which we do mainly here in the country, in Uganda. There are training programs for young start-uppers, but the good thing is that then we select explicitly the best startups in Uganda. And I want to stress one fact. I'm part, of course, of the committee for the selection as ambassador of Italy, and I can tell you that I'm amazed by the creativity, the capacity of innovation of young startups in this country. They're incredibly skilled, they have incredible ideas. Very often they have difficulty in finding the right finance resources to develop that, but the ideas are there. And the startup road trips are sort of company incubators. The price that we give to these companies that we select is roughly, normally we choose the best 3 of them every single year, and we send them to Italy to develop their ideas with Italian startup companies entirely at the expense of the Italian government. We have helped in this last almost 6 years, because we have to do the next one at the beginning of next year, 300 African startups through these workshops, boot camps, and startup competitions, in addition, of course, to connecting them to more than 100 tech hubs in Italy. And we reach 3.5 million young people from Africa, not only from Uganda, also from Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, and through social media. So they are all part of this big family of the startup, what we call the winners of the next generation Africa. I think that's the main term that we have really not to forget. Next generation Africa. Youth, represent the best of a society that eventually will be leading the country. And I must say that actually when I see, and I've been here in Makerere many times, friends, thank also to the Vice Chancellor, also for exhibitions we had here at university, I'm always amazed by the capacity, the creativity, the strength and the will of young people to exit, to demonstrate themselves and eventually to succeed. Another one, which I stress and I finish here, is the workshop that we're doing in partnership with UNDP, of course, my friend Elsie. At a higher level, we had, with IRENA also, we had actually quite an exercise before COP26. It was in Milan. Mama Janet participated on behalf of course, as Minister of Education and Sports, on behalf of the government of Uganda. And we are leading this exercise on Youth for Climate, which is pretty much important because it's a powering action. It's an initiative that we have co-shaped on, the main aim is to raise awareness on climate change and sustain long-term engagement with youth. They're all young people, only young people actually, and I think that in a country that is facing very often, if you talk actually in general to the ranking in terms of climate exposition, in terms of difficulties and vulnerability of the country to climate change, if you talk, there was the famous Notre Dame Adaptation Initiative, and Uganda, among the African countries, is ranked number 9, which means that although it's a country that is 20 times below pollution emission of the average country in the world, although Africa continent produces only 4% of the overall global emissions, your exposure to extreme climate change situations and disasters, your vulnerability to climate change is pretty high, and we see unfortunately this every day. I want just to say that a little bit more very quickly about this partnership with the UNDP, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together also with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, and Youth for Climate and UNDP, funded this program that was started, the Youth for Climate in Milan 2 years ago. And what we want is to create a new class of students, new leaders on climate change for the future. Your food production has been highly affected by unfortunately, the dramatic droughts, floods that have been affecting the country in the last months, unfortunately some of them claiming lots of human lives. So what we need to do is awareness, to create the strongest awareness about your treasures in the country, the importance of reforestation. We have also a EU program, 40 million euros, called Forest Partnership. Italy will be the first country within the EU member states to start a 4 million program of reforestation in this country. As Mama Janet asked us, we will start around schools, just to because it's a good way to start reforestation. When we talk about deforestation instead, we have to take into consideration that we come from our own mistakes. Italy, Germany, many other countries, through the process of industrialization, we lost lots of our forest. But still we have a coverage of 30% of the country, also through reforestation. In this moment, unfortunately, Uganda is only 13%, so we need really to start projects specifically on reforestation. And I want to reassure once again that Uganda, and here represented by my good brother, the Deputy Speaker, that they can count on Italy. This said, in a setting in which actually youth represents the majority of this country. And I wish to stress the fact that you need really to be ready for the global world by studying, by being part of it. Let's not forget that, for example, on climate change, you have champions already. Actually, very famous activists which are becoming famous. I mean, a country like Uganda is producing names which are known everywhere. This is a very good sign, I believe, a very good inducive environment to awareness of young generation on climate change, on the necessity of innovation and the mentality for startupping. I believe these are all elements that will lead our Ugandan youth very, very far. Again, once again, we have these programs, but I wish to once again to stress not only the availability, but the partnership of my country with Uganda, with Ugandan authorities to make this happen, and of course, with our brothers and sisters of the UN agencies, in particular, in this case, UNDP. We have this workshop that we had to do specifically in the next few weeks about awareness, about youth for climate. We just did it, one in August in Kigali, and 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, in Burundi. So next phase will be when UNDP Uganda. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Makerere University has very close links with the institutions in Italy, and I must tell you, Right Honorable, that the first country that came to Makerere's rescue after years of instability was Italy. Because they revamped, at that time, the Faculty of Technology, brought in equipment, brought in professors, and took our students, our staff to train them for PhDs. And I think that is the seed that was sown. If you hear of Kira Motors now and so on, that's where the capacity came from. Actually, our students, the genesis of Kira Motors is that our students went to Italy to build a car there with other students, and they came back energized. We can now build our own car. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. Our next speaker is my sister, Elsie Atafwa. Makerere has been thinking about, innovation hub. We actually have some innovation hubs, but they are decentralized. And we were thinking of a central innovation hub. But the energy that Elsie brought into Makerere, you cannot imagine. So, welcome. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Nawangwe, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Great. First of all, let me do the protocols by recognizing the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa. Thank you very much for coming. I also wanted to, please, a round of applause for him. He's a busy man. He's here with us. I want to recognize the Chairperson Innovation Expo 2023. And genius for which Uganda is known for its youth. I thought you would applaud for that. And I would like to thank Makerere again, once again, for partnering with us. Now, let me try to be brief in the interest of time and perhaps focus on a few things, why this matters and why this matters now. Why are we doing what we are doing, and why are we so passionate about that? And let me talk about the use. I want to talk about 6 of them, and I'll wrap up very quickly. First of all, we live in a world of uncertainties. We live in a world of uncertainties, and I want you to, the context is what I'm setting, why this matters, and I'll look at context both in terms of the challenges, but also importantly, the opportunities. We live in a world of uncertainties. We were hit by COVID-19. We saw the impacts of COVID. We are also in the midst of climate crisis. And I know that our brother would have a session with the youth today where we are battling planetary pressures. We have wars in Ukraine. We have even technological advancements, which is great, but we also have uncertainties with regards to artificial intelligence and many more. So in a world of uncertainties, what do we have to do? When we have climate crisis and COVID and other things, what do? We must invest. We must innovate. And this is why we are here. Because I think what COVID taught us, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, COVID opened our eyes to the innovations that Uganda youth have. And I think some of the best innovations we have seen came out during COVID. So whilst it was a very complex situation, we also know that we innovated. And this is why we must invest in those innovations. We must ensure and make sure that we are building resilience to crises and shocks as we move forward. Secondly, my second U, why the context matters, is the unevenness in development progress. Unevenness in development progress. We, and I say we, all of us, and many of our governments signed off to the 2030 agenda, where we said that we are going to reduce poverty, inequality, we are going to make sure that there are many things that will happen. But that hasn't happened. Today, at midterm of the 2030 agenda, when today many governments went to New York a couple of weeks ago, only 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. 30% of them are retrogressing. And in case of Uganda, only 26% of our Sustainable Development Goals are on track. 54% are slowing and 20% are deteriorating. Now, by extension, our National Development Plan, at midterm, we only managed to address 17% of the targets. What is it telling us? It is telling us that in the midst of unevenness in development progress, we must redouble our efforts. We must redouble our efforts. And redoubling our efforts means that we must invest in innovations and solutions that will help us to progress as a country. And by extension, as we talk about unevenness, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, one of the things that we are concerned about and we have sleepless nights about is unemployment. Unemployment in Africa, unemployment in developing countries, unemployment in Uganda. 1/3 out of every young person doesn't have a job between the ages of 15 and 35. And that must concern us. So what can we do? What we can do, and when we're sitting before we came in here, Professor Nawangwe mentioned that one of the universities in China produces 300 million companies every year, and it's about $1.7 billion. And so we must use this opportunity, must seize this opportunity to create job opportunities for our young people. We can no longer be exporting our wealth and importing poverty into our continent. And that is something that I wanted to talk about in terms of context. And then finally, in terms of context, development is being unfunded. And I say this because we see the trajectory. While development financing is increasing, it is increasing into other spaces, not necessarily into the development agenda of Africa. In fact, it is moving out of Africa. So what does it mean for us? We need to be able to make sure that we are creating opportunities for our young people. We are creating jobs for our young people. We are creating wealth for our young people, because whilst overseas development assistance is catalytic, it will not solve the problems of development or poverty in any country. So that's very important in terms of, I hope you are following the conversation, because we need to have that urgency why we are doing what we are doing. And so what does it mean for us? It means for us that we need to not only think outside of the box, but maybe throw the box away. We must adapt our approaches. We must harness cutting-edge tools and platforms to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, but also Uganda's development agenda. The youth are the silver lining. They are a resource that remains relatively untapped and is grappling with issues such as underemployment, unemployment, inadequate practical entrepreneurial competencies, and the absence of a functional ecosystem to nurture their innovations, and to borrow your words, innovations to commercialization, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. So we are in the Gen Z generation. 1.8 billion people are young in our continent. This is the largest generation of youth in history. So we must do something about it. So what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? And this is the spirit of Ubuntu, togetherness around the youth. I want to share a quick story, if you may allow, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, what we need to do. We need to invest in young people. And let me share the profound story of a young innopreneur from Teso, John Anthony Onyat. Is John Anthony Onyat here with us? Where is he? Okay. Wave? Okay. Whose innovative digital solution, Akelo Banker, a mobile web-based digital platform, has enabled over 150,000 farmers and entrepreneurs in eastern and northern Uganda to access agriculture finance and inputs on credit, connect with off-takers online, and actively take part in the growing digital economy. Akelo Banka plans to eventually reach 350,000 farmers. There are countless others, Jean, whose ideas could be key to repairing a dysfunctional system of our world, but also leveraging the opportunities. But we'll never know them or benefit from their insights unless government, unless universities, unless businesses, unless investors and others in the positions of power and influence can act more intentionally to support the young innovations. And this is why we have created this platform. We are here today because we believe in young people, we believe in their passion, we believe in their drive and eagerness to work on solutions to the world's complex yet dynamic challenges. So, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some of the things that we can do are really creating an enabling condition, an ecosystem, and I would not belabor the point that Professor made about the innovation pod that we have here, which we intend to use to leverage and build on what these young people are doing. We believe that universities are a breeding ground for the kind of innovation, forward-looking thinking, policies and solutions that we need for the 21st century, and that is why we are partnering with Makerere University. We are helping to create this innovation pod. But beyond that, I also wanted to let you know, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, that we are also supporting the National ICT Hub in Nakawa. We are rebranding, we are repurposing, we are supporting that, and it's incredible. And it was quite interesting. The space is becoming so vibrant, and the artists who have been working with us on the space, together with the Minister of ICT, said they had to go to Nyeri Rocks to draw inspiration for this wonderful space. And we believe it's a space that when Ugandan youth go there, they would get inspired, just like the innovation pod here. But we are also looking at the youth center in Sasibwa, which we are partnering with KCCA. We are working with Kabbalah University on a similar process. We are venturing into other spaces, and we are taking everybody by storm, because the future of development is bright, and we must put our energies behind that. So my colleagues and I work intimately with these young people through our Youth Innovation Initiative, the Youth for Business facility. We believe that we need to have facilities that will backstop these processes, and we were fortunate and blessed and humbled that His Excellency the President launched this facility in 2020. And we have, in doing all these things, there are certain observations that we have made. We have observed that this generation is uniquely motivated and equipped to contribute to solutions. Their experience growing up in the content creators on TikTok, YouTube, and other sharing platforms has instilled in them the sense that their views do matter. They are refreshingly less constrained by biases and blind spots that become entrenched with age. They bring fresh perspectives, boundless imagination to our antiquated systems. We can harness this ingenuity and innovation to accelerate Uganda's progress towards attainment of Uganda's development agenda, our Vision 2040. We must support them. We must forge stronger partnerships with them. And to the young people, as I conclude, your generation is the most educated in history, is the most prepared to help make sustainable development a reality. Your knowledge, reach, and innovations are essential for sustainable development, to be realized. We are here because we recognize your potential to innovate and drive change. This platform will provide you with the opportunity to draw on technology, whether from MTN and others, from UNDP's development practice, from global development networks, experiences, skills, and many, many more. I end, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, by reiterating UNDP's commitment, and by extension the United Nations commitment to supporting the youth. Recently, His Excellency the President launched a joint program on youth supported by a number of UN agencies, and we continue to do that to drive inclusive and sustainable development. And I wanted to end by saying that our support to the youth, and indeed the government of Uganda, is not Kawiraro. Did I get it right? Kagirao. Kagirao. It is not short term, it's long term. Thank you. So on that note, let me take the singular privilege and honor to welcome to address us the chairperson of the University Council, our very own Mrs. Lorna. Please welcome.
Thank you, Professor Nawangwe. Those steps are really not kind. Our chief guest, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, the UNDP Resident Representative, my sister, Your Excellency Elsie Atafor, Your Excellency Massimiliano Manzanti, the Ambassador of Italy to Uganda, members of the University Council present, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and members of the university's management, the Guild President and your leadership, youth innovators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased today to welcome you all to the ever first Youth and Innovation Expo organized by Makerere University in partnership with the United Nations Development Program and MTN Uganda. Thank you, our sister, Your Excellency Elsie. You have done a great job in this university. Please give her a round of applause. Earlier, I was chuckling with her, saying maybe we give her an office in this university. She's done a great job. We appreciate you. What we will witness today from our tour of exhibitions is really a dream come true, and what better place to showcase our youth's creative energy and passion for innovation than right here at Makerere University. As we launch this expo together with our partners UNDP and MTN, we are creating a platform that facilitates meaningful engagement between the youth and the various actors to tap into their expertise and experience. Our youth have incredible energy, unbound creativity, and we'll draw this experience together to generate new ideas that can be that can go out and create jobs and expand their horizons in terms of experience. In so doing, we will initiate viable forward and backward linkages that will facilitate the creation of jobs and foster entrepreneurship. So really, this is a great opportunity that is before us and that we are going to tap into. I'm glad that we are witnessing here today a good representation of what we envisioned, but even better, thanks to all our partners and exhibitors who have come on board to create the much desired ecosystem to inspire and nurture our youth on this entrepreneurship journey. In a special way, I therefore welcome our chief guest, Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, for sparing the time to preside over our inaugural Youth and Innovation Expo. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Your interests in communication, in business, in media, in culture and heritage, and I know maybe you'll mention as well that you gave us the first idea on how to transform Makerere University to create a business hub to it. So maybe you'll let us know. But our Right Honorable Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker, when he was here on council a few years ago, wrote the first concept to create a business hub for this university. So it's a great honor to have you today. I'm positive that you are not only well at home at this expo, but also keen to share some tips with our exhibitors, either during your address and maybe at some point when you come to look at what is available here. So ladies and gentlemen, I will cut short my remarks because the Right Honorable will need to move on to the next engagement he has. Maybe just to mention that Makerere University is transitioning from a second-generation university to a third-generation university. And just to highlight that third-generation universities are those that not only generate knowledge, but also have innovation that is then translated into business and that impact society. So we're not only going to be a knowledge hub here at the university, but we are going to translate that knowledge into innovation that then translates into competitive enterprises that impact society. So we're on a very exciting journey. You're living at very exciting times, our young people. And with those few remarks, I would like to take this singular honor to invite the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Taebwa, to come up and make his remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to be here. And really, when the anthem started, I really felt I should report back. I don't know whether you've crossed the admissions, but I think I should report back. You know, wow, it resonates with our times here, state of nostalgia, the times of chikumi chikumi. Those were exciting times. You couldn't get a better meal than the one you got at Chikumi Chikumi. UNDP County Representative, my sister Elsie, her brother Mercy. Just call him Mercy. When you go into his botanical name, Massimiliano Mazzanti, so you call him Mercy. Yes, that's how we manage it properly. The chair, Makerere University Council, my sister, my mentor, Rona Magara, my very good friend, Professor Nawangwe, and members of the University Council, my president, sir, and your cabinet executive, students, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here. I'm really excited to see the transition Makerere is going through. And at least I had to get time and be a witness to Makerere's transition from producing job seekers to producing job creators. I'm really excited. These are exciting times. Very, very exciting times. And I want to thank the Country Director of UNDP, Madam Elsie, Your Excellency, and Ambassador and the whole diplomatic corps who support UNDP for this enormous step, enormous timing to help Makerere transition, because I know Professor Nawangwe's passion and Madam Rona's passion about this. So I'm really, really excited. I have a very long speech, which I will leave with the Vice Chancellor, so I just touch just a few things. UNDP supporting us on this. You know, to me, I'm linking it to one of the SDGs of financial inclusion, a very critical one. Because, like I said some time back, I'm really concerned. Some of us sit, and I usually sit with my brother Mercy, and we look at the global picture. I really get concerned about the world, whereby, according to the report of Credit Suisse 2022, whereby 52.5% of the global population own only 1.25% of global wealth. That's a recipe for disaster. And these are the people. You don't need to go anywhere. These are the people who have been excluded from financial inclusion. These are the people who have been excluded from owning money. And what will they own? They will own opinions. And what will form those opinions? Chaos, destruction of their own lives even, running away from the reality, going into alcohol, going into drugs, losing hope. So I'm really glad that when UNDP comes in, these young people feel we are still remembered. The university which has been grappling with all these ideas, Vice Chancellor has been presenting all these ideas, but he needed support. Thank you, Elsie. Congratulations, UNDP. Congratulations, Makerere. Now it's time for us as a government to come in and we give a hand on this. You've helped us to start the journey, we must complete it ourselves. Personally, when I was here, if you've not passed through Makerere, I don't know if you have peace or whether you will even have chances of going to heaven. They are very minimal. They are very, very minimal. Because only happy people go to heaven, and Makerere creates lasting, impression, and when you're moving around. At least, when I was in my class, I never had an OB. I never had an OG from Makerere, but I created friendships. I created linkages. We had exciting times here. This was the only place. I remember when I was reporting here, Your Excellencies and Madam Chair and VC, at home, they gave me 450,000. That was my full package. That was in 2001, reporting here for my first degree. Because when I completed, I immediately enrolled for another degree. So I did 2 degrees consecutively. Short sciences first, then law from here, non-stop. Now, at that time, times were really good and exciting as a way of survival. We could, when they gave me that money, I came, that was on top of the school fees, which was 450,000 that I banked. Then I went to Hinterland, near Kubiri. I don't know whether my hostel is still there. And I paid for hostel. Then I remained with 70,000, which was taking me through a semester. So I deposited all of it in Chikumi. And of course, at that time, girlfriends were affordable. You could even take a girlfriend to Chikumi. Okay? These days, you guys outspend me. I meet you at Serena outspending me. I don't know where you get money from. I hope you have successful businesses. You carry phones which I cannot carry. You put on makeup of millions. Every weekend you put on makeup. I don't know whether you're not sure about yourselves. I'm sorry for diverting this. When you come to Makerere and the memory is coming. So, and I deposited my 70,000 in Shikumi. And then, of course, around like a month toward the end, money was finished. And at home, I couldn't get any money. So what did I do? We had a meal of 100 Uganda shillings. And that meal, it was posho, then they could add you free soup. And free soup, posho and free soup. And then you get your meal and you move. Okay? So we had that, and we moved on, we enjoyed, but it made me think outside the box. It really made me think outside the box. So when I finished campus, I had this feeling which most of you have, a feeling of negativity, that no one can give me a job. Luckily enough, it helped me. So I wrote some very good proposal out of this premiership games which you guys are crazy about. Of course, every Arsenal match, Arsenal and Man U, you would spend like 2 weeks practicing on who you will box, because we would fight after that match. So I said, with this passion, can't I commercialize it? Someone is benefiting from me, selling TVs, doing what? So I wrote a proposal. I took it to some agencies, but above all, DSTV. I remember I had a kitenge shirt. I had just finished campus, and I had around like 2 trousers. Then I took it to Peter Mungoma. Now he's the MD of Capital FM. So he looked at me, said, young man, now you know what you do, because I showed him passion. And I told him, I'm going to do, those days premiership fixtures could only come in New Vision and Monitor. And you wait on Thursday, Friday, so without you buying New Vision or Monitor, you couldn't get premiership fixtures, or you would have to pay in internet cafes. So what I did, I said, no, I'm going to do premiership fixtures. I'm going to distribute them in universities for free, charts. These big charts, like this is a chart. Then in between are fixtures, and then on the sides are adverts. said, I'm going to advertise you in saloons, in universities, in schools, and what? So he said, how much do you need? So he gave me, he said, okay, we are around 12 million. Now, 12 million deal closed. Then now I moved to my friend Raramira Ranga, told him HIV has killed people, you have a very good NGO. The charts I'm doing, when we win a match, you grab whichever girl. So, but now these pictures charts, we shall put a message to caution us against, just moving recklessly, use condoms or abstain and all that. He gave me 2 million. Then another friend gave me something. Then I did this chart, and in producing them, I produced 30,000 copies. I used little money. I think I used like 3 million. And when I took the DSTV and they paid me, I had my account in Post Bank. You guys, I see you in DFC, you in what? That time, some of us couldn't even qualify just to walk by Stanbic. So you'd go to Post Bank in Wandegea. So they paid me. And they paid me, I went. I withdrew 30,000 to be sure it's my money. Because sometimes figure can mislead. So I withdrew 30,000. After withdrawing it, I went, I ate a good meal, I found money was accepted. It's mine, no one has demanded. Then now I moved to Natete branch. I also withdrew 100,000. I saw they gave it to me. Up with my grandmother, I remember she used to pack for me food. But at home, when they were packing for us food, after cooking, they would first pick the food you will eat tomorrow at school. Then you eat the rest. They wouldn't first eat and then say, the rest we shall pack for our son. No, they first pick for you. And then some of us also who grew up digging, Vachiga and digging. The hoe is our, You see this Naja Nankumbi, the name came from a Muchiga man. A man went, he was going back home with a car. He said, where did you get this money? He said, I came with a hoe. Nze naja nankumbi. Kat I'm going back with the car. So, when we are planting ground nuts, you put them in your mouth, the seeds. Then you keep digging on the ground, okay, spitting the seeds in the ground. You dig, you spit, you cover. You dig, you spit, you cover. Because you are planting. And sometimes we would go up to around 3 p.m. before eating, and you're very hungry. And you're having precious ground nuts in your mouth. So if you decide to eat the ground nuts, then you have nothing to plant. You remain focused on planting that seed. It seems most of you have never dug, so you're like surprised. You think having a pen, having degrees, I'll meet you on the streets just looking for even internship and you can't get it. So experiences will humble you. I request you, fellow students. UNDP has brought a platform. Government has brought in a very conducive environment for you to survive. You can decide. If you join the group that complains, well and good. You die grumbling. It's only you who can make yourself successful. What we can only give is a platform. And then you, like we say in our culture, you can't take a cow to a well and then you also open its mouth and, have water, drink water, drink water. No. This innovation center, this innovation hub is a well. It's up to you to use to take the water. So we shall support you as a government. And us, this is going to help us. We are looking at widening the tax gap. So I'm already seeing taxpayers coming from Makerere. Yes, because if we have a tax gap, if our tax to GDP ratio is 13.9%, if we increase it around 19%, we would have contributed another 9 trillion on the state coffers. We wouldn't be just suffering with the debt that we are having, all these issues that we are having. So I do hope that indeed we produce very strong business people. But above that, universities, you know, Makerere, you've taken the lead. Universities must learn from you. Steve Jobs says innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Makerere, you're the leader. You've innovated this now. Let other universities follow. As a government, we don't have money. We shall, in the next few years, we shall not be having money to give you all billions to provide for all these services. You must think through the box, like she has put it, not only outside, but also through the box, and be creative, and look at sustainable funding of universities. This is one way, because you have planted a seed. If a student comes from here and he becomes a billionaire, he will never forget Makerere. You know, he will never. I'm sure he will continue donating to the university, and that will help us. So let's look at commercializing of the innovation that we have. Let's study your proposals, and we as government, we are going to give you money, since you're now doing a good job. Finally, as a government, we are looking at how best we can support local entities, how we can have local content embedded in all our laws. We've had a challenge with the local content law, but we hope something better is going to come up. But for now, we have worked on the competition bill so that you're not suffocated. It's before the president, and I hope he will assent it very, very soon. We are working on we are going to work on the consumer protection bill, but also, as you've seen in papers of recent, we are going to update the copyright law so that your innovations, your creations are well protected within the law. No one benefits from them without you earning. So please, just be disciplined. There is no small money in this world. There's no small money. If you think money is small, one day you pay here at Makerere and you miss paying 1 shilling, and you see whether you'll be cleared for your exams. Your course is 5 million, okay? Just pay 4,999,000 something, you leave 1 shilling, and you see whether you'll be allowed. Professor Nangu will chase you out of an exam. There's no small money. There's no small money. Be disciplined. We have a problem of discipline, like you said, Your Excellency. These students also want to dress like me. They don't know I've suffered for how many years. Huh? They want to go to places where we go. Huh? You're not yet to that level. Yeah, you're still students. If your parents take you, well and good. But if my parent was to give me 1 million, I would save part of it. And like we say, you know, you people, you like these sayings, African sayings, if you come, a man who poses around, Chinoache, I think is the one who said it, a man who owns a car, no, a man who drives his father's car, does not qualify to attend a village meeting of men who own bicycles. Because it's not your car, but it's my bicycle. You don't even qualify to enter a meeting of people who own bicycles, because you own nothing. So if you're looking at your parents' property, at your parents' what, the problem we have in Africa, in Uganda, compared to the West, when our parents leave us with wealth, we squander it. In the West, when parents leave money, it's grown. You look at Donald Trump, you look at all these people, family wealth, growing. For us, you leave it, it's a cause of chaos in a family, it destroys the family, so you must be disciplined and knowing that indeed you can only, you and your own self can take yourself out of poverty. With those very many words, I want to thank you for inviting me. Madam Chair, we shall be looking at your budget. We shall be looking at your budget. We want to see the creativity in the budget. I'm interested in this hub to see whether we can get for it money, okay? And I'm sure with UNDP starting, just showing us the way in terms of support, we are also going to come in and help you. I wish you the best, fellow students. I'll get more time, we come, we share, and we talk about life experiences. We are running a system where, again, using Chinachebe's words, when a child cleans his hands, he dines with the elders. You can only dine with these people if you're disciplined. When I stood up to become deputy speaker, people said, how can someone of 40 years get this post? As if it's gazetted for 65 and above. Okay, but because I had washed my hands, I stood my ground, and the elders accepted me. So I request you wash your hands. We come, we support you, so that we can continue growing as a generation. I want to thank you, Professor, and allow me to take this opportunity to declare the Expo opened. Thank you.
All right, you can take your seats as I invite the ambassadors and the Makerere University team for a photo with our chief guest. Please come. The very first one is with the leadership, and then I'll invite the youth leaders to also join you, because this is really about the young people. So my youth leaders and the guild president will join shortly. Let's first have the Makerere leadership and our partners, the UNDP and the Italian ambassador to Uganda, join the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and then we'll have another one with the youth leaders. Don't worry, I will give you, but my brother is already here, so we'll have this photo and then we'll have the next photo after this. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors. Right Honorable Speaker, please do remain, and I'll ask the youth leaders to stay. Since the youth leaders are here, they'll have their special moment with you, our chief guest, because this is really about the young people. And since we're talking about innovation among our young people, I'm asking the youth leaders to stay and take a picture with the Deputy Speaker. So this is your moment. I did also see some of the panelists. I know one of them is already here. Actually, 3 of them are already here. I don't know if Sandra is also here. Sandra, this would have been a moment, Sandra Willie, to join your other youth team members. Emodek, Emmanuel, are you here? Emodek? Sandra is also joining them for this photo. I don't know if Emodek is here. Patricia is here, and of course the guild president is here. And also in this photo is Jacob Eyeru, the chairperson of the National Youth Council. So these will be some of the panelists, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and they will be sharing this conversation on youth innovation. So let's have this photo. Jacob, there was just one more who joined. Deputy Speaker, there was just one more who joined before the last picture. I'll allow him the moment to have this on his status. That is the language the young people speak. All right, thank you very much, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. Can we give the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker a round of applause? He's currently going to visit the exhibition area, and as soon as that is done and the UNDP team and the Makerere leadership return, we'll have our panel discussion. But I want to invite the entertainers into the room. They will entertain us as we just hold before we begin our panel discussion. All right, so please do stay with us. The chief guest is just running through the exhibition area. I have asked that the MDD team prepares and entertains us for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will return with our panel discussion. This is really about you, the young people, and after the panel discussion, we will, of course, open it up for questions, and then we will take a lunch break, and thereafter we'll go to the marketplace If you don't have the program, please check on the Makerere University platforms on Twitter and LinkedIn. You will be able to get all the updates of what's taking place this morning and later this afternoon, including the sessions that will be taking place in the marketplace. Those are parallel sessions that will be happening: Fit for Finance, Youth and Climate Action, Youth Connect, D-Room, accelerating investment in youth, skilling for Africa's digital economy, and then we'll have a wrap-up session much later in the evening. And so give us another 5 to 10 minutes. We'll have some entertainment, and then we shall return with a panel discussion.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are, of course, environmentally friendly. You don't need a driving permit. You don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge. And you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs, since it's a big kind of project. We are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the thread, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that. And the fact that, plastics are our main raw materials, we are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay itself is special, as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions. But the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils. plus the chia butter that we produce together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that hosted me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that the refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced to empower youth, at the same time to end poverty. UNDP has been so helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows, which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are creative, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated. And the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2023. It's a remarkable collaboration between UNDP, MTN Uganda and Makerere University, and it's all happening from the 6th to the 7th of October 2023. The theme, Fostering Innovations for Uganda's Transformational Development. Get ready to be captivated by visionary artists and innovators. Don't miss this golden opportunity to witness how art sparks change, fuels dialogue, and reflects the world through the eyes of our youth. The Youth and Innovation Expo 2023, where innovation knows no bounds.
Right now, apparently there's a performance for you. That's what they said.
Guys, 1 minute, please.
1, 2, 3, go! Give me something! Go up!
You're blocking the performance.
1, 2, 3, give me something! Go up! So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the models who are going to be performing for you tomorrow, and more of this is going to be happening tomorrow, so you can come in, see the beautiful showcases from our hand-selected, my friend, hand-selected of people out there who are picking out designers, and these beautiful models are going to be showcasing all those beautiful clothes. So we're hoping to see you tomorrow. Come and join us and let's have a blast. My name is Miss Kuhani Hani. I will be your MC for tomorrow. Hoping to see you there.
What time?
What time? Oh, what time? From 5 till 8. Okay.
that will run us through our theme for this 2-day Youth and Innovation Expo, the inaugural Expo. And I want to, in a special way, recognize the youth leadership that is here and all the key stakeholders under the umbrella organizations that the youth fall in, including, of course, the young people in technology who are represented here. I want to welcome back our chairperson and the UNDP country representative. We will now quickly transition to the panel. So may I invite our panelists, Jacob Eyeru, the chairperson of the National Youth Council. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our other speaker is Sandra Awili. Sandra Awili is from Youth Innovator. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panelist is Emodek Mbano, Chief Executive Officer, Chap Chap Africa. Next is Patricia Sully, Youth Climate Change Activist. Is Patricia here? Round of applause. I know Nicholas was finding Patricia, she was here. And Robert Maseruka, Guild President, Makerere University. Unfortunately for you, Robert, there is no second term in Makerere. You already just have one term. So this won't be a campaign platform. I'm excited. It won't be. I'll begin with, I think we'll start at the end. So Emodek, if you could talk to us about Chap Chap Africa. What is Chap Chap Africa? It's also technology. So I am allowing my tech team to come and just show my techies. There you go. Go.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning to you all. My name is Emmanuel Kamodek. I'm the Managing Director at a fintech called Chap Chap Africa. And what we've done is we have built a mobile application that is deployed in small and medium-sized enterprises. And basically what this mobile application does is we are introducing financial services as an additional service for small businesses. So what this is able to do for the small businesses first is to add revenue, streamline revenue sources for them. Secondly is creating financial profiles. So currently we have about 32,000 businesses that are using our solution. 89% of them are youth. And to date, every year we pay about 4.6 billion Ugandan shillings in terms of additional revenue to the existing revenue sources. And this is briefly what we're doing at Chap Chap.
You know, when you say 4.6 billion, you know, some people in this room get surprised that, you know, your 4.6 billion is coming through the system. That's over 1.3 million US dollars. That's the kind of transaction we're talking about. I'll then now move to Sandra. Sandra, please talk to us about your space. What is it you're doing?
So my name is Sandra Audi. I'm the founder of ShareCard. And at ShareCard, what we're doing is we are making traceable last mile data management possible for organizations that are influencing change at the last mile. We want to make it possible for programs like the UNHCR and young people who are at the grassroots level focusing on resolving issues that people at those spaces have to have better data management so they can know exactly what to solve, where to solve it, and if they are making an impact. I think one of the reasons why ShareCard came into existence is because of COVID, when we realized that during the pandemic, when total lockdown set in, so many organizations could not reach their beneficiaries. And we realized that it was because there was no efficient way an organization called Biosynthetic, who is setting up an avocado processing plant in Kasese, and they're working with 5,000 avocado farmers, trying to help them earn money from land. And their biggest challenge was having visibility and knowing when the farmers needed support. And so we came in to help the data management in the process of assessing each farmer, making sure that when the agronomists said that they train farmers, they would know exactly who was trained. When the farmers had issues, they would know exactly what these issues are, so that there is more efficient resource allocation for these particular spaces. We are gearing towards fully rolling out the system to support organizations in healthcare, because there is also a deep data management issue in healthcare, education. We're also in talks with other government bodies to see how we can work together. So that is what we're doing.
All right, thank you, Sandra. So I will run over, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we are talking about. Leveraging on technology to actually make the lives of our people better. I'll start with you, Emodek. Let's come back to the conversation we had this morning, fostering innovation. You're already in this space. The quick question for you would be, how did you get there, and what do we need to do to bring more people on board and create this innovation movement?
Good question. So, 2016, actually, the history of Chap Chap doesn't start very far from Makerere. I believe many of you know Tipsy Restaurant. So we actually launched the application at Tipsy. We sat there for about 3 months. I remember the first time we started, we met there, we didn't actually have money to pay for the sodas. So we decided one of us should order, and the rest would basically remain having a conversation. And today I want to bring this because we're here at the university, and this probably will help. When we started this journey, for the first time, it was myself, my primary teacher who taught me in the Kitante, and one of the students who she taught. So we were basically 3 people with an idea, and the idea was simple. We had run small businesses before which didn't succeed, and one of the reasons why they didn't succeed is because we couldn't have access to finance to help us
Scale or grow these businesses, or even just sustain them, because the bankers considered us unbankable, and we didn't have data. So we thought, what would we do that would change the narrative? And putting into consideration the trend of technology. Each time I meet the young people, I always talk about technology is a beast. It's not going to favor anybody, and it's basically picking resources from every country and taking it to a particular country. So it's basically
we see how money moves through the system. My grandparents are in Lira, so I can simply just get on my phone and send them money. That's how fluid technology makes access to resources become. So in this moment, I thought
about myself, what would need to be in place for me as someone who is in a vulnerable position to feel supported. Also, the fact that it would have to consider my limitations when it comes to affording that technology. So our first MVP was actually focusing on helping young girls access menstrual hygiene necessities remotely during the lockdown. And we participated in a global EU hackathon, which was remotely. We emerged the overall winner. And with this money, we built our first MVP and decided to send decentralized access points for these pads. We spoke to young women in these communities, and they accepted to give us their homes as storage. We furnished them with a simple application that would track which girl was coming into their homes to pick up these pads. With this, we achieved 100% accountability of every single package that we sent out into those communities. And our focus was, let's pilot with 200 girls. So for me, this is where it all began. And just speaking to organizations, trying to get them to give us more resources so we can support more girls, they expressed to us one major issue. How will we know that the people we intend to support are actually being supported? Where is the accountability? Because so many organizations were used to doing things the mob way of you mobilize people like this whole group here. There's a menstrual hygiene drive or a drive to distribute resources and each person would get. But this was very inefficient, especially when it comes to a crisis situation. You want to know that wherever people are, you can be able to reach them. And when you're reaching them, you want to be able to know that there are facilities in place for you to also be accountable to your stakeholders. And for me, this is where I was thinking of the problem from. I came to be the country lead of a digital launchpad program, which was supporting SMEs stay open during the lockdown. I applied for the job, I got it, but I also faced the same problem, data management. The information I was working with to make a decision about where the resources needed to be sent was extremely fragmented, and I found myself spending 80% of my time analyzing data as opposed to doing the work on ground. I wanted to be able to speak to these organizations, train them on how to use digital resources to stay open during the lockdown, but I couldn't. The bulk of my time was spent writing reports, reviewing people's work. So when we started ShareCard, this was something that was at the back of my mind, and I needed to make sure that if there are people leading change, if there are people funding change, how can we make their work easier by improving visibility at the last mile? This was the best we could do, and people need data to make decisions. And the longer it takes for them to have that data, to read into it, it means it's taking them longer to solve the problem. And the longer it takes to solve the problem, the more expensive it becomes. I look at our education system right now, and I imagine all of these young people in this room have specific needs when it comes to personal development. But can Makerere, the institution, sit down with each and every one of them to gather this information to know where to focus their resources in terms of skilling young people? It's impossible. So that is why it is important for us to look at technology as a way to consolidate our efforts, but also streamline when it comes to implementation of some of these projects. This is where we started. The mindset we started with was, how do we give impact a face? But how also do we give the final beneficiaries a voice to ask for what they want? And how do we make sure that when they ask for what they want, the organizations can actually see through their closet of resources and say, we have this, but also track. How are you improving based on the resources that we have given you? What changes have you made? Has your standard of life actually improved? This is, for me, what is more important when it comes to applying technology to be able to achieve sustainability at the end of the day, and this is why we started. This is how we will continue to work going forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Jacob, this is where you come in. Sitting at the Youth Secretariat, so you have this growing population of young people people, very smart, tech savvy. The platforms have been created. The technology, like we speak to the innovation hub here and the innovation port, when you look at the kind of equipment that will be set up there and the opportunities for our young people here at the university to think big and develop and put in place, or at least be able to design what's, you know, that bulb moment they have in the brain and be able to put it on 3D as an image. How do we leverage on, you know, first of all, the growing number of young people, and of course the existing technologies Makerere University and other universities are offering young people to build this movement that we are now talking about, where we are able to become, as the Deputy Speaker was saying, job creators and not job seekers.
Thank you, Maurice, and I want to thank UNDP and all the partners that have made the effort to make this day successful. I think this is where these conversations should be happening, and I'm very happy that they've started in these rooms and they should continue in these rooms. I've never met the Chair Council. I've had time with the Vice Chancellor, being a student here myself in the former times. But it's always happy to be home, and it's always nostalgic to be home. Now, before I start, I need to relay the apology of the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. She rang me and told me she was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, the President asked her to accompany him to a graduation. So she couldn't make it, so she asked me to relay the apology. I hope that it's received in good faith. Now, at engineering school where I attended, every year, to qualify for a bachelor's degree, you have to innovate. To qualify, you have to innovate, either through research or through project. But the innovation must be thorough. An undergraduate student of engineering in Makerere will not graduate if the professors think you have duplicated something. If you understand that well, to find something that you have not duplicated when you're talking to a panel of 5 professors is something very, very hard. But all those ideas stop at prototype. They stop there, we graduate and go and look for jobs. And we struggle in the economy to find jobs that will accommodate what is available in the marketplace. There are a couple of reasons, and I want to start there. He started with a couple of ideas that failed. And when he got the idea that works, the first question is, how long does it take him to transition between the idea and the things he needs to actually be in the field of play? If a young person that's figured out an idea that can make some money needs to get formalized, what is the length of time Uganda gives that young person to formalize that business? Those are the things that we work on now. In Uganda, to formalize a business, you actually need a minimum of 500,000 Uganda shillings if you will not use a lawyer, if you'll go to URSB yourself. We've been having conversations about reducing that cost and reducing the time frame. In the Republic of Rwanda, and I'm glad that we are having a better community as Africa and growing into community conversations, such that we have best practice learning. It takes you 6 hours between coming in to discuss whether you want to have your business registered and walking out with a registered certificate and registered business fully formalized. In Uganda, 3 days down the road, you will keep having a conversation about what is next and what do we need to do. Those are the things that we need to work on, and I think that's where we want to engage very strongly. So that a young person that has an idea is able to wake up with the idea. If they are satisfied on the profitability of that idea, at the evening of the day, they are able to say, I have formalized, this is where I'm going. That's the first step to taking away people from prototype to actually market players. The second question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we aid these businesses from death? The global statistic is that it doesn't matter where you are globally, your business is likely to die at a rate of 60% over the first year. The questions of management of the business and the pressure from the economic situation of the business will affect business livelihood to a magnitude of 60%. That's why you hear that our businesses die 90% within the first year. And for the youth-led businesses, it's 95%. This is the logic. When you open up a business, the only free thing you get is a tax identification number. And URA just made it free about 5-6 years ago. You will pay for every other thing just to exist. One, you pay for a trading license. If you want to operate in Kampala, where you have biggest chances of business survival in Uganda, you have to part with 270,000 Ugandan shillings through KCCM. We are saying government should put up a special regime for young businesses for the first 2 years. If we have a young person coming from a university innovating in tech business, why should they pay taxes within the first 2 years? Because taxes will kill the business. They will kill the idea. They do not have a market entry capacity. They do not have a venture capitalist. They are coming in with the biggest question in registration of businesses: how much is your equity capital? And people just always take 1 million because it is the best minimum. But those people who are putting 1 million cannot afford 100,000 for business continuity. So that's where we are saying there must be 2 years tax exemption for businesses started by young people below the age of 25. That way, you give them the chance to fit into the market and to have a competitive edge, not under pressure from the government, not under pressure from the death pattern of businesses. The final thing that we think needs to be fair. I don't think it is fair for this young man starting an idea in ICT to compete with a company that's owned by Sudil for a contract that's available for 20 million shillings, maybe from one ministry or from one company. So we engage the public procurement and disposal of public assets arm of government, which is PPDA. The PPDA Act is what dictates how government spends in terms of procurement. If you want to understand that, when you hear the national budget as 52 trillion, when you remove debt financing, what government spends budget on, 60%, is actually procurement. So government money, when you talk about 24 trillion that is not going to debt financing, you are talking about 19 trillion just buying and selling, actually buying by government and people selling to government. In that pattern, government buys desks for schools, it buys very small things, contracts that go 10 million, 20 million, and 30 million. But if you go as a young person to compete for that business with your newly registered business, and you just want to offer cleaning services, you have gathered yourselves and you have some few machines, you go through the same rigorous process of procurement like Sudil would for the same cleaning services, you will never win. Because in terms of experience, you are bringing 1 year experience. He already has this much. When you're having a competitive edge in terms of where else have you supplied, I've seen some of those procurement booklets. They are bigger than the Oxford Dictionary. Some of you that have seen it. Bigger than that. And someone is showing who they have supplied. And for you, this is your first opportunity to supply. We said it's not possible. So we utilized the reservation scheme in Article 50 of the PPDA Act to say, let all government procurement under 100 million shillings be reserved for businesses owned by people below 30 years of age. If after a particular period of call for expression of interest to supply, young people have not put in their businesses, then we can say now make it an open call because maybe there are no young people's businesses who can do it. So reservation scheme is going to work like this. Government requires that you advertise for a minimum, I think, of 3 weeks before something is taken off. We say no, advertise for the first 2 weeks under the reservation scheme for contracts below 100 million. PPDA say the 100 million is too high, maybe 50 million. So we are in that conversation, but we are at the point of conclusion to make sure it is gazetted. We cannot inspire jobs, creativity, if there is no point of advantageous entry. The competitive nature of business environment is that the one with the muscle is the one that wins. So how do we protect young people without creating a situation that makes them the ultimate participants alone. And that is by making sure the small wins are given to people that have ingenuity, that have some sort of ideation, and that is how we're coming in. And I'm very happy that that's working out. Finally, we think that the idea that UNDP has here, and that I've seen UNDP support on Youth Connect, is very important. Nobody will know what you're doing unless there's somewhere to showcase it. And I think she has given it a very good wording. We need to put face to impact. But putting face to impact starts with putting face to ideas. Where do young people who don't own rent, who don't own a garage, who don't own a shop, show what they are doing? We are moving forward with that on the Youth Connect portal, but we are also insisting that market days should become a mainstay in Uganda, so that young people can gather for a period of time, whether it's a day or two, and proceed to show what they have. If we can have a model that says, let Jose Chameleon come and sing at a youth market day, and that attracts, let's say, 10,000 young people. At 10,000 young people gathering, let there be as many as possible young people that have businesses that they're doing, so they can connect, and you never know what they will do together. I've just loved the idea that there is a face to impact and we can track it. I've just come from a movement around the country to see, after government put 7 billion shillings in youth livelihood program, where are these people? And I found that actually there is no government system that can tell you where someone is doing what they are doing from. She's solving that, and where have I met her? At a youth expo. So I will talk to her for me and take it forward. That is the kind of world we must build. That is the kind of economic potential that young people can work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. I like the conversations, and I'm happy you're talking about local content and what you're doing at the Secretariat in driving not just the youth agenda, but the women's agenda, as you talk about the local content. I like the issue around connectivity, and we'll come to that. I mean, Jacob, I will come to you on the issue of how we can become competitive, given that we are in the same space as all the other young people on the continent, and not just on the continent, but also on the globe. But I want to turn to our guild president, and I want to ask, because this is really your theme for this very first Expo, and I'm wondering how this glossy word, fostering innovations, what does this mean to you as a student leader, and where do we go from here?
Well, thank you so much. First of all, I want us to understand where we are coming from. The dispensation that we are living in demands that someone should actually be having some knowledge about technology. Long other days, when our grandfathers actually used to use horses as a sign of movement, long other days when we used to use feet. Right now we have cars. We do not know what is going to happen next. Probably we shall be having a chair to take you here and there. When we are talking about innovation right now, we also need to think of, for example, days then when they wanted to capture camera footage from above, probably one would get onto a plane and then hold the camera. Currently we have drones that we use. So we need to understand from and where we are and where we are heading determines much of the knowledge that people should be having. Days then when Woodrow Wilson wanted to increase the economy of the country in 1935, when the United States was facing the economic depression, he brought involvement. We very well know women and blacks were actually being discriminated, and especially into participation of the economy. So in uplifting of the economy, what he did is to get everyone involved, including the youths, including the women, whether black or white, including the black Americans that were at hand. So our work is right now as a student leader who is talking to students is to actually be active in the different innovations that are being brought on board. If we want to bring change onto ourselves first. It requires us to be active into the existing changes and be part of the changes and development. When you look at the behavior and the involvement of youths in the current innovations, I'm happy that now Makerere University has brought a new trend where students come out. But our question should be, you who is studying to be a lecturer, what if by the time you finish your degree, we have robot lecturers and so you do not have where to work? You who is studying to become an engineer, I'm just imagining you have studied very well how you are an engineer of fuel and operations. But now we have cars that use electricity and we work on battery. So with all these ideas that should be into our heads, we need to understand how we are going to survive as a generation, even with these occurring changes in the technology and so on. I hope by this time, we do not now have segregations of who should be doing which work and where. I've seen a gentleman here at the Expo that is making women hair out of banana plantations, and he's a man. But one would ask, why would actually a man be interested in making women hair? Because it would be now termed to be, that is the work of women. As a man, this also starts from where you come from. I don't think now sewing, I don't think garden work should be actually be left to certain individuals. That is actually misogyny, as it is being called. Women need to come up, and I love whatever is happening right now, because if you have to develop the economy, we need all participation from different angles. When someone was talking about the corruption that is happening at hand, and I was just seated here imagining if Uganda was having 50 million shillings as its budget. I'm giving an example. And those who we call corrupt can only, probably they take 10 million from the 50 million that Uganda is having as its budget. And then I also imagined, if all factors remaining constant, status peribus, these corrupt individuals, that, like they're being termed, still take 10 million if Uganda is having 100 million as its budget. I'm looking at the effect of when the corrupt are taking 10 from 50, or when they're taking 10 from the 100. And I'm just imagining if we have over 10 billion and the corrupt, those who we call corrupt can only still take 10 million from the 10 billion. What I'm trying to state here is we may not actually do much with the complaint and so on and moving here and there, calling people corrupt, but we can increase the production to decrease on the effect of corruption. If, for example, we may not go out pinpointing at people that we may call corrupt today, but as a youth you have a work to involve into the different productive activities in Uganda that will increase on the sums of money and the budgets that we have to decrease on the effect of those that we may call corrupt today. Our work, and as a student leader, I would love to encourage fellow youths and fellow colleagues inside this room that whereas others are running to being musicians, whereas others are running to being politicians, when we are at the stage of the university, now we can start to realize of where we are going to specialize when we get out of the university. We also have entrepreneurs. So the request is, if we could involve, we need to start seeing you as an entrepreneur straight from these years before you get out. Because when you get out, we can trust you enough because we have been seeing you doing it before even in school. As a musician, we may not just employ you from anywhere to come and take part on to the different ceremonies that we might be having, unless we have been seeing you as a student who has been doing music before. We are going to just wake up from anywhere. When the deputy speaker was here, he told you he was a fellow student, and a very common student who used to eat from chikumi. And I hope wherever he is, there are musicians now that he can trust and invite onto his ceremonies.
Right.
Not because of anything, but because he has seen them work from time he has been young.
Yes.
It all starts from here. We need to specialize and start as early as possible.
Thank you very much, Guild President. It's always the moderator's challenge when you give a young politician the microphone. Yeah, and I really didn't want to interrupt you. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Huntington. Huntington joined us after I had introduced my colleagues. Huntington Serwanga is a youth climate activist. And I want to ask you a climate-related question. Since we're talking about technology and innovation, how do we leverage on technology and innovation to support climate action?
Right. Thank you so much for that question. As he has stated, my name is Huntington Serwanga. I'm the founder, Marafiki United Green Youth Initiative. It is a pleasure, and I'm happy to be speaking to thousands of students and young people, because I'm also in that bracket. As a young person and a climate activist, we need to acknowledge that climate-induced disasters are happening locally in our country, and we should take a step as young people to see how we can innovate and bring interventions that can cut down the global emissions. I've not started, but I want to let you know that I'm in 2 policies with the Young Go Nature Working Group. The question you've asked rotates around policies. But the key emphasis we should really focus on is, it goes back to policymakers in our country. It is key. There are a lot of innovations around technology from Uganda. And that is a fact. Previous speakers have been speaking about it. But where is the problem? Where do policymakers go astray? That should be brought to reality, young people. Policymakers should look at incentivizing tax incentives, bringing tax incentives to these technological advancements that young people are innovating. Unless otherwise, there is nothing that is going to go ahead. When the government doesn't put tax incentives on these technological innovations, they are going to die off there. A young person cannot import a technological equipment from abroad. When it reaches on the border, there are a lot of taxes that have to be that have to be left on those innovations. We should actually ascertain that when you look at solar power, we have ready sunshine in our country, but why are most of the people not on solar power and they are opting for electricity and these other measures? It is because these items are not, tax incentives are not put there. So it limits innovators and young people who have the knowledge to put in play these items. The other thing I want to talk about is strengthening institutional and human capacity. When we strengthen institutional, for example, I'm speaking at Makerere University, students need to be strengthened. Their capacity has to be built. Policymakers have to take a concern on how they can advance the knowledge of young people into the technological era. We should also accept that very many students here have innovations. Where I live, there are young people that are making smart cooking bags. They use local materials to innovate these things. They make that bag, there is a way it completes the cooking cycle of your food. For example, you have cooked rice on maybe gas, then you can put it into this bag, and then it completes the cycle. I've met these young people, but the problem is that the equipment they have to use, they need the government and policymakers and different civil society organizations to come in to see how they can help these young people, if giving them tax holidays, if giving them equity financing grants, such that they can accrue these innovations. In that way, we can use the technology to see that we can leverage innovation and help the young population.
Thank you very much. Hamilton, I'll come back to Modek. Let's talk about innovation capabilities. I mean, we are at Makerere University, and it's not lost on anybody that we have very young, creative women and men in these institutions. But how do we build those innovation capabilities in these institutions so that they are able to see the future of, for example, what you did with Chap Chap?
I think, so in 2015 is the first time I got held of, I held my first computer in 2015. That's the first time I actually opened and somebody said, click here, and that was in preparation of me trying to get into the space of technology. The same year was when my first email was created. So I'd actually abandoned the space of technology. The biggest challenge we have, and this is just life, is that many of us want to replicate Silicon Valley. That's the biggest challenge we have in the technology space. You have developers who go on Google what Uber is doing, and then they say, we have the same problem here. When I was walking, after I parked the car and I was walking down, I saw electric bikes. Actually, I saw 3 points, but not at any given point you see somebody picking a bike to move to go around. If you went to China, it's the opposite. Actually, you have to wait for somebody to bring the bike, and then you actually jump onto it. We're jumping steps. My brother had mentioned that what the university, the tech students are doing at the university is that before they either start or graduate, if I got him right, graduate, they have to have presented a project. Yes, but a project, they could actually do a project that does not even involve the society they're in. I think the project would be is what problem can you solve that the Makerere is actually facing? So that you have the consumers, the students, the lecturers, and the community around here to test that idea. Many a times, and this might come out, might not sound or resonate well with you, it's very difficult for you as a student to create a solution that is going to impact people in real life because you have no experience. It's very difficult. And somebody said, no, but Mark Zuckerberg did that. He started Facebook at university, and it's a social platform. I can imagine Mark Zuckerberg having started Uber at the university. It would not have been a success. So we need to go back, and that's what actually we have done at Chap Chap as a company, is go back to the basics of technology. Yes, it's moving fast. But if we don't know the basics, today you've heard of the couple of companies that have actually raised funds. One of my friends raised about $60 million, and they're actually selling the company. And there's so much debt that they have incurred, and he's failing to get out of that trap. But when we had a discussion before and said, see, it's not the money that makes an innovation work. It just fuels it. You already have a car that is moving, and basically you need fuel to fuel that innovation. So I think when we go back to the basics, and I want to challenge the students who are in here today, if you want to become an entrepreneur and you have not started any business, even if it's just selling, I don't know, chikomando,
It might sound like a business that doesn't suit you because you have you're going to graduate or something like that. I can assure you it's going to be very difficult for you to do business. You have to start now. Do you know of any business owner who has not talked about failure? Anyone? No, there's none. So we learn from that. And I think when we go back to the basics, and my advice to this initiative, what if next year we had Mark Zuckerberg as the guest of honor? How crazy would it be? I only relate to what I can see. Most of us know here, we're influenced by people. You see, there's a cool uncle you know. There's a cool auntie you want to be like because you see she's cool. But in your ecosystem, do you see Mark Zuckerberg? You don't. So where do you derive that urge to become a somebody, to become that person? I think that's very key. So Mark Zuckerberg, by the way, it's very possible to have him here as long as it mentioned Makerere University. He's not going to charge you to show up here. We just have to plan for that early. It could be anyone else that comes here. But the mere fact is that I could see him. He's a human being. Then that means that it's possible for me as an innovator to innovate. And I hope that we get to that level where we present business people to come and teach entrepreneurship rather than going back to the books. I think would have cracked.
All right, thank you. Sandra, you wanted to add to that?
Yes. So when we talk about innovation capabilities, I have one thing that always bothers me with how we approach this topic. There has been a statistic that shows that Africa is the workforce, the future workforce of the world. And every other developed country is looking to the continent to provide manpower. But we also need to understand where the world is going. There is technological advancements happening in every corner of this world. But how are we as African education institutions approaching this opportunity? Why are we still limiting access to technology for kids in school? I'm talking about the primary settings. University kids today, for the bulk of students who go through our education system, the first time they will ever hold a phone or have access to a laptop or consistently use the internet for anything that is meaningful is when they're in the university. At this point, we've already missed the point at which we could shape the mind of this young person into using the internet and technology for something good, for something innovative, make them curious about what can I do with my life in the future. Most of us, some of us innovators who are building businesses today are learning how to run our businesses through the internet. It's a sea of valuable resources. But we have not, as young people, we have not learned how to use the internet for good. And something that I have a quarrel with the government with is, why is it that when you don't understand something, the first response is shut it down, ban it? Why can't we have spaces where young people can express why they are pushing or why they're putting their energy and resources towards something? And in this case, it is the internet. Yeah? When internet is shut down in the country, do you know how much time young people lose in terms of pushing forward in their dreams? Do you know how much that breaks their spirit in terms of how do we contribute to making this country better for us? When we talk about young people being the future, but then we limit their access to the resources they need to access the world. I mean, recently I've had so many friends who are building for the workforce, like building to enable countries in the US and Germany to hire from Uganda. But these countries have a problem with our workforce, the work ethics, how people use technology. I hire people for my company, I run interviews, but a graduate from a university is not even going to know how to show up to an interview. The basics are lacking. So can we make sure that as we build the capabilities for innovation in the education institutes, let's factor in that there are startups in this ecosystem who are already dying because of the non-existent capabilities there are in the same space. How do we make young people ready for the workspace? How do we build in good work ethics among young people? How do we encourage them to understand how to use technology to even find opportunities? So many young people come to me and say, do you have any opportunities for me? Do you know where I can get a job? But when I go into how this young person is searching for a job, there is so much that is needed for them to learn or unlearn when they come out of the university. Yeah, even communication. Even the communication aspect of it is lacking. So there's still more to do, but there is hope.
Right.
There are startups that are coming up in all of these spaces. I think this is an opportunity for universities to partner with these startups to see how do we ready young people for the workspace in an environment that is actually competitive enough for them to be challenged and to learn.
All right. I like where we're going, and that's what leads to your question, Jacob, on competitiveness. How do we build competitiveness? But I wanted to go to Elsie, who sits at a vantage position and talks to a lot of young people. And the question for you is, generic. How do you then drive innovation, speaking to where she's coming from? And I really want you to speak to the continent, because now, as an innovator, you're not just innovating for Uganda, you're innovating literally for the continent. And we're talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are talking about, Global South now, and we have young people who have great ideas. But as a leader, and speaking at an institution, an academic institution, how do you then drive innovation among these young people? What are the touch points? Should be on. Can we have the mic? Yeah.
Hello?
It's on. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that question. I think it's just been inspiring listening to all the conversations here. So back to the question around how do we drive innovation? The different pathways, and they all come together. I think one of the things we need to do is, first of all, to provide incentives for young people to innovate. I think for us in UNDP, for example, when we launched what we call the Youth Ideathon, where we said, look, let us know if you have an idea. We will sow a seed in it. When we launched the Ideathon, we had 4,000 people or so applying. And then we sowed seeds into that. And the seed sowing means providing some of the catalytic resources. Seed sowing also means that providing them with capacity building, as you have said. Seed sowing means that we're connecting them to mentors. Seed sowing also means that we are connecting them to themselves. In other words, when you said that, well, I didn't know you were working on data, maybe we talk afterwards. It's a connection. It's youth connection. It's business-to-business connection in many ways. So I think the incentive mechanisms becomes very important. The other thing is that we need to be able to connect beyond Uganda, which is very important. We have a continent of 1.4 billion people, the opportunities. And therefore, how do we do that connection? How we do that connection is to be able to facilitate South-to-South exchanges, for example. What we are doing in UNDP, for example, is to connect businesses, particularly those small, medium enterprises in the trade sector, to know what is happening in other areas, but also what business opportunities are there. Next week, Uganda Airlines will be flying for the first time to Lagos. And in that flight, inaugural flight, we'll be putting 40 women there. And 50% of those will be young people. We have said that. That is an incentive, that's an opportunity, that's connecting. And what we want them to do, we want them to go there and be able to see what opportunities are there. How much coffee can we sell to the Nigerians? How much of our vegetables can we send there? This is a country of 222 million people. And therefore connecting within the continent becomes very, very important. There is no way that African countries can succeed without connecting amongst themselves. And the continent, we trade only 16.6% amongst ourselves. So from where we sit, connecting beyond Uganda becomes very important, particularly using regional instruments such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The other thing I think it's very important is the policy instruments that is required to facilitate that. One of the things that we have learned working with the youth innovators and entrepreneurs is even to support startup policies. Which is very important, and that's one of the things that we are trying to do now. Creating the enabling environment and making sure that some of these things work, because the instruments and the policies facilitate that. And ultimately, we have to practically invest. When Professor Nawangwe talks about, and Madam Lorna talks about what we are doing very passionately, and thank you very much, about what we are doing here with the Makerere University, we are investing, and we are investing not only in the skills, we are also investing in the hardware. And so for the first time, you'd have people being able to prototype certain things before they leave the university. So from where we sit, we are very excited because we see Uganda, but we see Africa, and we see opportunities. And therefore, with incentives, with investments, with enabling conditions, and ensuring that we have seriously integrated approaches. And when our brother says, well, you know, don't just come out of the university and say you have an innovation when it's not responding to what the community needs. We need to be able to ensure that we have those forward and backward linkages. So that's what I can say for now, and what where we sit as UNDP, we are very excited. But since Sheila is sitting next to me, let me provoke her. What more do you see?
Thank you, Elsie. And good morning. Is it good morning? Good afternoon. Are we still awake? Yeah, are we excited? Yeah, and I'm hoping, of course, we're going to the Q&A, but that, you know, we all engage and also have a time, you know, to go around and see what is here. Let me just say something that really sparked my imagination today, because when we talk about innovation, innovation is technology, but innovation is also doing things differently. But also when you look around at our, you know, environment, you know, what are the things that are there that can be used, you know, to do things in a very different way. And there's one group of young people, I forget the name, I have to get the name outside, who really, it's amazing. They're collecting plastic bottles and filling the bottles with kavera and sand, and that is being used to build walls, and it's also being used, you know, as, you know, also for housing material. Now, you can imagine the amount of waste. You know, our environment is choking with plastic, with bottles. Now, these guys have turned this into a building material, something that can be commercialized. So this is not something sophisticated. It is something that, you know, can be done by so many. The same thing also with diapers. They're also bottling diapers. I really am looking forward also to going out of here, to walking, you know, to all the stalls. And I really want everybody here, all the young people, please take the time. You better even sacrifice your lunch. Go around and see what everybody's doing. Get ideas. Get inspired. Because I think this is what Youth Innovation Expo is about. You know, really, what are young people from across Uganda, you know, those from the university and beyond, what are the ideas? You know, it's just really a wonderful forum. And I really want to, you know, thank Makerere University for giving us this opportunity. It's so fantastic also the ideas that are coming from these young people. And these young people have walked the talk. I don't think anybody here has, you know, is born with a silver spoon, and, you know, they have walked a journey. It's so wonderful also to see young school kids here, you know, our colleagues from high school. How many of you here are from high school? Because we also made a deliberate attempt. Yeah, fantastic. Can we clap for them? And so, you know, they are seeing now the mentors. You guys are mentors also to these young people. I think we're doing something tremendous here. We're showing that, you know, we are believing in ourselves as African youth. We're trying to see what is it that is within our space that we can utilize. What are the opportunities that we have? What are other young people doing? Other people like us. And then, as Elsie said, then, you know, for us who work in some of these institutions, what is it that we can do to provide an enabling environment, to provide incentives, to just give that opportunity? So this is, you know, just fantastic. I think, Maurice, these are just some of the reflections that I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. I'm going to open this up. So we'll have a mic in both aisles, and I'll ask the teams to prepare. We'll have a mic on either side, just in case you have a question. And if you're one of those young, shy people, you can also write it and send it forward. I'll be able to ask the question for you. But coming to you, Jacob, on the issue of competitiveness. So I'm glad Elsie tells us this is really about the 1.4. It's not just about the 45 here in Uganda, but if you're thinking solutions, you're looking at a bigger market. And I'm sure Emodec is already thinking beyond just the 45 million. And so how do we build competitiveness? Even as we talk about innovation, how do we build competitiveness among these young people so that the solutions they are providing are actually for a solution that is needed in West Africa and maybe in South Africa?
First of all, to build competitiveness, naturally, you build connectedness. When more people that are doing the same things meet, whatever they're doing develops. Because in that space, people begin to realize who is having what cutting edge. And that's how, if you check where the top, just looking at the top companies in the world and the transfer of top staff, they're always speaking from each other. You come and work for me, this one moves the other side. So in the banking sector in Uganda, if you want to know where staff are moving between the same thing most, go to the banking sector. Stanbic is recruiting from DFCU, DFCU is speaking from Postbank, and people are just moving between banks. And that builds more competitiveness. But the model that I prefer is a model that lets you see what young people in South Africa are doing, so you can know what you're not doing. If we took, and I'm glad this year Youth Connect is in Nairobi, we are very dedicated to take at least 50 young people from Uganda as a National Youth Council to just see what young people in Nairobi do. That alone inspires a level of where are we and what are we doing to be at this level. Simply because people sit, and I like Chairman Mao said it best. He said, when a frog is sitting in its pond and it looks at the sky above and says that's the whole world, it thinks that it's the biggest thing that exists. Yet in fact, if you took it out of that pond to make sure it moved around the entire forest, it will realize that there are bigger animals, there are bigger trees, and the world is much bigger and much better than where they are sitting. Some of the levels we are comfortable with in our country and as young people are simply because that's all we are seeing. And that's where the point of internet connectivity becomes very important. The things that information and technology have made possible for us to know as young people and change our perspective on what is possible. Just by knowing that actually someone can travel their whole country and put it on TikTok and that can change the trend of tourism data, and it can change the trend of earnings that I make as someone, or that can change myself as someone that has never been a travel company owner. I become a travel advisor to Uganda, and you just find so many people calling you, and that makes you better competitive. Just by being able to access a resource that gives you bigger, that's much better. Finally, for me, I want to insist, I've made this point to the Minister of Science and Technology, but I want to make it to the President himself. It does not augur well with me to see that Makerere University, which teaches everything you need in an economy, does not have funding for projects that start here. Just to give you the example, someone says, I am able to make electric bicycles. What do they need next for them to go to the market? One, they need marketing. The School of Economics here, where they're learning the principles of marketing and so many other things I don't know about. If there is no one here who can connect with them, then the person needs to find someone who is a marketeer from the market. For me, if you're going to solve unemployment with an innovation fund, give it to institutions where innovations are a mainstay happening. If Makerere University, Chambogo University, Nkumba University are the ones, okay, even if you give them just 10 billion of the 40 billion innovation fund for innovations that are created here, the students will not get out of Makerere without learning market dynamics. They will start in year one for the idea they have to imagine, what am I going to do with the fund that's here and who do I need? By the time they are finishing their bachelor's degree, they understand the market fully. But if you're saying, first finish the study here, then you go to the Ministry of ICT or the Ministry of Science and Technology, and there's no linkage with Makerere University, the study institution, then you're creating a gap between someone first getting out of a learning institution and now requiring learning to be able to get into what they need in the market dynamics. And for me, where you don't connect research to innovation, you are not able to have a competitive market. Because innovation is driven by research, but also market dynamics are sustained by new market research. So that's very important for me.
All right, thank you, Jacob. Let me take some questions. If you have a very quick question, I see one here. I just need to see, I need like 5 questions. I only have 10 minutes. So there is 2 there, there is 3 actually. We have a mic in that corridor. Yes, there is a gentleman in front of you there. Your name and the quick question. The shorter the question, the better. And you can direct it to any of the speakers. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Jonathan Basalira. I'm from the College of Business and Management Sciences. I'm a student of Bachelor of Commerce in my second year and honored to serve as the club chairperson of the Makerere University Entrepreneurship Club. Mine is a simple one to the policymakers, because we are having an education system that really encourages more of theoretical practice in our course units. And this is my request through the guild president, if you can comment about it. How do we shift out from the course units that are really very theoretical in nature to a more practical basis? Because you realize right here at Cobhams we have the Innovation Hub, we have the Entrepreneurship and Outreach Center, but there is a big hassle bringing students on board. Why? Because they're used to a theoretical approach of learning. And I request the guild president, His Excellency Masaruka Robert, to comment about that. What strategies and measures can we have at the Students' Guild to shift the students' mindset out from the theoretical approach to a more practical approach? Thank you so much. I remain Jonathan Basalira.
Thanks, Jonathan. When you say policymakers, I thought we were going government, but now you went to the Makerere government. It's okay. There is a lady there who is in the tech space.
Thank you so much. My name is Lucia. I'm a manufacturer now for 20 years. I'll give an example about the tech transfer cost. Whenever we are buying models, especially from Asia, the cost is very high. So for me, I'm happy that UNDP is equipping Makerere University with the latest equipment that will aid research, product development, and I look forward to seeing also the patents that we are going to get out of this equipping of the lab, so that we, the private sector, can benefit by moving partnerships with the MOOC, the students, and the private sector, the way Malaysia has done. Whenever we go there, these guys are very far, but our issue, as he has said, has been the theoretical part of it, which is not applicable when it comes to the forces of demand and supply.
All right.
At the moment.
Thank you very much. Gentleman there, before I move here, there's a gentleman there. Keep it short, so I could take another 3 on this side.
Hello everyone. Ilem Rodney, a master student of public administration. My issue is that Africa contributes 0.1% to research. And here I had my friend talking about theory against practice. But I think the problem is not about theory, it's about connecting theory and practice, because research is more theoretical. So my issue is that, talking about research, a continent that contributes only 0.1% to research, talking about innovation is a little bit simplistic. How do we engage in research? The second thing is that, as a climate activist, I see behind, next to you there,
Hamilton, yes.
He talks about how do we improve on innovations. But remember, when we talk about innovations, we also think about industrialization. But in that same category, we think of the impact of pollution. Africa contributes only 3% to global pollution, but here we have activists talking about climate change. How do we connect with these lines? And how do we leverage pollution or innovation and industrialization without having an impact on climate. That's the issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have a microphone on this side? I just wanted to turn to this side. So as I hold forth for the questions on this side, I'll begin with our guild president, Robert. You had a question. Can you answer that in 30 seconds?
Okay, thank you. So the question from Honorable Vassari is basically whether we can have a change in the education system, because much of it that is being provided currently is theory. I would love to thank the Minister of Education, because she identified the problems that we are facing today, that they are theoretical. So we started up a new education system, and if you are to check in, if you can ask your brothers and sisters here in the secondary schools, the new education they are having is actually practical in nature. And what we are trying to offer now is education that does not only require one to just remember a few things, but also add some practical skills onto what they are studying. So that is a plus, and I would love to inform the Honorable that practical education and providing of skills has already started. The fact that it has not yet reached your level does not mean it is not existing. We only pray that by the time these students get to university, it has also been adopted here. But our work now is to evolve into the activities that we are seeing right now. Thank you so much.
All right. Speaking to the new curriculum, which the young students have undertaken, I think we are now at senior 3 with the new curriculum. All right. Question? Yes? Any other person on this side? I just need to know where the questions are. Okay. We have a high school student here also. Yes.
Thank you. Protocol observed. My name is Misaga Andrew. I'm a veterinary medicine student at COVAB. I would like to bring to notice the panelist, Mr. Jacob, that at my college, before you graduate in veterinary medicine, you must do a research topic, do a research, develop a project before you graduate. So a lot of students there, right now, even those who are going to graduate, they submitted in their research proposals and they defended most of them. So we have a lot of innovations and development skills there, but unfortunately most of these are done just to get marks. How I wish the university could just sit and pick one of those, because I know of a friend, he made a project of, he developed a pure organic dewormer in poultry, and he managed to kill all the worms. But he just did that just to get marks. How I wish my principal is here, Professor Pnine, that they can put into practice these projects that we do here. Instead of just getting marks, they find a way of financing them, and we can build. Thank you.
Excellent idea. There is a student here. Please introduce yourself and the school.
Good afternoon to you all. Oweri Moses from Mengo Senior School. Yes, my question is this. I've heard of all the great ideas and all the great things that you people are doing, but most of you are referring to university. What about the secondary schools? Are you not going to come there to us? I like what the guild president said. The new curriculum is more of practical, but they need your guidance. Yes, they have teachers, but they need your guidance. So are you going to come to us, or we're going to have to wait until we enter university to hear from you? Thank you.
Good question. If at a later stage you have a leisure activity, radio and television would be good for you. You have a great voice. I'm just giving you another opportunity after school. Okay. Do we have another question on this side? I just need to close. All right. Any other burning question? All right, I'm gender sensitive. There's a lady here. Any other on this side? Okay, so there's 2 ladies and a gentleman there. And then we'll wrap this up. So begin with you. Please note from Emodek all the way to Huntington here. As you answer the question, we'll do the wrapping of the conversation this morning. All right, your names and question, please.
Yes, good morning, members. Yes, all protocol observed. My name is Olivia Owimana. Yes, I'm graduating in January. I studied a Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering. So first of all, I'd like to thank Makerere University for this arrangement and also our panelists. My question would go to the Makerere administration. Yes, maybe we don't know how the curriculums are put up, because you realize that in some courses, like my friend said, some things are very theoretical. And when you're studying, you will wonder, where am I going to apply these things? So for me, what I would suggest is, for our lecturers, maybe if we could start with these innovations in these early stages. Now, like for my case, I had to study 4 years. But you find that some students, even in the 4th year, they lack direction because of that theoretical, and sometimes even wonder, will I apply these things? Now why are they teaching me this? So maybe encouraging innovations at early stages, maybe like in 3rd year, we do not have to reach 4th year for us to start thinking about that. And maybe the theory, please, you help the Makerere administration.
All right. There's a lady behind you, there.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Daphne Kwase from School of Business. I want to first ask His Excellency Maseruka one question. It's true you've said the Ministry of Education has emphasized on practical classes in secondary school. So as we are already at university, why can't we be open-minded and we shift? Are we going to lack skills because they have not reached us? Secondly, I talk on behalf of School of Business where I come from. I get shocked when I find that we are majoring in entrepreneurship, we are majoring in human resource, but the human resource manager to be is being told how to conduct interviews, but cannot stand in front of a panel to ask for a job. Which kind of human resource office are you going to produce? Right. Secondly, I get shocked when an entrepreneur, someone is being taught entrepreneurship here at Makerere University, is also shivering because I'm in 3rd year. People are saying, what will I do after May? And that's the student who is studying entrepreneurship. Why can't we have, like they will have courseworks? You find you have a coursework to be innovative and we come up with something here. Thank you for listening.
All right. And finally, honestly, I need to close. There's a gentleman there at the front. His hand was up before everyone else here. So if I find time, I'll come back, but I highly doubt. Final question.
Thank you. Protocol observed. I greet you all. My name is Ibrahim Wanguzi. In year 3, I'm doing Bachelor's of Veterinary Medicine at COVAB. I want to stress it that it's true. We are all innovative at one point in time. But what we always lack as youth is the push factor that enables us put our innovative skills, put our innovative minds into practice. Now, for instance, I personally recently read about some journal it was about climate, putting it forward that in livestock production, cow dung actually contributes a good percentage of the carbon emissions in the atmosphere. And the solution was we can develop a certain species that these animals eat, a pasture species called the sun that has a low carbon content, and it can also be very nutritive to the animals. Now the question is, how can we go down to the people around, the farmers in Uganda, to tell them about the good things about this species, or even other more species that I've not yet read about, and they start putting it in practice, putting the other pasture species that are not of good use to the environment, so that they can feed their animals, so this is carbon emission. Then also the funding is also an issue, because you can develop concepts, you can get good ideas, but then where will they start from? We're just youths that are sometimes coming from humble backgrounds, but the minds are very rich. Okay. So I don't know how we can do about that. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate. Can we give a round of applause for everyone who's asked a question? I really want to appreciate all the questions and comments, but we must close before we let you know what happens next. I'll start with you, Emodek, and I like the question he's asking. How do we position ourselves to be able to attract the capital needed to support innovation? I know for a fact, on the continent, when you look at the financing available for innovation and technology, a lot of the money that is gone, especially from Europe and the West, that has come onto the continent, has actually found its way into Kenya. I think 90% of financing for startups in technology and innovation has actually gone to Kenya. They must be doing something. What is it that we need to do? And that speaks to funding for innovation and technology. Maybe you want to start there as we close. And then I'll come to Jacob and Till Hannington. Yes.
My answer is simple. We have to be hungry. We're not hungry. There's a lot of entitlement. When I heard my young brothers talk, you see, never ask what your neighbor can do for you. You need to find a solution. You understand your pain. I always see people saying, when you have a problem, go to the pastor and he prays for you. But the pastor is going to do a general prayer. But you, who has the pain, understands how deep that cut is. Definitely, the Lord has opened the gate to everyone to listen to. So, if any of you has gone to Nairobi, you will find at, Uhuru Park? You will find majority of the people at Uhuru Park with a brown envelope, waiting for that call and the takeoff. Most of the times when we call people for an interview, they say, it's raining, I did not plan today, I'll come tomorrow. So you are in need, but you're in bed. It doesn't work that way. So I think what we lack, and I want to assure you, if you're not hungry, I can guarantee you, you will not succeed. You have to be hungry to be able to succeed. Because if your why reason is not that big enough, then it doesn't matter. You always have a reason and say, as long as I have my 2,000, I'll eat my chikomando and go and sleep. But somebody else, my brother mentioned something that he comes from a humble background. At the age of 9, I used to sell Sim Sim to cater for my school fees. So being humble, I can assure you that most of us are, I wouldn't talk about everyone else because we have probably, there's a lot that has been put in place to cushion what people went through at the early days. Of course, not more than what our parents went through, but I think what you need to be, and if you take this from me, I took this from somebody years ago, and he told me, Emmanuel, you want to become successful, you need to be hungry. You need to find a reason that gets you out of your bed every single day without an excuse. And just go back later, reflect, and find out, are you that person? Then you realize you're not. And if you can change that, I can assure you, everybody, we can change everything. I'll end by this, don't discuss things that you can't change. At any given point of time when I sit in such panels, I never ask what the government needs to do. I play my role. And the government will meet me at any given point of time somewhere. So we need to be that. We need to be hungry. We can't wait for practicals to happen for us to change our mindsets.
All right.
There's a lot that we can do.
All right. Jacob?
I think he said it well. He plays his role. So I have to play my role. Unfortunately, on this panel, I'm government for young. So it's a bit, it's quite the blow. But I agree. There are many issues that we can talk about and spend the day. There are many needs. But there is something that we must ride on as young people, which is youth energy. Not to tire, to try. And that's not going to be replaced, I can assure you. It doesn't matter what you're thinking about, you will fail many times. And I'm saying this as someone in tech. We have tried so many innovations that don't fit the market. So you go back for another one. He's just spoken about the same. You get something, you take it to the market, the next day you hear MTN is launching it. You can't run with it. MTN will outspend you. You go back for something. And that has to happen in your youth stage. And I'm glad that secondary school students are here from Mengo Senior School. If you start your energy early and you start getting involved early, by the time you're at university, you're a different fellow. The deputy speaker did not have the time to tell you, but I've had the privilege to listen to his story of business development and growth. He has done crazy business things. Crazy business things. By the time he ran for parliament, he could not be outcompeted monetarily. My model is, why doesn't the business school here partner with the private sector foundation? And I'm sure the chair board, chair council, and the VC can do this. Private sector foundation, send us one of your big employers, entrepreneurs, successful people. Let them come in this hall maybe once a week, maybe once a month. And if you need someone else to talk to them, we're always available. Let a successful business person come and talk through questions and answers of the real market. After 3 years of interacting with Madame Mulwana, with Bitature, and hearing how they got successful in Uganda, you will learn something, add your theory, and we move ahead. That is what works in real market development. Because when you don't do that when they're here, they will need to do it to be able to fit in the market. They will need to learn from someone that has done it. So we can remove that drag time. Finally, I think that some of the other challenges we're dealing with as a country are just challenges of common sense. We have people that are planning for agriculture or for farmers, but they own no farm. You find someone saying, I am a very strong, maybe commissioner of animal or something, but they have no animal anything anywhere. That needs to change. And how we can change that, you will not determine presidential appointments, but you can make sure that where people are appointed, some things are running from there. At the National Youth Council, we have insisted that if we are talking about young people joining agriculture, we should take them to the farm. And that's what we're working with UNDP on, to make sure young people from universities, urban centers, can leave the university with no expense, go to a farm of a young person, getting it right, and you listen to the young person. That will be your Zuckerberg, that is able to show you how it's done in Uganda. Then you will get the art to start. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Jacob, Sandra?
I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity. I don't take speaking to young people lightly because I'm still a young person. One of the most important things I did for myself growing up as a teenager was looking for my why. And this is something that kept me restless for a very long time. It still keeps me restless. Why do you exist? That's the most important thing as a young person that you should be working towards finding. Because in your why, you will know what you need to do to get to answering that question. I never really had the opportunity to sit or learn from a higher learning institute. I dropped out at high school, and I've been restless ever since. I'm always hungry for knowledge. One of the spaces that I made a point to get into was the workspace, the corporate space. And Madame Shanice Kachungira, the first digital company in Uganda, gave me that opportunity. She mentored me into how to harness the power of the internet. And I watched this lady work, and I said to myself, that particular person over there is why. And she helped me understand my why. When I learned how to make money, I was like, you know, I can get information anywhere. I can be mentored by anyone. Ask questions. Go into these spaces. Even if you are afraid, ask those questions. The least you can do is hear a no, but a no is only the beginning. You need to keep asking questions. If something doesn't make sense for you, like you find yourself in class and everything is theoretical, challenge the status quo. Get your professors, your lecturers, to indulge you deeper into why things are the way they are. Why is it that this answer is the only one that applies to this question? Question everything. This is something I got into trouble for a lot in high school, questioning everything. And I think that as young people, you have a lot of time on your hands, but it's also very disadvantageous for you to know that things are not working for you, and you sit and accept. You're putting yourself at a disadvantage, yeah? For me, right now, I have an idea of why I was put in this earth, what I need to achieve, and how I need to achieve it, and so I'm working towards that. I I do not rely on an education to do that. I am educated anywhere and by anyone. I can easily walk up to Maurice Mugisha. I interned at NTV for 6 months, just trying to understand the digital space. Yeah? Take up these opportunities, do an internship, go work for a startup, be challenged, yeah? Because at the end of the day, you making these connections, challenging yourself to grow, broadening your knowledge, and making friends with new people who can introduce you to more people who can teach you more things. The only place you will ever find an education, a classroom is not the only place you will find an education. You will find an education outside of the classroom, and learning never stops. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. We'll come to Your Excellency Robert. I apologize, I've not been calling you by the right title. Your Excellency Robert.
Thank you. I would love to answer, first of all, a colleague from Mengo, that innovations are coming. And first of all, just like you have had members from the university and colleagues are complaining that at least it is in secondary schools. So at least you have been worked upon. But if you need guidance from the people seated here, you already look like a heady boy, so we can say we can come to Mengo and also inspire students from there. But we know that's where we came from, and we believe there is a lot to be done there. Another one asked, what are we studying? You find we are in third year and it is theory. I hope all those complaints end here and with me as your guilty president, because others may not listen. When we are complaining about the theory and what we are learning, there are colleagues that have come from the same background. And they're the biggest entrepreneurs in Uganda, because we all know the cream that Makerere University produces. They went through the same process, they learned the theory that we are complaining about, and they are what they are today. We are actually favored enough that we actually know there is a new system that is going to be more favorable to us than it was to them. I offer bachelor's of journalism and communication, and I'm in my year 4. The lecturer, whenever he meets me, he tells me, I remember Semujunganda used to sit there like where you are seated even right now. Semujunganda studied for 3 years. Journalism and communication has been added a 4th year for practicals. I have no reason to go out and complain after school if I'm not bigger than all those people that studied 3 years. Ours is, we should put away now the complaint now. Yes, we are studying theories, but we understand now there are these colleagues that are coming to our level and they have added in the practicals. But we also have an encouragement with those that are now in the working system. They studied the same courses, they went through the same theories that they had. Actually, theirs was too much theoretical than ours that we have today, and they're making it in life. I pray with our encouragement and we use the same route to make sure we make things happen such that we do not complain. This ends here in school. When you go out, you won't tell people that pass through the same theory that we had a lot of theories, yet they also maneuvered through the same theory and became what they became. Probably the last one is, will we continue to wait for the government? I think now the opportunities, and this was to the administration, but because now I'm His Excellency that I've been called, I'm the administrator to answer this question. What are we going to do such that we do not wait for the government first come to our rescue? And I would love to say that, just like colleagues have said, we may not so much wait for the government, but the university, we always call ourselves the hill of intellectuals. And so what is expected out of us is basically which ideas we can put outside there as a solution to the environment that we are living in. Before we do much of waiting for what the government is doing, the university in of itself has set out such grounds like these ones and put an encouragement of all those innovators outside there to come and showcase their talents, and that is what we expect out of any student. And so our request is, as long as we have these platforms that have been set by the university, our work is only one, to make sure we use them to our very best as students of Makerere University. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Huntington?
All right, thank you so much. I just love the fact that a lot of people picked interest in the policies that we're talking about. I will invite you to the rooms. So I'll be so brief because of time. I'm going to answer, a colleague asked, how do we connect the gaps? There's a colleague in exchange there, Blue Kitenji. So how do we connect the gaps? Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement talks about the polluter's principle, polluter pays principle. Because when you look, you've stated we contribute less to the global warming, and it's true. You'll find that around 12 countries contribute to over 52% of the emissions. But for us that contribute less are severely suffering the effects of these catastrophes. So what do? As activists, we've been advocating for loss and damage finance for marginalized communities like our country, Uganda. Those of you that are following the talks last year when they put it in play, the loss and damage finance during COP27. But there is no real money that has been put into this fund. No. These were commitments, policies that were put there. As activists, actually, we are continuing to advocate and campaign to say that these countries bring real money into the fund, such that our countries helped, because based on our economic capacity as Uganda, we cannot actually put interventions to help us or mitigate the crises. So we are continuing. We are going back for COP28, but we are continuing to advocate for climate finance such that we can actually, build capacities of our communities in case of these catastrophes. But most importantly, as young advocates and activists in the space, we should consider mindset change. It is very key. Mindset change is key. You have to reflect on what you do on a personal basis. If you can leave your home when everything is littered, you are the very person that is in this room, but you left your home very nasty, plastic bottles littered everywhere, polythene bags put anywhere. You have no order at your home. I'm talking about a personal basis, your individual person. You left your home sluggish. This polythene bag is here, the other one is there, the other one is there. But you are lecturing people on climate change and how we can mitigate. So it starts with you. You have to change your mind towards this catastrophe such that we can build resilient communities. Make sure by the time we leave this place, you have picked something from the different panelists, because I've earlier told you that these things are really affecting us, and we are the generation that are present. Our fathers are dying off, we are here, and our children maybe that we are producing. So we need to be cautious, we need to take a step and act such that we can drive actions toward a just and livable climate future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right. Before I let the panelists go, I need to get the comment from the university itself, and so I'll invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, Professor Frank Mine, to come. You had a very specific question from the students. Please come and speak to that as I prepare Start Hub to come and tell us what happens after this.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Mine is a small commentary. Thank you, panelists. And I'm so inspired that you break barriers. Here in the audience, we have Makerere University, then secondary schools. I would like now to say this. Young people, do not fear. Always approach your elders or someone ahead of you. Do not hesitate to contact anybody. I am a proud person because I've been built by others, myself. Frank Mwini is my name. I'm a veterinary doctor, now a professor in Makerere University. But I can see many of you, we hold ourselves back. Indeed, you said it that we must be very hungry to look for the solution. Very true. If we are not hungry, you don't look for the food. It's natural, and accept it. So this is my clarion call to everyone, especially you in the secondary school, even the university students that are living now. We are teaching more theory in Makerere University. Well, I used to have the same complaint, 1994 to 1999. I looked at veterinary medicine. Why are you teaching me all this information that actually I thought I would not even use? But here I am. I'm an expert in viruses, virology, with a PhD. I complained about virology, a subject elsewhere. But here I am. Yesterday we were affected by COVID-19, an RNA virus, of which things I thought I would never meet in my life. So let's be embracing. Then another thing, take your time and try to internalize, to change your mindset. Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, I thank you very much. You've been talking about us, to us even. Have a mindset change. How can we change our mind? Have a positive thinking. Why should you think negatively? Uganda is so endowed with many resources. Oh my God. I was in Denmark for my doctorate. Do you know how I suffered in that wind? Oh my God. I came to love Uganda. I said I'll never, in fact, work in Europe. I should work here, and indeed I'm here. I would like to attract everybody. Love your environment. Love Uganda, the power of Africa. We can complain because of social media. You talk about anything. Then I would like to, not to warn, but to advise. Social media is good, but somehow it can waste a lot of time. Focus on what can build you. Focus on what can build you. I have one daughter and 3 boys. My daughter came to me, Dad, there's too much information in internet. You are correct. Everything is on internet. But also we need a very good social space to go to nature. Don't be on the screen all the time. That screen will blind you. Walk. Go to nature. There is no best here in this world than nature. That is what it is. Then connectivity. You said it. How can we connect with the private sector? One leg, for example, of mine is in Makerere University. But as I drive off, I've got my gumboots in the car. I put off the tie, the coat. I've got my overall. I practice. I work. I'm cold. So some colleagues were asking me, Frank, why are you working? I said, oh, I want money. I want to survive. I want to help. There are many reasons why. So I would like to attract you to this, young people, and even middle-aged and adults, and those ones that are going to graduate. Have a positive mind. Positive mind. Incidentally, here we happen to be black color. You are so privileged even to have a skin color which is black. Do you know the reason why you are black? Have you asked your God? Do you pray? Whatever region that you are in, love yourself. There is no better skin than this one here. Right off from UV light. Right off from hardness in nature. It is us. Don't bleach yourselves, you guys. Be natural. Be natural. I heard the right honorable speaker here saying that you're not confident of yourselves. That is why you go for extra mile. Well, it's called beauty, but that is what it is. You are naturally beautiful. We are naturally handsome. Love yourselves. It starts with you. Then get out. I know we come from different social structure. Homes mention it. But your background should not determine who you are. You have got your groups. And a bad group, leave it. Get another good group. How can you know that it is good? Pray within yourself. You can tell. All your ideas, panelists, we have been sieving through as we could see. You are not rebellious. You are very adventurous. That's what we should do. That's my commentary, Maurice. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm glad you stayed away from the question His Excellency Robert answered. So, because he said he was speaking on behalf of the administration. So, I will quickly request that we humbly put our hands together for the panel that has done a fantastic job. If I could have this mic on, Elsie, yes.
Thank you very much. I thought I would respond to a few of the questions that perhaps the panelists didn't respond to adequately. But thank you to the panelists for all the information. There was a question around climate change and pollution. In other words, we haven't polluted enough, or we haven't contributed to the global emissions, but we need to industrialize, we need to move on. What do we do? How do we deal with that? And I know that the response was more the polluter pays. In other words, the West have polluted mainly, and therefore they must pay, and therefore we have this loss and damage fund that is being established. So while that is true, that is not enough. I think if we're going to depend on the polluter to pay, it would take us perhaps centuries to do that. There are a couple of things that must happen for us to be able to reconcile pollution and climate. First of all, we have to look within our own business practices. It's also global, but it's also local. When somebody wants to open a factory and they go and open the factory in the wetlands, that's wrong, because by opening up the wetlands, you're also emitting carbon. And therefore, we need to incorporate into our own practices, especially businesses, corporations, even governments, and many more, how we can be able to address climate change internally by mainstreaming climate actions into our own processes. So we don't have to wait only for the West. We might also do something. The second thing is that we do have what it takes. Africa perhaps has the most carbon sinks. If you combine what we have in Central Africa, DRC, Congo, Brazzaville, parts of Uganda, and many more, it's a big one. How do we use our forests as a way of bargaining? How do we use our forests through carbon trading? One of the things that we are doing with the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Environment and Water here in Uganda is to make sure that we have frameworks that allows us to trade using our natural resources. So carbon trading is one of those instruments that can be used as well. And again, you talked about some of the things we can do from a personal point of view. So again, that's a big conversation. We don't have to wait to go to Dubai. We can have those conversations on how we address issues around carbon. But finally, it always has to be fair and just transition for Africa. We cannot say because industries will pollute in Africa, we should not industrialize. It always has to be fair and just transition for Africa. And that's a conversation that African governments are having now to say, well, we have to industrialize, and we may pollute, but also we have enough carbon sinks to be able to absorb that. I think it's a complex conversation, but let's have a separate one. I think this afternoon there's one that is from 2 to 5 around climate change. The second thing that when I was listening to people, I just felt that we're still in the mode of what can somebody do for us? What can government do for us? What can Makerere do for me? I think we need to change the mindset, like the professor said. Africa has 60% of the world's arable land. It's here in our continent, but we are still importing basic food. It's an irony. So we have to ask ourselves, what can we do for ourselves and change the paradigm? Because it's paradoxical to have everything and yet be wallowing in poverty. And that comes from the mindset. So please don't only ask, what can Makerere do for you? What can I do as well? And so if the teaching is theoretical, as you may say, but I don't agree necessarily, because we build skills, we build capacity, analytical skills as part of that work. What can I do in terms of entrepreneurship? There is a port. What can I do? There is internet, like you said. How can I use internet information? So please, let's stretch the imagination. Let's not look at, what is the problem, but what is the solution? And that's part of the reasons why we are here. I heard also finally somebody say, well, it's only about, what about the schools? I mean, how do you reach out to the schools? And is it only for the university? The Expo, and what we are doing here is not only for the university, it's for everybody. And so that's why I should encourage that we should all go out there and see what is happening. I think what is the most important is that whatever we are doing here, including the innovation port that we are developing together with Makerere, it is not only for the university, it's also for the schools, it's also for the communities around who can be able to use it. So all in all, I think we must leave this space with a spirit of hunger. Like you said, we must desire, we must have some fire in our bellies to say, what can I do? Uganda is perhaps one of the most beautiful countries on earth. Many of you don't even see it. This is a country where I have never seen a crater lake. I saw it here. When you go to Fort Portal, you have 54 crater lakes in just one vicinity. This is a country that has the world's remaining, mountain gorillas. 54% of them are here. 50% of Africa's bird species are in this country. We have the source of the Nile, and I can go on and on and on and on. There is great potential, and we must ask ourselves, how can we turn it around? How can we turn it around, and what can I do in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship, and wherever I am, the spaces to be able to take advantage of this very beautiful country. So I thought I would inspire people before they go out for lunch, not to say, okay, it's theory, okay, what can you do? No, it is about, we are here for a purpose. We came to this expo to get inspired, and we're going out there to do something for Uganda and for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elsie. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to release the panel. You can take your seats, and thank you once again. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Emodek, our lovely team, Huntington, Sandra, Robert, and of course Jacob, who've done a fantastic job this morning as part of our day one of the Youth and Innovation Expo. I want to invite from StartHub, I want to invite Ms. Bonita to come and tell us where we are going, what's coming next. We have the marketplace. We will know where the different conversations are going to be taking place immediately after lunch. Bonita?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to make this brief because I'm the person standing between you and food. The word hunger has been mentioned more than 5 times this afternoon, so I'd like to add to it. There's going to be master classes where people who have actually built in Uganda are going to share their stories, their lessons, their journeys. So for those of you who are hungry to learn about the people who have been able to monetize their innovations, this afternoon we are going to have a masterclass on Fit for Finance. We have people that have built 2 companies. One has recently raised more than $1.5 million. We also have someone who gives the money. So after lunch, for those of you who are interested to find out where the money is, please come back to this room. Then we also have someone from MasterCard to talk about the programs they're running, as well as the High Innovator. There is 20K out there for you to grab. Come and find out how to get that. Then people have been talking about you're not doing anything about youth and climate. There's going to be a masterclass in the council room. The council room is at CTF1, like the Makererians commonly call it that, but it's also the Frank Kalimuzo Central Teaching Facility. It is on level 3. So for all of us who are enthusiastic about youth and climate action, Dr. Michael Mboga is going to be facilitating that, and you're going to meet people like Innovex. They've actually built something for climate. We are going to have Yorest. Some of us look at Kasasiro and just call it Kasasiro. Go and listen to someone who's actually minting millions from Kasasiro. Then tomorrow, then after that, we'll have an intergenerational fireside chat. So the day is actually ending at around 7. Then tomorrow our master classes will be beginning at 9 a.m. So we will be having one here, another in the council room. We'll also be having one on level 3, this very floor. That's room 3.0. So tomorrow we'll be having people who are sharing about their career paths. A lot of us think that when you study software engineering, you're supposed to be an engineer. I studied software engineering. I'm currently doing business development. I also run a food business. So you see, your best career path shouldn't always be a linear one. Come and listen to a lawyer who's currently manufacturing glasses, an insurance investment risk analyst who's also running a juice business. Then we also have a masterclass on monetizing your innovation. Some of us are running our small businesses, but how do you grow your business from the first customer to 100 customers? Ronald Hakiza, the person who first built tickets for buses in Uganda, will be sharing that story, as well as someone who's making money from yogurt, something that a lot of people despise, spoiled milk. Someone is actually building a business out of that. Then we also have someone from URSB. Then Sandra mentioned something about people not being ready for employment. We'll have a masterclass on the job market of the future. We'll have someone speaking about AI. What is this going to mean for the future of our careers and also the job market? Then we also have someone from Flip Africa to tell us, what should we do to prepare ourselves? Then for the fashion enthusiasts, we'll have Santa Anzo and Bavia Kalsi. So come and learn how to reimagine businesses for Uganda's creative industries. So see you tomorrow. Please remember, after lunch we are coming back here to learn about Fit for Finance. How do we make our businesses ready for finance? And also we are going to council room, that's CTF1, to learn about the climate. What are we doing about climate change? How can we do, what can we do to actually stop the waste that we are contributing to? Thank you so much. Back to you.
All right. So recently, there was a clapping contest. And we are going into the record book, or now we are in the record book for having the loudest clapper. So I thought if we can have the audiometer to test the energies, since Bonita was talking about our energy levels since we're heading to lunch. I wanted to test the audiometer in the room by going the traditional way. I don't really get the same energy I have from your side. High school students, you're also allowed to aspire that you're at Makerere, so you can say "Oye," right? So let us try again. Makerere! Makerere! Now, Your Excellency Robert, I'm doing your job. This is what you should have done. Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate all of you for having been part of this opening session. Please participate in the next sessions. We will be back here, the most of us, for the closing tomorrow. And please connect with as many young people as you can during the 2 days. And ask as many people. I know one particular entrepreneur here who's doing very nice mats. You can call them rugs, table mats, and baskets. And some of them are made from our banana fiber. Some really great stuff I have seen here. And I'm going back to see if I can take one home. Please engage with as many people as possible. Get inspired, be hungry, as we've been told by Emudek, and we will be the transformers of our next generation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. See you tomorrow and the rest of you in the afternoon for the different sessions. Enjoy your afternoon.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2023. It's a remarkable collaboration between UNDP, MTN Uganda, and Makerere University, and it's all happening from the 6th to the 7th of October 2023. The theme, Fostering Innovations for Uganda's Transformational Development.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are of course, environmentally friendly. You don't need a driving permit. You don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge. And you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs. Since it's a big kind of project, we are looking at promoting manufacture locally here. We have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the threads, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge and we've been able to understand that. And the fact
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women and our skin mask, which is the clay at its raw way.
Yes, that percent something. The other 7% is
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are of course environmentally friendly. You don't need a driving permit, you don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge, and you don't need any fuel to actually use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs. Since it's a big kind of project, we are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the threads but they're out of the market, they're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge and we've been able to understand that, and the fact that, you know, plastics are our main raw materials. We are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating product together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay? The clay itself is special as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions, but the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we having different products. We having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that is hosting me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced to empower youth at the same time to end poverty. UNDP has been so helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows, which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are creative, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated. And the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. With the support of UNDP, Your Waste Company Limited introduced a revolutionary solution, Your Waste Innovation, fondly known as an Uber for waste.
The idea of Your Waste being dubbed the Uber for waste comes from the concept that someone can, at the tap of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service or schedule a request for an on-demand waste pickup, and the truck is on its way to come and pick it up. UNDP has been one of our long-time partners, I'd say from when we first started working on the Your Waste concept, with our first financing around 2019, 2020. When we were still students and just still, trying to pilot, no solution at all, but just a concept. And of course, a lot of it has also been in capacity building, where we work with UNDP to equip our staff, training, business development, marketing and sales through their different partners. We live in a time where we need to be mindful of our footprint to the environment and how it's affecting our climate. We need to foster more money towards, mitigation for, climate change consequences. And one of the ways we can do that is supporting businesses that are directly contributing towards a solution to ensure that, we reduce our carbon footprint within, the communities.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2023. It's a remarkable collaboration between UNDP, MTN Uganda and Makerere University, and it's all happening from the 6th to the 7th of October 2023. The theme, Fostering Innovations for Uganda's Transformational Development. Get ready to be captivated by visionary artists and innovators. Don't miss this golden opportunity to witness how art sparks change, fuels dialogue, and reflects the world through the eyes of our youth. The Youth and Innovation Expo 2023, where innovation knows no bounds.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are, of course, environmentally friendly. You don't need a driving permit. You don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge, and you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs. A kind of project. We are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the thread, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that. And the fact that, you know, plastics are our main raw materials, we are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay? The clay itself is special, as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions. But the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known the outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that hosted me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced to empower youth, at the same time to end poverty. UNDP has been so helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are creative, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools. And that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated. And the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. With the support of UNDP, Your Waste Company Limited introduced a revolutionary solution, Your Waste Innovation, fondly known as an Uber for waste.
The idea of Your Waste being dubbed the Uber for waste comes from the concept that someone can, at the tap of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service or schedule a request for an on-demand waste pickup, and the truck is on its way to come and pick it up. UNDP has been one of our long-time partners, I'd say from when we first started working with the Your Waste concept, with our first financing around 2019, 2020. when we were still students and just trying to pilot, no solution at all, but just a concept. And of course, a lot of it has also been in capacity building, where we work with UNDP to equip our staff, training, business development, marketing and sales through their different partners. We live in a time where we need to be mindful of our footprint to the environment and how it's affecting our climate. We need to, foster more money towards, mitigation for, climate change consequences. And one of the ways we can do that is supporting businesses that are directly contributing towards a solution to ensure that, we reduce our carbon footprint within, the communities.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2023. It's a remarkable collaboration between UNDP, MTN Uganda and Makerere University, and it's all happening from the 6th to the 7th of October 2023. The theme, Fostering Innovations for Uganda's Transformational Development. Get ready to be captivated by visionary artists and innovators. Don't miss this golden opportunity to witness how art sparks change, fuels dialogue, and reflects the world through the eyes of our youth. The Youth and Innovation Expo 2023, where innovation knows no bounds.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are, of course, environmentally friendly. Don't need a driving permit. They don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers in one charge. And you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the product. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs. Since it's a big kind of project, we are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in these. This is fiber, and these are thread. It takes over 2 months to get these because China is so far away. There are times when you need the thread, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that. And the fact that, so our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way. Conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay itself is special, as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions. But the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that is hosting me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as also contributing to the global economy.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at men. With the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows, which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are created, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated, and the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change. One step closer of UNDP, Your West Company Limited introduced a revolutionary solution, Your West.
Being dubbed the Uber for West comes from the concept that someone can, at the tap of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service or schedule a request for an on-demand waste pickup, and the truck is on its way to come and pick it up. UNDP has been but just a concept. And of course, a lot of it has also been in capacity building, our staff, training, business development, marketing and sales through their different partners. We live in a time where we need to be mindful of our towards mitigation for climate change consequences. And one of the ways we can do that is supporting businesses that are directly contributing towards a solution to ensure that we reduce our carbon footprint within the communities.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2020 Innovations for Uganda's transformational development. Get ready to be captivated by visionary artists and innovators. Don't miss this golden opportunity to witness how art sparks change, fuels dialogue, and reflects the world through the eyes of our youth. The Youth and Innovation Expo 2023, where innovation knows no bounds.
My name is Geoffrey. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to building electric bicycles, which are, of course, environmentally friendly. Don't need a driving permit. They don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge. And you don't need any fuel. A lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs, since it's a big kind of project. We are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get, have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that. And the fact that, you know, plastics are our main raw materials, we are also our top priority, benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then
natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions. But the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber, adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oil. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country, that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented, at the same time to end poverty. UNDP has been so helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows, which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That it is in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated, and the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. With the support of UNDP, Your West Company Limited introduced...
Your West being dubbed the Uber for West comes from the concept that someone can, at the top of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service or schedule a request for an on-demand waste pickup, and the truck is on its way to come and pick it up. UNDP has been one of our long-time partners, I'd say from when we first started working with the Your West concept, with our first financing around 2019, 2020. When we were still students and just still, trying to pilot, no solution at all, but just a concept. And of course, a lot of it has also been in capacity building, where we work with UNDP to equip our staff, training, business development, marketing and sales through their different partners. We live in a time where we need to be mindful of our footprint to the environment and how it's affecting our climate. We need to foster more money towards, mitigation for, climate change consequences. And one of the ways we can do that is supporting businesses that are directly contributing towards a solution to ensure that we reduce our carbon footprint within the communities.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2023. It's a remarkable collaboration between UNDP, MTN Uganda and Makerere University, and it's all happening from the 6th to the 7th of October 2023. The theme, Fostering Innovations for Uganda's Transformational Development. Get ready to be captivated by visionary artists and innovators. Don't miss this golden opportunity to witness how art sparks change, fuels dialogue, and reflects the world through the eyes of our youth. The Youth and Innovation Expo 2023, where innovation knows no bounds.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the we're also scaling out into rural areas and empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are of course environmentally friendly, don't need a driving permit, they don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers in one charge, and you don't need any fuel to actually use the bicycles. We need to scale up the great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs, since it's a big kind of project. We are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that. And the fact that, plastics are our main raw materials, we are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women, and our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay itself is special, as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions, but the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that trusted me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced. We came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows, which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are created, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated, and the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. With the support of UNDP, Your Waste Company Limited introduced a revolutionary solution, Your Waste Innovation, fondly known as an Uber for waste.
The idea of Your Waste being dubbed the Uber for Waste comes from the concept that someone can, at the tap of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service.
Nature-based solutions. We want to use nature to solve current challenges, but also maintain sustainability. So what we are doing, we are using Snemeimana from the Mbarara University of Science and Technology, representing Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, and in particular, innovative sustainable organic farming techniques. We are looking at nature-based solutions. We want to use nature to solve current challenges, but also maintain sustainability. So what we are doing, we are using bio-wastes to produce high quality fertilizers. Here we have an NPK organic fertilizer, which is made from available materials in our environment. We have a crop guard. It is also a 3-in-1. It is a fertilizer, it is a repellent, and it is an anti-feedant. Meaning we are controlling crop pests sustainably by not necessarily killing the important microorganisms in the environment. That's all. So our target is, our solutions are protecting future generations. As you can see, climate change is now a major global issue. You can see that soils are getting exhausted because of over-relying on these synthetic inputs. And we as iSoft, we say that the environment has the solutions to the current challenges.
Okay, this is Mhoz Rashid Shukran from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the mighty. Now, we thank you, the organizers of this Youth and Innovation Expo, that we have come on board to show the world at Makerere what we are doing. We are brought in by Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, which is our motherboard in making innovations shine at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Now, I want to add a word on what my colleague James Nemeiman has said. We are using NBS or nature-based solutions to offer solutions to the current global issues. Cut the long story short, on top of what he has talked about, we have our powders. We realize that as we give in solutions for farmers to produce, talk about the fertilizers, the crop guard that protect crops, we have farmers producing plenty of things. So what we are doing now, we are offering post-harvest solutions to maintain these crops that are out, be able to meet the markets, even the delayed markets. One of those solutions is we are converting fruits and vegetables into powders to offer a long shelf life. And this is one of the innovations that has been proudly funded by the CITT and then the UNESCO China Funding Trust. We are converting fruits and vegetables into powder. Example is this turmeric. Another example is this, which is unique and has made people amazed here, the tomatoes, and many other fruits and vegetables converted. We want to thank you for hosting us, and we want to say thank you so much for Mbarara University. Thank you so much, CITT. Thank you so much, Dr. Medad, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Mokuve. This is Imi. We are from BI Creations. At BI Creations, we use banana fibers and recycled cardboard to make replacements for plastic in homes, offices, and general accessorizing. Our workshops, so like I said, there are replacements for plastics in homes. So these, for example, are trays. This is a round tray. This is a rectangular tray, partitioned. This is a storage basket. So where you could use a plastic item, you replace it with eco-friendly, beautiful stuff. This down here is a very beautiful laundry basket. Neatly finished, it can replace the normal plastic stuff. So it's both good to your environment, but creates employment for young people, because we work in communities. The young people sell us the banana fibers and the cardboard, and they work with us. So one way you're creating employment, you're saving the environment shooting different birds with one stone. I continue, sir? Okay, this is a nativity set right here. It's the story of the birth of Jesus. Right here is the baby lying in a manger, the animals, the parents, the wise men. So this is good for your Christmas decor, but you can also use this to teach kids the story of the birth of Jesus. That's for people that are faith sensitive. This right here is another item that's changing the kitchen. It's a cutlery box. You can use it, place your forks, spoons here, serve your food. You enjoy your meal with eco-friendly products. This is a bread basket of fruits. You can place your fruits here, bread on the dining table. It can also be a kitchen organizer. You place your spices in here. So everything about us is banana fibers and recycled cardboard, all eco-friendly. Thank you. Mugasho Lincoln, and our company is called Ocean Technologies. So what we are making is smart lights from right here in Uganda. Our lights help you to save on energy. They enhance your security and also flexibility. They are very convenient for use. For example, if you get this light here and you just put it, so if you see, it just works with motion. So if I am there, it will switch on. If I'm not there, it will switch off. So you are saving on power. At the same time, it's convenient because imagine if you have a store and you're carrying sacks of grain and you have to switch on and look for the switch and whatnot. So this bulb can be used as a security light. It can be used in bathrooms. It can be used in stores and other places and corridors. This bulb comes in various shapes. We have this size, a medium size, and also these big fittings and other shapes from these components that we have. So most of these parts, including the box, they are made from right here because we are trying to support Ugandan manufacturing. The advantage of our bulb versus other products is the cost. Usually motion sensors cost around 150,000 and above. But with this bulb, this is just 30,000. This is 25, and this is 20,000. So if you compare with the amount that you'd have to put plus installation costs, you really see that this is a big deal. At the same time, with this bulb, you don't really need to know much about how to install. You see, it's convenient. So even a tenant can now use a motion sensor light at their premises. So we also teach STEM education using our Arduino kits, which we have here. So on top of making these bulbs, we can help you learn how you can make your own electronics, such as this prototype. So that is what Ocean Tech is about, and you can find us in Namugongo, where we are manufacturing our devices from. Thank you.
So my name is Jeremiah. I'm the manager of Mama Muchala Enterprise. So we do mushroom growing from making the seed to the actual fruit. So what we do is this is the seed. We culture this from the laboratory. So what we do is we do tissue culture from the lab, and then we are able to make this, the seed. Then this is the garden. The garden has agricultural waste, like cotton waste, maize combs. Those are major things we use to make this mushroom garden. So we get the products. We have the fresh mushrooms, the dry mushrooms. Yeah, all are from, and the specific type of mushroom we grow is called oyster mushroom. This is the oyster, and this is how it grows. It grows on the the waste product. This is cotton waste, you can see. Cotton waste, we used cotton waste and maize combs. So those are the major substrates that the mushroom want for it to sprout out so well. For those who are going for business, you need cotton waste because it holds water for a longer period of time. So once you have water and the cotton waste plus the spores or the mycelium, you are able to grow mushrooms. You can start with as small as 300,000 and you can grow big because these mushrooms generally require a very small space for you to start. You need just a small room for you to start doing business. Yes, thank you so much.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are of course environmentally friendly, don't need a driving permit, they don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge, and you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs. Since it's a big kind of project, we are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the threads, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge and we've been able to understand that, and the fact that plastics are our main raw materials. We are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay? The clay itself is special as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions, but the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that is hosting me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced to empower youth at the same time to end poverty. UNDP has been so helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are created, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated. And the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. With the support of UNDP, Your Waste Company Limited introduced a revolutionary solution, Your Waste Innovation, fondly known as an Uber for waste.
The idea of Your Waste being dubbed the Uber for Waste comes from the concept that someone can, at the tap of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service or schedule a request for an on-demand waste pickup, and the truck is on its way to come and pick it up. UNDP has been one of our long-time partners, I'd say from when we first started working on the Your Waste concept, with our first financing around 2019, 2020. When we were still students and just still, trying to pilot, no solution at all, but just a concept. And of course, a lot of it has also been in capacity building, where we work with UNDP to equip our staff, training, business development, marketing and sales through their different partners. We live in a time where we need to be mindful of our footprint to the environment and how it's affecting our climate. We need to foster more money towards, mitigation for, climate change consequences. And one of the ways we can do that is supporting businesses that are directly contributing towards a solution to ensure that, we reduce our carbon footprint within, the communities.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2023. It's a remarkable collaboration between UNDP, MTN Uganda and Makerere University, and it's all happening from the 6th to the 7th of October 2023. The theme, Fostering Innovations for Uganda's Transformational Development. Get ready to be captivated by visionary artists and innovators. Don't miss this golden opportunity to witness how art sparks change, fuels dialogue, and reflects the world through the eyes of our youth. The Youth and Innovation Expo 2023, where innovation knows no bounds.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are of course environmentally friendly. You don't need a driving permit, you don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge, and you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we build.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs. Since it's a big kind of project, we are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in these. This is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the thread, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that. And the fact that, plastics are our main raw materials, we are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating products together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay itself is special, as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions. But the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that is hosting me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc., among others. The idea came from the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced to empower youth, at the same time to end poverty. UNDP has been so helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows, which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have a club at least in all Kampala schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are created, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated. And the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving.
This was my first choice. I did Bachelor of Statistics. So I have a lot of good fond memories about this great institution. A lot has changed. I don't think I left this building here. And you guys have an opportunity for such things we didn't have at the time. And so I hope you're very excited about your times, as much as some of us looking from the outside are. So congratulations, it's a great institution now and you have a lot of support. So make use of it. So my name is Reginald Tumsime. I'm the founder and CEO of Capital Savvy, which is more like a corporate finance institution. We do a lot of advisory. We help companies raise money, SMEs. We also have our own fund internally where we support SMEs with access to bridge finance. So that's what we do. We've been around close to 7 years now. Personally, I'm an ex-banker. I worked for Stanchart for a very long time. Well, long time in my perspective, because I always wanted to start my own company very early enough. So I did 7 years in Standard Chartered. 4 of those years based in Nairobi, close to 4 years based in Nairobi, doing big data analytics for the SME banking segment across 8 markets within Africa where the bank existed. When I returned, had a very short stint in Stanbic and then left to found Capital Survey. So this is a very interesting topic that Timothy and I will be discussing. And so I'll try to keep it less technical and as interactive as I possibly can. And so I did a small presentation that we'll go through to give you a bit of context based on my experience on what finance is and how you can learn as much as you can as you build your own companies, as you create your own jobs, as you work for other companies, because it's not a bad thing to work for anyone. That's how you gain experience. So in as much as there's a lot of drive for self-employment, it's also important for us to know that it's fine to work, it's fine to be employed. And so I hope to share some experiences that will help you, give you insights on what for the future. Okay, good. So the topic is very interesting, and the Expo, Youth and Innovation Expo. But I've been really thinking in the last couple of days, what is really innovation? And what do we really think about innovation? And what I've discovered is that what most people call innovation is actually novelty. That's what it is. Innovation as we know it actually has the opportunity to change society and how we know it. And in addition to that, it could potentially change lives. That's what really innovation is about. Innovation changes lives, it changes society as we know it. And yet what we most confuse with innovation is actually novelty. The ability to create unique ideas, unique solutions is what novelty is, and it's what most of us do. When Apple puts a new spec camera on our phones, that's not innovation, that's novelty. And so it's important for us to understand the difference and the role that technology plays. And so there's a lot of confusion around this topic, and I thought that we could just get a bit deeper into it. There's a very interesting book that you guys should read as young people called The Singularity is Near, When Humans Transcend Biology, written by a man called Kurzweil. And he identified very uniquely the role that the information age as we know it right now, or the information-based environment as we know it, and the fact that the current information age gives us a very huge opportunity to exponentially grow our businesses. And so if you understand the difference between innovation and novelty and the role that technology plays, you then realize that innovation is not about apps, as many of us are doing. Everything you do, you want to create an app for it. Innovation is, why are you doing what you do? Why do you wake up in the morning? Why do you go to work? Why do you come to school? Why are you actually here in the first place? And we've seen very many examples of how companies have quadrupled their value based on this concept. Very interesting, deep concept. I'll give you an example of Apple. So there are 3 key things: why, how, and what. One of the things that Apple has mastered, and we see that in all their products, is why they exist. One of the things they say is that they exist to challenge status quo. What does that mean? On the other hand, you have competitors like Dell who are focusing on the what. What are they producing? Great computers. And very interestingly, in most of these corporate institutions that we work for or have worked for, we use Dell computers or HP. But why is it that Apple is a $1 trillion company compared to the rest of the competitors? They've mastered the art of why they exist. If you meet an Apple employee, which I've had the privilege to do in the recent past, these guys are indoctrinated in some sort of concept to change the world. And so the reason why is important is that when trouble comes, which it will, as an entrepreneur or a business owner, or even as an employee, you keep moving. You don't give up because you know why you exist. And so that why, as a young man, as a youth, as a student, as someone who is looking to get into the world of work, is something that money can't buy. It's something that has to sit deep within you because challenges will come. Another very interesting example is the recent 2008 financial crisis. Now that we're talking about finance, I'll give that as a very recent example. We saw that very many banks collapsed, shockingly. An example of Lehman Brothers. If you read the history of finance, Lehman Brothers was one of the most popular and profit-making banks. But they collapsed not in a matter of days, but in a matter of hours. And yet others, such as JP Morgan, survived. But if you read about their culture, you realize that along the way they lost the why. It became what? What do we exist to do? We exist to make money. And so they were driven by money, huge bonuses, greed. And so over-trading. And the moment things became tough, everyone packed their bags and left before the bank would collapse. And in a matter of hours, it was gone. History. And a recent example, again in the 2020 COVID period, there's a number of institutions that went under in finance, but we have those that have continued to stay. Why did they stay? You should spend time and read or actually watch on YouTube. There's a company called Citadel. The reason I'm giving these examples is to give you perspective and to sharpen your mind. It's a hedge fund based in the US, and if you know what hedge funds do, is they do a lot of risky stuff. And he explains how they survived the financial crisis. Long hours, never gave up, and that answers the why. They knew why they existed and they kept pressing on. And so spend time to reflect and think, is it really about innovation that you're doing, or it's actually novelty? And the danger with novelty is you'll keep adding products. When Colgate started years ago, there was only one product. Now they have 27 different types of Colgate. Not because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any data that shows that people are brushing their teeth more today than they did maybe 50 or 20 years ago. But why do they keep creating new products? Novelty, not innovation. So let's talk about finance, which is why we're here. If you look at these gentlemen, this is a very typical example of innovation. So these are guys, and I leave out a number between John Pierpont Morgan and Jamie Dimon. There are quite a number of people in between. But these are the guys behind JP Morgan as we know it over the years. And I just want to draw your attention to a gentleman called Peabody, who no one ever talks about. He's actually the brain behind JP Morgan as we know it. He was a merchant trader. He never set out to build a bank. He was a merchant trader, and back then they had issues moving money across different parts of the world. The key economies at the time were Britain and the US and some parts of Asia, China. And so they had issues moving money. So he became a banker by accident, because he had to find ways of pushing his underlying business. He was a merchant, a commodity trader. And so because he innovated around his trade, which was a merchant, commodity trader, then we have JP Morgan today as we know it. And so do not underestimate the power of fixing the why and what it can do years ahead. Emerging trends in finance. I think these are key things that as a young person you need to take very keen interest. I list down a few. I think the list can go on and on and on. Digital banks, neobanks, fintech. This is what we hear the buzz currently. And it's very interesting because everyone is trying to do all sorts of things around the first one. But the point here really is, how do we use technology to scale our businesses in finance? It goes back to my first quote that I presented, that at the end of the day, in the quest for finance players to leverage technology to scale their businesses exponentially, became the birth of digital banks, or neobanks as we know them, or fintech. And so very interesting trend. Now it has ceased to be innovation, really. I think the opportunity around there is around novelty and how you can use the different products, the different technologies to be different from everyone else. You have big data, very interesting. Today, interestingly, what we don't realize is that companies such as Meta, such as Google, these are data companies. Facebook or Meta is not a social media company per se. If you look at the metrics of their numbers and how they make money, they are literally trading your data. You must have heard about the scandal during the last elections in the US and what happened. Data. And so data is beyond the analysis that you do. For those who are into IT or computer science or statistics, it's understanding human behavior and the opportunity around it. And many say that data is the next oil. And so for everything you think of doing, whether you're innovating in agriculture, whether it's in oil and gas, whether it's in textiles, whatever industry it is, create a mechanism that collects data from your customers. You'll be surprised how much money you make from it. Regulation, RegTech, this is to do much with central banks and how they regulate commercial banks. Timothy has done a lot of work in there with commercial banks around KYC. So that's all RegTech, and so many opportunities that I'm sure he'll share there. Cloud solutions, how do you keep your data in the cloud? Very huge opportunity in there as well. Cybersecurity, with the growth of things like mobile money in our context in Uganda as an example, we've seen stories time and again, mobile money aggregators losing so much money. And so huge opportunity with cloud, with cybersecurity. Same applies to banks. And so I know Tim, I'm sure you play in that space, you'll be able to share more. Robotic process automation. A lot of the jobs as we know them are leaving. Trust me. And so, which goes back to the why. People are going to want to hire you, not because of what you necessarily do, but what drives you. What's your thinking? What are your values? Those are things that are not taught in school. In as much as we have threats around robotics, artificial intelligence, and all these things, the one thing that remains is your human nature, your values, your integrity, your discipline, your hard work. So in as much as all these things are threats, robotics, I think we have an opportunity in focusing on who we are and why we exist and why we do the things that we do. But huge topic now. AI, I think I can't say much there because I'm sure everywhere you turn, artificial intelligence. So many chatbots right now with financial institutions. So many opportunities around building in AI. You've heard of the company OpenAI and the things they've been able to do. Recently, I had a very interesting chat with a group of lawyers. So I happened to be in one of my friend's office, and he was preparing to go to court. And he was so busy and stressed, and I said, no, there's ChatGPT. Why don't you go in there and get an opinion? And he said, what is that? So I helped him, and in 5 minutes, he had everything he needed to do that he needed to do for the next 3 hours. Can you imagine that? So what does that mean? It means you may not necessarily need a lawyer for the things that we needed them for a simple MOU, for a simple contract. What does that mean to those who are in the legal profession? They've got to innovate. They've got to understand why they exist, to settle disputes, to progress economies through regulation and compliance. They need to spend more time in those areas. So AI is a threat, but it isn't really a threat if you know why you exist and if you innovate in the right direction. Buy now, pay later. This is very interesting. It's very hard to implement in this market because we have all sorts of issues around our data, whether it's with credit cards, or even the financial discipline of most Africans. But this is a huge trend that is coming. Crypto assets, very controversial topic, but it ceases to be controversial when you have the likes of BlackRock. Who of you knows or has heard of BlackRock? What is BlackRock? Who is BlackRock?
BlackRock is an investment firm. I think it owns almost all the big companies on the New York Stock Exchange.
So BlackRock is the biggest asset manager in the world. They manage trillions of assets. And why is that important? You must have heard about the narrative of ESG, which in my opinion isn't really a narrative. Climate change is real. But they've been the brain behind ESG. Why? They've invested in almost every company. Why is that important? They recently filed for a Bitcoin ETF with the ACC. So it's very naive for us as Africa or as Uganda or people in regulation to think that crypto assets are a very controversial topic or are things that are going to go away when you have the largest asset manager in the world that has existed for years, controlling literally every company that is worth talking about, filing for a Bitcoin ETF. What does an ETF mean? An ETF is an electronic traded fund that literally gives a common man in quotes, or your unsophisticated investor, an opportunity to invest, whether it's in stocks, bonds, or any other related assets, without really caring much about the underlying, or rather knowing much about these assets. And so what ETFs have done is they've given an opportunity to unsophisticated investors to have exposure into these things, whether it's stocks, whether it's crypto. And so what BlackRock is doing is they're saying, look, SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, give us a license to launch our first ETF in Bitcoin. Do not take these things for granted. And this, in my opinion, is going to be one of the big innovative spaces we've seen in the recent past, in modern finance history, at least as we know it, in finance. And so, interesting topic right there. Sustainable investing, ESG, environmental, social, governance, these are key thematic areas. I happen to be in the space of raising money for the work that we do, whether for ourselves or on behalf of companies. And we've noticed that everyone's door you knock on asks for your ESG considerations within how you operate. Are you very keen on the environment, or you're financing carbon-related companies? Are you building sustainable business models? Are you inclusive? Are you hiring women, youth? In what ratios? Do you have the proper governance structures? Do you have a board? How often do you meet? Can we have a look at your minutes? And so what I encourage young people to do is get into the practice of planning for these things early as you start. And so this is a very interesting area, huge opportunity. And also in your career, I do not know of very many ESG experts in this country. It's a huge opportunity for you as you leave school. Look out for ESG certifications that are related to reporting. Very huge opportunity. You'll be hired in a heartbeat. P2P lending, P2P, peer-to-peer lending. So lending as we know it is you go to a bank, apply for a loan, make your case, chase the bank, get your loan approved, and deploy it. Where we're headed is the owner of capital should be able to lend the borrower money directly without even ever having to meet them or even care about what they do, provided there's a very credible intermediary. And for us at the farm, we're building a product. Right now, it's we don't do P2P yet, but that's the vision in a digital bank, to be able to give access to, whether it's people in the diaspora who are looking to invest back home, but willing to support SMEs by access to credit or debt. They should be able to lend you guys money directly, but going through credible intermediaries who do the due diligence, who assess these clients, who give levels of comfort. Huge interesting opportunity and trend. Then last but not least is to do with tokenization. Now this is somehow related with crypto assets and blockchain as you know it. And I think this is one of the largest opportunities we have in Africa. If it's real estate, for instance, I'll give an example. If I have a property like this, and I have an idea how much revenue I generate, let's say I generate 10 million shillings a month, I should be able to tokenize these units. Let's say they are rooms or whatever it is, space. I should be able to tokenize it and raise money and give an opportunity to someone else, whether in country or outside the country, to buy tokens of this property that give them access to a share of revenue that I generate. And this can be run on an open source, fully immutable, transparent blockchain network. Huge opportunity for young people like you as well to explore. And so these are the key emerging trends in finance that I think will be critical for us to immerse ourselves in. And this is interesting because it does not matter what industry you're in. So it's not just about finance, it's about agriculture, textiles, trade, whatever it is, health, whatever it is you're innovating in, have these key pillars, at least one of them embedded in your business model. But so we are talking about all this stuff, you know, finance, raising money, innovation, but at the end of the day, you've got to get the basics right. This is a very simple model that we use. Traditionally, most will call it strategic business planning and all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, if you think through about your business and how you operate and what drives your growth, it's really about these four key things. Strategy, what's your strategy? You'll be so surprised when I give you Apple's strategy. So your strategy is like your key ingredient that ideally not everyone should know about, but at least your employees should know about. And one of Apple's key phrase words is closed architecture. And you see that in the way their products are launched. If you have an iPhone, you want to own a MacBook, you want to own AirPods, you want to own, so they want to lock you in, and that's their strategy, and it's been working. And so another example is Southwest Airlines. Their key strategy is wheels up. I recently took a flight on Southwest, and I saw, you know, I used to read about it in books, and it never made sense until this strategy of theirs made sense. Wheels up. So all they care about is to be in the air. So they do not, first of all, give you seat numbers. You just queue up and just enter the plane. Find a seat that is not taken and just... So their process flows are aimed to promote their strategy, which is wheels up. Luggage, everything just in. You'll sort yourselves out when you get to the airport or your destination. So strategy is very important. People, what kind of people are you hiring? Do they know what they're doing? Do they love what they do? Do they understand the culture of the company? Are they motivated? Right people in the right seats. It's not about the direction you're taking per se, but the people that are part of that direction. So very important pillar as well. Cash. You'll see the importance of cash as I go ahead in my presentation, because one of the interesting topics that comes up in these topics has to do with business valuation. And the commonest business valuation methodology has to do with cash, the income approach, where you discount future cash flows to today. So if you do not generate cash in your business, it means that you will almost have no value. So most focus on revenue, which I think is wrong. And I pick these four key pillars from what they call the scaling up methodology. You should read it up. and it's a very interesting methodology that big companies that have used across the world. Execution. This is very important. And just to summarize this, I'll just give you one interesting strategy we use at the farm. When we go for our board meetings or management meetings, we have a very simple format for writing our minutes. We have an Excel sheet with who, what, when. Who is doing what by when, done. Nothing like matters arising, A or B, who, what, when. Very simple. Why? Because it keeps people very, very accountable. You must have read somewhere that Jeff Bezos abandoned the presentation style format in meetings as we know it. He said, no, just write a memo, one page. What are you going to do when? Who is going to help you? How far are you with it? And so this is driving towards execution, because it's not enough to have the right people, the right strategy, have money. If you don't do what you set out to do, it's a matter of time. So one of the interesting topics that I know most people are keenly interested in is how to raise money for what you do. And I think reflecting on this, and based on my experience, I think one of the biggest opportunities we have, at least in this country and the continent at large, is to do with private equity, where you have companies to invest in your businesses, whether it's for equity, whether it's debt, whether it's a mix of both. And so we have a number of examples in here, venture capital as you know it. But the key thing I want to mention here that I've noticed, at least in this country, is our regulation around private equity. We don't have a clear regulatory framework. And a number of PE firms that have tried to come into this country, or even local funds that have tried to set up, have ended up obtaining lending licenses from UMRA, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, and then performing PE-type transactions. And so this is a huge opportunity for us to grow as a country. I know there are a number of topics with different regulators to try and fix this. But just to give you a broad idea, is the type of money you raise and how you raise it depends on the stage at which you are as a company. So most of us are in the idea stage, the seed stage, where really you're trying to build a prototype, or you're probably doing your market research and really no product per se, sort of an idea. Huge opportunity for VC, but extremely risky. And that's why this is very unpopular. And this is why one of the reasons why young people in this country get so frustrated with their ideas and few opportunities. It's risky and there's very limited focus on it. The startup stage, there's hardly any difference, but at least the difference here is that you now have a working product, a prototype. You've done your market research, you've hired one or two people, co-founders, awarded each of yourselves equity, and you have this nice idea, tested it in the market, and I think this is where another opportunity is. And for this market, this is where I encourage most of the development partners to participate. The UNDPs, the MasterCard foundations, and I know there's work going around that, the High Innovator by NSSF and companies like Outbox, the Innovation Village, are all trying to ensure that people in these two stages get help because it's so risky for private investors. And so if you're in any of these two, you want to plug into the likes of the Innovation Village, the likes of Outbox, the High Innovator by NSSF, the UNDPs, the MasterCard foundations, huge opportunity in there. Growth stage, expansion stage, hardly any difference as well. These really need growth capital. And this is where majority of the likes of us who are in private lending for SMEs participate, or other microfinance institutions who take slightly larger risks than commercial banks, and to some extent commercial banks. So this is where companies need money to scale, open an additional office, win that contract, hire more staff, and so there are a lot of opportunities in there, expansion capital, leveraged buyout. So these are not very popular in here. This is when, and it's another huge opportunity. Recently, you must have been reading a number of stories about local companies, as we know them, collapsing. And so there's a huge opportunity for a fund to set up and do distressed assets, where they go out to commercial banks or microfinance institutions, look into their distressed or bad loans, pick out the good ones, invest more money, gain equity in these companies, and help them scale and get out of trouble. Huge opportunity as well. The maturity phase stage, these are really large corporates. You know, in this market, people like Nice House of Plastics or Tembo Steels or any of those large corporate companies that are either looking to now move to other markets or gain more market share. And so these, a lot of banks participate in this space. But I wanted to highlight one interesting point in there, a concept called fund of funds. I've observed how development partners are executing their development mandate in this country. And I think one of the areas they may want to pick up on has to do with fund of funds. And so, you know, the foundation, MasterCard Foundation, UNDP, and anyone else, GIZ, it's one of those areas where you want to create a fund of funds, look out for different players that are good at what they do, and trust them with resources to then scale the rest of the SMEs that they support. So you create a fund of funds. An anchor fund, let's say, you know, $10 million as an example, give 1 million each to different funds that then deploy it using their different strategies. I think that's a huge opportunity for us that will help us get a lot of value. Yeah, I think this should be the last slide. Valuation techniques. As you create your own company, as you try to scale, there are a lot of questions that come around valuation. This is a very interesting topic, and you come across it as you try to raise money, whether as a young company or as a slightly more mature company. And there are various approaches, but one of the most popular being the income approach, where you discount your cash flows. Now, this goes back to what I said in the beginning and the importance of cash. If you do not have cash flows to discount, then how are you going to be valued? You'll end up with other methodologies such as replacement cost. And what this means is, how much does it cost to take you out of business in quotes? If you are a startup, hardly making any revenue, own a simple computer, maybe that's your value, the value of that laptop that you own. But also, there are other interesting methodologies, still under the income approach, where you can project your cash flows, but it gets really, really subjective if you don't have money to show for it. And so cash is very, very important as you develop your ideas, as you innovate. Ensure that you have cash and how you generate cash at the back of your mind. Relative value earnings multiple. This applies mostly in an environment where you have a booming stock exchange. As an example, if you are a beverage company, and for instance, Coca-Cola is a listed company, and you're a beverage company called X, and you're generating cash, you can use the multiples of your peer, or peer meaning the other company that does what you do, but that is listed. You can use their multiples as an example of price to income. That's one of the price to earnings ratio. That's one of the key multiples. So you can get the price to earnings ratio of one of the publicly listed companies, compare that with yours, and generate a value for your company. And so that is good, but very suitable for companies with an operating history and to a large extent predictable cash flows. The real option technique, this is really ideal for companies that are at idea or seed stage, and this has to do a lot with a young company where you have one or two key decision makers where you can decide to sell the company for an arbitrary value for one reason or another. But this has to do with a bit more complicated terms, you know, put and call options that I don't want to get into now. But the commonest really approach is the first one, and I think that's more applicable to us. So drive your cash, keep your why and understand whether you're actually innovating or you're being, unique, like I said earlier. So I think that's all I had to share with you today. I'm not sure you have any questions. So I don't know how many questions we can take.
Thank you. Do we want to ask the questions now? Do we want to first listen to the next speaker? I think if the next speaker also speaks, some things might
change. I think that's.
What do you guys think? Makere, so we first have the next speaker, then we ask questions. Amazing. So our next speaker. Am I the right person to introduce you, Timothy? So the next speaker, when I was still at university, I did software engineering. And by then, the only serious tech company we knew was Laboremas. So the big guys like ThoughtWorks came, they left. Quite a number of players came in the industry and left, but Laboremas was still there. And as we speak, he has another baby called Emata. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. And Emata has just raised some money. So, please join me to welcome Timothy Musoke to tell us how to build in Uganda. Over to you, Timothy.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Timothy Musoke. Before I start, I just wanted to know, any of you here planning to start any businesses? By show of hands. Okay. So you're the only ones that I've come for. The rest of you, you actually don't need to pay attention. On a serious note, this is only for those who are planning to open a company. So I'll be talking about Fit for Finance. I added my own subtopic, a pragmatic guide. Basically, my own journey that I have walked in Uganda, and I know you're here as well, so that something that is very relatable to you, yeah? So those who put up their hands, you are 99.9%, there's a 99.9% chance that you will follow the same exact journey that I have walked. So if you pay attention, I'm only looking for one guy in this room, or lady, who will listen, apply this, and they will be able to employ all of you here, because I see I think one of my company employs all the people in this room. So that one guy who is listening is actually going to, or lady, is going to start a company and they will employ the rest of you. So this is my pragmatic guide. Listen? Okay. Yes. I founded a few companies. One of them is called Emata. It lends money. It's a digital bank for farmers. The other one is called Laboremas. It builds technology for banks, KYC technology, or let's call it data verification technology for banks. And then some of you may know Refactory. I'm a co-founder in that company, and we train tech entrepreneurs. And then I've also been involved in 2 failed businesses, so I also know how to fail. It's important to fail in order to actually pick yourself up. I put these numbers here because I was sure URA will not be in the room. But it's just to also make you believe that this is possible here, right? We haven't had so many companies in Uganda that have managed to raise large amounts of money from professional investors, but I'm here to show you that this is possible, and I'm a living example of the same, right? So the next person who is going to do that is in this room. So you heard from Reginald, my colleague here. He is in the business of giving money to businesses, right? You want to come to companies like him to basically raise money for your businesses. When you look up the most common reasons why you fail to raise money, the number one reason is that you're not able to tell a compelling story. How many of you, if I was to invest $5,000 now and I asked you, send me your company pitch deck, would be able to send it now? If someone has that, I'm actually interested to invest in their company. Will you be able to send it as soon as I'm walking out of here? Yeah? Anyone else? You? Okay. You as well? I'm interested to see what you guys are doing on a serious note. If you have a ready pitch deck that you can send me now, as soon as I'm leaving, I'm very interested in seeing. So in that pitch deck, you are telling a story of your company. And what is in that story? It's things like, what is your business plan? I'm not talking about a 100-page document. I'm just talking about a few pages talking about what your business does. And then, of course, some of the things that a person like Reginald will be looking for when you send him this pitch deck, he will be asking, who are the people behind this company, right? So these are the top 3 reasons, and you should keep them on your fingertips. So, building onto the problem. What is the problem when it comes to storytelling? Because everything is really, in that pitch deck, is about you telling a story about your business. And if you look at these people seated on the desk here, one is sleeping, the other ones are, I don't know what they're doing, they're chatting, the other one is yawning, and there's someone seriously trying to present what they think is serious, right? So if in your pitch deck, those who are going to send me their pitch deck, the kind of storytelling you're doing is like the person that I see there, then that's what is going to happen to me. So this is the power of you telling the story of your business. If it's boring, if you haven't really thought about it, I'll look at it and then I was like, this thing is so boring. Even when it's so serious, and then I'll just be like, I'll get back to you. And then you'll never hear from me. That's probably what's going to happen to some of you. If I respond, just know your story was compelling. So, Reginald actually touched on this. If some of you are asking now, so where do I go to get this money, that I need to invest in my business? This diagram may not be clear, but on the right-hand side here, you see loan, which you can go to a bank, for instance, or MFI. You can go to what they call angels. These are rich people who have money that are ready to invest in early-stage startups. Like if I invested in his business, I would be an angel investor because I just come as an individual. I'm like, I think I like your idea. I'll put money in you. And then I will not go through all of them, but let's say you have a functioning product. One way of raising money to get your business going is to actually sell something to customers from your business. That is another way of doing it. There is also venture capital. If your idea is, semi-processed and you can actually tell a good story about it. And then the last one is called friends, fools, and family. Fools as in stupid people. They can actually invest in your company. I'll tell you shortly why. So These are the different ways that all those who put up their hands are going to be able to raise money for their businesses. Friends, fools, and family. Basically, if you have an idea, let's say you have figured out how to sell notes to students, the first person you're going to tell is your friend or your roommate, right? And you will be saying, man, let's put this, some money in this thing. You know, people will buy. So your friend is the most likely person who is going to give you your first 50K to go and make some photocopies or whatever it is that you're going to do to invest in your business. And fools are those, they could be friends or other kinds of people that you've managed to tell a story and they're like, I've really bought this thing. But because they've come in so early, the risk of this business is so high. You've heard that 98% of businesses failed before their second anniversary, right? So imagine those who put in money, those who helped you to put in money at the beginning. 98% of those who supported you, 98% of the businesses that failed, those people who put in money and the business failed, they are the ones we are calling the fools. But they are important because the 2%, they end up being amazing companies. So then they're not fools anymore, right? And then family, of course. Assuming you come from a family like this, you have rich uncles, you have rich sisters and father and mother. This is the lowest hanging fruit for most of you here. And you should not overlook it. If you have a bad relationship with your family, start mending that relationship. If you have friends that look like they're going to have money in future, hold on to them very tight. Yeah? If you have an auntie, when she comes home, you don't want to greet them, and she comes in a nice car, please start making friends with that auntie. You're going to need them in the beginning, right? Because they will not be able to, they may not give you the big money you need in future when you're growing, but when you're starting, because most of you are still in school, you need money to start. This is your lowest hanging fruit. Laboremas, one of the companies that I put here, it started like this. It was a friend that I met in a bar. Yeah? And then I met him at his house. And then he said, why are you always with your computer? And then I opened, I showed him what is in my computer. He got fascinated. When he went back to where he comes from, he talked to a few people and he's like, there is a guy in Uganda we need to work with. And Laboremas, in this case, he was a friend, but he was also a fool because this was something new and the chances of failing were really, really high. So I really wanted to emphasize this slide because it is where most of you are going to start, believe it or not, and therefore you need to start strategizing and making sure family, friends, and who end up being fools are really, really in your corner. Because I hear a lot of people saying, man, I want to start this thing, but capital. It's not going to be a bank that is going to give you that money because you don't have collateral. You don't have cash flow. You don't have money you've been making from the business. So forget about the bank. And nevertheless, the bank takes a very long time to give you money. It's not going to be a venture capital company or an equity investor because you have nothing really. You have no proven track record. These people want proven track record in order for them to give you money. So those options that I talked about earlier, these ones, you can really forget about them until you have an amazing story. So your biggest bet is this one. And it's, in fact, what most of you are ignoring. It's the one that you're not really paying the most attention to. Yeah, because like, maybe I'll go to the bank. You can go to the bank with collateral, with a land title, and they will say, but where are you going to get the money to pay us? So even if you have land, it's not necessarily going to help you. Okay? All right. So when you prepare your story, because I have told you it's really about the story that you're telling in your deck. When you have, when you're ready to now go and share your idea, the biggest mistake that most entrepreneurs make is they try to tell the story as if they're the ones who are going to listen to it, right? You need to tell the story, not the one that amuses you, the one that is most likely going to amuse the one you're telling it to, right? It's kind of counterintuitive for some people, but I mean, if I'm the one going to give you money, you are supposed to impress me. You're not supposed to impress yourself, right? Most of you write these things according to you, the way you see things. No, turn it around and say, the person I'm sending this deck to, what do they want to hear? And the questions are very few. They want to invest in things that are going to become big. The exception here is your friend, fools, and family. They may not care so much that all you want is a small shop. Yeah? But anyone who is serious, they want to know, is this something that can potentially become big? It doesn't need to be big now. It just needs to look like it's going to be big later, in a few years. So this is the first question. Now I'm giving you when you're cheating in exams, what do you call it? Yeah? Sassy. I'm giving you sassy. You need to tick that box. So if the thing you're about to send me does not indicate that there is a potential for this thing to become big, then most likely I may not get back to you. Then the second question they will be asking is this thing viable? In other words, if I put in 5 million shillings and they sell 100 units, maybe this is, maybe you've figured out some amazing water that you're going to start selling. And we sell 1,000 units at 1,000 shillings. That is just 1 million shillings. But I've put in 5. The numbers are not adding up. Yeah? So they're trying to answer, they're trying to assess you and say, if we put in this money, are we going to get our money back? Now this is a question you may not ask yourself because you're concerned about this beautiful, nice idea that you have. You're not thinking about it from the perspective of whether it's going to make money or not. Where you're sending this thing to, this is the question they're asking. The third question is, for anyone putting money in your business, they want to make a lot of money. Yeah? In a very short time. Yeah? Some are patient, they will wait, but they are always thinking, what is the shortest time we can make our money back? This is a question they're asking yourself. You, because you're so passionate about your idea, you're not necessarily thinking about this part, the way they are thinking about it. And then the last thing, which all of you are going to be victims to, is your team credible? This one requires you to light a torch on yourself and say, I have 0 years of working experience. Which investor is going to put 20 million shillings in me? That is a question you really have to ask yourself. It's not impossible, but it just means your storytelling has to be even more amazing. Yeah? You need to come and say things like, I have never missed class. I am consistent. I was always an A student. There are ways to overcome these things. I was always an A student. You know, I was very bright in class. I have a big circle of friends. They will be the ones to support me. You know, like, so unless you're able to tell a story around your team, yeah, then again, it's going to be an uphill battle to convince someone who is going to put money in your business, right? So, the question is, if this is a lot about the story you're telling in these business documents that you're sharing, how do you tell that story. You need to know that for any serious investor, yeah, those that are trained to invest in businesses, they think the same way about the way they evaluate a company they should invest in. So you must know how they think in order for you to convince them, right? So there's a playbook they follow. So unless you're following that playbook, then obviously you're shooting in the air. I'll quickly go through this. Number one, there's what they call the elevator pitch. But to me, my experience is when I find you like there outside, and we are rushing to enter this conference room so that we can start the sessions that are going on here. You should be able to tell me about your business in like 10 seconds. We do this. We sell notes to students and we charge them per photocopy we sell. Like, that's how you get my attention. Yeah? We have figured out a way to test malaria while you're in a taxi. You know, like, that is what will be, tell me more, because there are many people who get sick of malaria. So if you're not able to catch my attention, if you tell me, I started a soda company, I'm like, are they competing with Coca-Cola? So in my head, that's what I'm saying, but you don't know. So the whole idea is to catch my attention so that I want to listen more. The moment I want to listen more, then your chances of getting money from me have just increased. Yeah? So the question to you, do you have an elevator pitch or you're just there? The second thing, the moment I say, I like this thing, malaria thing you're talking about. So what are you seeing in the future? So this is now your vision. You're saying we envision a future free of malaria. Now that is your vision. These guys, Tesla, for them they want all cars in the world, including trucks like that one, to be electric. Yeah? They don't want to see any car where you feel fuel in it. So entrepreneurs want to see your vision for the future. Why? Because if it's a big vision, what does it mean? A lot of money, right? That's how investors look at these things. And then, of course, number 3 is related to number 2. What is the big opportunity? Yeah? Then you say, you see now if you're going to sell that malaria tester that I was just talking about, and you go to the United States. In the United States, they don't fall sick of malaria. So there is no, because it's not a tropical country, right? So you can't be selling that idea in the US. It will just be, But if you come to Uganda where they say 2 million people get malaria every year, then that is big business for this tech that you just invented. So hence the big opportunity. It may be big here, it may not be big somewhere else. So you need to be able to say, if you talk about this big opportunity. Then number 4, problem. You need to be able to articulate the problem very, 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 very well. This one is the one that fails, I think, 99% of all presentations. When you're not able to articulate what your business is trying to solve. Continuing with the malaria use case that I just gave you. So you need to say, you see, if you go to Mulago and you go to the laboratory, you find there's always a queue of 500 people waiting to get tested for malaria. I want that queue to go away and people be tested in 2 seconds. Now there you're really, really catching my attention. You know? You're like, okay, now I see this thing. From Mulago we go to Mbarara. From Mbarara we go to Gulu. You know, so there you're starting to warm me up. My pockets are now, I'm even holding in my pockets now. I'm ready to pull out some money. You know? And then your Your closer is when you say your solution. We have invented this thing. It is even on a smartphone. Actually, it's not on a smartphone only. It is on a capability phone. We just point this thing towards you and we know whether you have malaria. Ah, there, you're done. I'm just like, where do we send the money? You know? So you have set me up. You've told me this is a big thing coming. You've told me there's 2 million people in Uganda. You've told me the problem is there's so many queues around. And now you're telling me you have this thing that is going to make this thing become alive. That is how you tell an investor to give you money. They will open and give you whatever you have in your book. So of course, from number 6 going downwards is important, but for the most part, if you say number 1 to number 6 to number 5 very well, usually the investor is the one who is saying, okay, now, first tell me, so who is your customer? Who is your real customer? Who is going to buy this thing? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that the malaria patients are the ones who are going to buy this thing. No, it is the doctors. It is the lab technicians, you know? So now you're starting to tell me, what have you seen? Who is going to buy this thing? Is it the Minister of Health? You know? So, and then of course, I will ask you, me as an investor, I will ask you, why do you think of all people, it is you who is going to succeed in this business? That is a question you should be ready to answer. Then you start telling me, I was the best student in pharmacy class, you know, I'm extremely brilliant, I have a business partner, he was the best in his class as well. So together, you know, we are going to create an amazing business. So here, it's about, because investors don't want to give you money, and there's like 100 other people who are going to do the same idea, right? It means you're going to lose the money because other people are competing with you. So you need to be able to tell them, you, why do you think you are so special that I should give you money and your business is going to succeed? So related to that is obviously the competition. You need to be able to say, we have seen there are other people on the market. They also do malaria testing, but theirs takes 2 days. Ours takes 5 seconds. You know, so that's how you should be able to talk about your competition. And then of course, number 9, you need to be able to say how you're going to make money. You should say every person we test, we send them an SMS that they pay for, it costs 1,000 shillings. So imagine we test 2 million people, that is 2 billion, yeah, every year. So now you're telling me, now this thing, there's quite some money in it. And then after that, it is now me, the investor, who will ask you, so how much money do you need to start? This is a question you have all been waiting for. How much money do you need to start? You should already know. Like, in order for us we have planned to make 10,000 units every year. Each unit costs us 1,000 shillings to make. Yeah? So we need 10 million to start. And that 10 million is going to help pay some salaries, pay for rent, and pay for the production of the development of his software, for instance. So you also need to be ready with how much and how you're going to spend it. Yeah? And then I already talked about the team earlier, which is related to why you will succeed. But essentially, you need to say, this is my team. It's composed of me, the lead technical guy. I also have my business partner. He's a business student. So me, the investor, when I'm looking at this information, I am trying to see, does this team gel well enough to pull off this idea? This is what I'm asking in my head. You, I'm not telling you. But you will have just slapped a few friends together because you go to the bar together. You guys, let's start a company. This thing is going to make money. So you slap a few friends together thinking, hey, these are the people who are going to give me the least trouble. When you bring that to me, I'm just saying, this guy did accounting. This guy did social works. How are they going to make a malaria testing kit? Yeah, who is going to market this thing? You know, I'm not seeing that expertise on the team you have sent me. You know, so this is there not just to fill up people, to show that there are people in the company. You need to critically think about what are the key pieces that must come together in order for this business to succeed, right? So, and the whole of this thing, you need to be able to stand here where I'm standing and tell a story about it. One day, we had just come back from school. We were drunk. And then my friend had malaria. And then I Googled something and I realized we can test them with this thing. So we tried it out. And we realized you can test malaria on the phone. And then we decided to start a company. You see now me who is listening to you, I'm like, oh my God, this is life-changing. You know? Like the story you're telling me is captivating. Remember, you're not talking to a robot, you're talking to a human being with emotions. Yeah? And you know how you all like stories, right? So if you use a story approach to tell why you're trying to do your business, how you're going to tell your business, you have a much higher success of convincing me to put money in your business. So as I wrap up, I saw this thing which a lot of people, this question I hear it a lot from other people trying to start companies. And he goes, investors want to be sure, just to give you context, this is a company that needed to get a license from the central bank of its country. Yeah? But they needed a lot of money to get that license. Yeah? So now, this is the founder complaining. Investors want to be sure that you're going to get that regulatory approval before entrusting you with capital. So they want you to first go and get the approval from the central bank or the regulator. But then he says, but you need that capital to get the regulatory approval. So, in other words, you can see the chicken and egg situation. I am hoping that the information that I have given you today can be the starting point of you telling good stories about your businesses, and always have your business ready to send it out. If you've thought about it, then you should be ready to send it out in a second. Telling a good story will get you out of this quagmire here. Yeah? You will be able now to convince the investors and say, but listen, the moment we get this license, the next day we have 1,000 customers ready to start paying. That is a story. Yeah? So everything can be navigated. So that's all I have for you today. I hope it has been helpful for you. Yeah, we can see how we can move on.
Thank you, Timothy. Thank you, Reginald. So, the people who had burning questions before, do we still have them? Or now you've pivoted a bit? Please, one question, eh? Like not the, so I was saying then, and then, one question.
I promise.
Thank
you very much to our presenters. My name is Leombia Kelvin Joshua. I'm a final year student doing agricultural economics. My question was about the ESG that you told us about. These courses would be important. Where can we get access to such courses within the country? Is there any recommended place where you could direct us to be able to get these certification? Thank you.
Okay. Very good question. Should we take maybe your answer as we go? Okay. I am not personally aware of any ESG type, whether it's education provider or academy in this country, but we live in a global village. So what you can actually do is just Google. I'm just trying to find one here that I recently shared with someone. There are a number of interesting online courses that you can do. So there's one, just a second. So there's one called, so visit the Corporate Governance Institute. So it's called corporategovernanceinstitute.com. So they have a diploma in environmental, social, and governance, ESG. It costs quite a bit, I think, close to $5,000. That's about 20 million. But I'm sure that you can find some useful ones if you keep searching. It's still a new and gray area, and the beauty with that is I'm sure there are a number of courses that can help. There is another online provider, education provider called Coursera. Has anyone of you heard about Coursera? They usually provide relatively affordable, sometimes zero-cost courses that can get you familiar with some of these things. But if you really want something really professional and certified in ESG, I would recommend the corporategovernanceinstitute.com, and you'll do the diploma in ESG, which costs about what we've just shared here.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mine is a simple question. I'm a student here at Macquarie University, but I'm a trader as well. But I deal in already finished products. I market outside market, but for myself. I buy and market or sell these things. So my question is it advisable for me to do this marketing? I get the business set while I do only that, and then maybe afterwards liquidate this and start a different kind of business that is sort of an innovation instead. Or I would rather keep both of them and keep both of them moving.
Good question. I'll try, and then maybe Timothy will add. So, very interesting story. So, I'll just share a personal story to give her a bit of context. So, I used to be a geek in school. I, as a matter of fact, once appeared in the papers for being among the best students in this country. So, when I joined campus, I made a very deliberate decision to nurture my entrepreneurial abilities or skills. And I used to stay in a hostel called Nana. Is it still there? I'm not sure. I stayed first in Sivira Hall, which was given to me through the government scholarship. But unfortunately, it was quite untidy at the time. I'm not sure it has improved now. So when I moved to Nana, I saw an opportunity. What's your name? Kansime. I saw an opportunity, Kansime, to do exactly what you do. I used to sell clothes. Imagine someone doing statistics and selling clothes. I used to wake up at 4 in the morning, sometimes earlier, prepare, go to Owino, downtown, get second-hand clothes, be back by 6:30, wash them, leave them to dry, attend class. Statistics at the time, we used to do 10 course units. I'm not sure what the case is right now. So would study till 5 o'clock. Come back, the clothes have dried, you've ironed them, you start selling. And little did I know that these things were building the character of an entrepreneur. As campus would later on end, I got into lending money. And today I run a digital bank, which is one of the things that we do. We lend money. It's as simple as that. Forget about the complicated things we said earlier. We lend. We support SMEs by lending money in-house. And for those that are slightly bigger, we go out and help them raise money. But to answer your question, continue doing what you're doing. At the end of the day, like I said, innovation is not just about the technology. Innovation is about why are you doing what you do. Maybe out of your business where you sell already finished products, you will, if you import them, you probably notice, okay, import duty is high, there's the Buy Uganda Build policy, how can I leverage, maybe there's money in Uganda Development Bank, okay, now is the time to go and create my own product. But while you sell what you're selling, yes, it's a finished product, you're learning sales, you're learning marketing, you're learning budgeting, you're learning financial discipline, you're learning all these things that will help you move to the next level. So for what you're doing, keep at it, but always ask yourself, why am I doing what I do? How can I be better at it? How can I do something different? How can I create value? How can I scale? How can I employ others? These are all questions that will be very important when you're a bigger company, when you've now zeroed down on what it is you want to do. And you'll never have the answers starting out. A lot of what you see now that Timothy enjoys, or what by the privilege of what we do, we enjoy, it's not been easy. We didn't have these answers when we started. I actually don't have the answers yet, even for what I do. A number of times, I question what I do. And so, and the reason I like the stories he shared, or what I'm sharing now, is that a lot of people out there focus on the good stories, but it's not easy. If I decide to do a masterclass on why he failed, or why I've failed before, you'll be surprised. And we don't even have the answers yet as we speak. Let no one lie to you. And that's why you find even the richest man on earth now is trying to explore going to space. So what does that show you? Just keep at it. Keep at it. You'll never have the answers. Don't be compelled to be driven by the narrative that you see, thinking that innovation is about technology in itself. You are innovating in a way. Maybe through your work, you'll create a very unique sales model that you can then take online, and then you scale. So I don't have a direct answer to your question. Do not be in a rush. Keep innovating what you do and around what you do. Yeah.
Maybe I can also just add on that. I'll tell you a story about a customer of a bank. This bank sold this account. It had so much money, and banks are required to ask, where did you get this money? So they kept seeing this account accumulating money, and then one day they called, they said, you know what, we're going to freeze this account until this person comes and tells us where they get their money from. So the owner of the money, or the account, comes, is very angry, and said, he provides the evidence of where he gets his money. It turned out he was the sole distributor of matchboxes in Uganda. These is matchboxes you use to light your sigiri. This man had accumulated so much money, and one big bank was concerned. This moral of the story is, there's no business that cannot make you a lot of money if that is one of your reasons for doing that business. Number two, my own story. Laboremas has existed for 10 years. It has not been easy. It has been hard. Consistency, persisting. And I've just learned that even the two businesses that I started that failed, they were actually setting me up for Laboremas. Meaning, there's nothing that you do towards doing a business that goes to waste. At a minimum, you learn why businesses fail so that you don't fail the next one. Sometimes you have to fail more than once, in order to succeed. Most of you don't know, but one of the most celebrated companies whose software we use on our phones, WhatsApp and Facebook, Zuckerberg had a failed business before he started Facebook. Actually 3 businesses that he had tried to start, and each one of them taught them something. So whatever you are embarking on, just go hard, because you don't know whether it's going to be successful or not. Just do it. If it fails, God forbid, you're going to learn a very big story that the other ones have not yet learned, and that will give you a competitive edge.
Yes, my name is Joshua Makanda. Thank you. I'll say I'm a senior youth. I have just 2 concerns, and I think they go to Mr. Timothy. My first concern is, let's say you're doing a pitching, and you've already articulated your short pitch content, and one thing I need to know. Do you also plan, when you're doing a startup business, do you also plan for anything like disaster? Do you put it in plan? That is number 1. Number 2, do you also plan for emergencies? Emergencies in the sake of accidents, sickness, death, robbery. When you're doing your pitching or your startup business, do you still put them under plan? Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you from someone who has gone through raising money, but I will also ask Reginald, who is a finance expert, to also tell you about risk management. When you're doing a startup, young, energetic, who thinks about death? You don't think anything can go wrong. But you have to be smart, indeed. Especially, so we're talking about innovation today. So part of being innovative is to actually say, what if the government changes? Or what if, you know, our business depends on the sun shining every day, and then some days it rains. I'm in the business of lending money to milk farmers. One of my businesses lends money to milk farmers. The dry season, we see the data showing the production going down, yeah? And yet we have lent money to farmers who were expecting to use their milk revenue to pay back money to us. So then we are questioning, how are they going to pay for us? So part of the innovation that we have come up with, or we came up with, was we are also going to reduce their repayment amount during the dry season, because we know that they are not able to pay back the amount they would have normally paid during the rainy season. So that is part of our innovation. How is it different from other lenders? When you go to the bank, let's say Stanbic Bank, and your repayment is 800,000 every month, they don't care whether it is raining or it is sunny, you must pay 800,000 shillings. So no wonder you find a lot of their customers defaulting on their loans. In my company, the only people that have failed, one died, and then the other one moved from one place to another. We have hardly had any defaults. Yeah, of course, the numbers are not as big as Stanbic, right? In terms of number of people. But you can see that us staggering our repayments, especially during the dry season, has helped us to make these farmers keep up with their... So the short answer is, yes, plan, but use innovation as a tool, yeah, to innovate around these risks. But the finance experts can also, I don't know if it's something you want to add. Okay. Just, yeah, innovate. We're in an innovation expo. So that's my best, that's from my experience, that's what I would advise. Yeah.
So what he's saying is pretty much diversification. So I'm sure, I don't know what his business model is, but if he's successfully lent to dairy farmers, there's no reason why he can't think of lending to coffee farmers. So you've got to diversify in your business, because the seasons of dairy and coffee are different. So when one is up, one is down. When one is down, one is up. So you get to be seen to be successful because you diversify. It's one area when you're starting out you tend to ignore, because most entrepreneurs are more risk-seeking. They think about only things that can go right. But if you, from the get-go of your business, begin to be cautious and have a good risk management framework, you'll do well. But really, it's about diversification.
Yes.
Sorry, my point is from the point of partnering. Let's say I've partnered with you in my business. I'm supposed to be giving you, let's say, a 10 or 15% share, and you are an investor. You've given me your money, but this has happened. What goes around between you and I? Then, in relation to your last slide, which says investors want to be sure that you're going to get that regulatory approval before entrusting you with the capital, but you need that capital to get the regulatory approval. Still concerned with that. Let's say we are partnering and you're taking 15%, but then the working capital, including the regulatory, is about, let's say, 30,000 USD. But me, as the owner of the idea, I don't have the 30 USD. Let's say 30,000 USD. But you have the 30,000 USD. How do you go about that? Awesome.
Okay. I will give it a shot, and then Reginald can also come and pitch in. A lot depends on, again, I can't emphasize this storytelling enough. Somewhere on the slide, I showed you there's a section which says, how much money do you need? Yeah? Now, when you come to me and you want money from me, you are supposed to tell me the money you need. And when you're telling me that, you've considered everything. You've considered the money you have. You've also considered the money you don't have. It is also okay for you to come to me and say, I have zero money. Me, I'm coming with just the idea and the product. Yeah? So, in order for this thing to become viable, I need you to put in all the money. So, entities like venture capital, they will be ready to listen to that if you meet the stage at which they invest. Yeah? Are you still too much of an idea, or have you actually did a bit of grinding to prove your idea that they are able now to come in and give you a push? Yeah? So there's no one specific template I can give you that is the right one. Me, I have 15, then you have 30,000. No. You come and tell me the story that you want me to follow. If I don't like it, and you say you're offering me 10%, and you want me to put in $100,000, and I don't like that deal, I'll tell you, no, I don't like that deal. You increase the shareholding. Yeah? I'll have my reasons why I'm saying that. But then there are also those who will come and say, I just love this idea so much. You know what? I'm just going to invest what you've asked. Google, their first money they raised $1 million. It was just here talking. Yeah? The guy even said, no. Here is the check. We'll do the paperwork later. Yeah? It's just because the guy they were telling the story liked the idea so much. Why did they like the idea so much? It's because these guys were good at telling a story. Yeah? So you prepare yourself and you come with your terms. Of course, do some research. See what are others doing. Yeah? Come with your demands, present them to who you want to get the money from, and even set some terms. Me, I don't like these terms, and then the negotiation begin.
So I think, Tim, it goes back to what you spoke about earlier, the power of the friends, fools, family. I think what we usually forget is to get the work done. Just keep pushing. I'll give another example to Tim's point of the triple F, especially the fools and friends. Very interesting.
So the digital bank that we're not trying to create, that we've created and we're trying to scale, the first investor in it invested without meeting me. I had hosted a couple of friends who had flown in. I didn't know them. I knew my cousin was getting married, and I offered to host these people, friends to her fiancé at the time. And when they went back to Europe, because of the work that I do, and they had seen what I do, my home office, the things we're trying to build, so they flew back and told someone random in a bar that there's this young man in Africa trying to do these things. And they reached out to us, and first check, they had never met us. It didn't even have to do anything to do with equity. It's just a debt deal, rev share and other ways to protect us. But it's that interesting. It's not really complicated. So the power of relationships, your friends, your family, these people are watching you, how you spend your time, the kind of dedication you have, people who visit you at home, visit your company, your business, even clients. I recently invested in a client's business. He's a coffee exporter. I invested in his business because of the way he conducts himself. He's serious, he loves what he does, he understands what he does. And I literally forced myself on this guy. And so, back to Tim's point of the triple F, there are ways. The world is abundant, but there are few vessels. It's even where we sit, we have not really gotten there. We are struggling to get there. All we spend our time every day is to increase these vessels through which these blessings and abundance can come to us. So you just have to keep pushing. Sacrifice that holiday, those clothes you want to buy, that girlfriend you want to take out. Sacrifice those things, invest that money to the license you want, to the things you want to do. And somehow along the way, God will find a way of providing. Through your relationships, your friends, your lecturers, they are watching you. You never know who they recommend you to.
Reduce the number of girlfriends.
Thank you so much. Let us put our hands together. Yes, I am sorry I'm going to have to cut this short. In the next few minutes, so they have been talking about the friends, family and fools. Then he has invested in a client. There are people that have invested in him. So we actually have someone, Bob will speak more to that. There is actually a grant, I will not call it a grant, but there is actually some 20K to be invested in your business if you're doing things right. So at this point, I'd like to invite Bob Ogwang to introduce himself and tell us what he actually does and how do we tap into that money. Thank you.
Hi, Timothy. It's nice to finally put a face to one of the co-founders of Imata. Through one of our programs, we've been able to invest in them. Not really invest, but support their businesses to reach more clients. And that is through the World Food Program. My name is Bob. I work with Outbox, and we do manage several programs for different organizations. So our mandate is to build startups and support them access funding, as well as technical support to help them reach more customers, just to mention very few. We've been in the game just as old as one of these startups. This is our 11th year of operating in this market, and we are not very far from you actually. You can just walk from here through Wandegea YMCA, and you go up there just next to StarTimes, just on the 4th floor, and you'll be able to meet us. So when I was listening to Timothy, I was intrigued. I was even lost for words. You've literally talked everything. I don't know, what should I tell you guys? Timothy has told you everything. from a very practical point of view. Mine is just to share with you the opportunities you can tap into. Also just through one of our challenges, the UNICEF Uganda Innovation Fund Challenge for young people on climate change. And we were able to, right here? Here? Just messing with you. All right, so we're able to, maybe you should just wave at the crowd. I've not seen you. I know he's very shy. He's very shy, but he's one of the young people we recently worked with through our incubation program to help him and his team build an idea for climate change. And as we speak now, we are going into the process of helping them raise funding, but most importantly, how they were able to get an idea and build it out. We gave them, by the way, very little money. How much was it? $1,000. Very little. But if you have 1K and you're able to build a prototype, regardless of how it looks like, and you test it with a customer, and the customer gives you feedback that this can work, or improve it slightly so that I can pay for it. That is what we did with them. It was really basic. We got their assumptions of, we think this is how we can solve climate change. We took them to a boardroom, built assumptions, and then sent them out to the field. In fact, we first gave them $100. It's little money, about 380,000. I know some of you are saying, Nenga musera sente, 380K. But for a young person who is 19, 21, probably that is the only money you've seen in your life. The other money you've seen is tuition. They're sending it to the market to pay school fees, to buy things. But you've not been given money to start a business. So here, they have never run a business, but we are challenging them to start a business on a very small budget. So they were able to build an idea, and they reached a point where they wanted more money to take that idea and build a prototype and bring it on the market. So we gave them $1,000. As we speak, we are lining them up to get to where Timothy is. It may not be today, it may be in a year or two, but he has begun the journey of building his business. You never know, 3 years from now, he will be right here telling you how he has built 4 startups, and you guys will be like, it's impossible, he's too young to do that. So start, and we'll be able to run that journey with you. So today specifically, I want to talk to you about this program. So we built this amazing program about 2019, just before COVID right there. And why did we build it? For one reason. There are so many young people in the country running businesses, but no one wants to invest money in them. For one reason, you're not bankable. You've not built a very heavy bank account for someone to trust you with their money. And you may be making 10 million a year, 5 million a year, 1 million Uganda shillings a year, but no one is willing to give you that 10K you want, 5K, 3K US dollars to help you do something. And some of you who run boutiques, you just want someone to give you 1 million to restock, or you want someone to give you 500,000 as transport or money that can help you manage operations. But because you're too small, no one wants to trust you. So when we're building the program, it came from how many businesses are there that are making about 10 million Uganda shillings every year. Total. That is before tax. How many? There are so many. And when they go for pitch competitions, they are left, they are too small. And yet in 2 years from the time they began, if they are consistent enough, they are going to triple that money from 10 million to 30 to 60 to 90, 150 to a bar. But no one is willing to take the risk. So with the NSSF Innovator program, the intention is about, we have 3 intentions really. We are very selfish. We want to give or train you. In fact, how many of you are running business? By show of hands, how many of you are running businesses? Would you go for a training if they told you, come and we train you how to run a business? Would you go? These are plain lies. Guys, stop lying. Stop lying, stop telling lies. Every time we talk about a training, people don't want to go for trainings because it's just training. People want to go for a training and get money. People want to go for a training and get access to a market. But in Uganda and in Africa, many people offer you trainings to tick off a box. I trained 1,000 youth and they tick off a box. I trained 10,000 people and they tick off a box. For us, it's the opposite. The training is meant to help you understand what it takes to run a business. Why do you think Timothy hired him, or why do you think he partnered with him? You think it's cheap to hire this man as a finance analyst or a specialist? They are very expensive, but it's for one reason. There is what he knows that Timothy doesn't. Timothy may know how to bring in the money, but he'll need someone who is technically gifted to understand how the numbers work. Now, for you as a solo business owner, you're happy to do everything. You're happy to post on your status, post on Facebook, run around and make a delivery yourself, because you're really small. But when you start growing, some things leave them for the experts. Now, that is what the training helps you realize. Our training helps you understand, what are you good at as a business owner? Is it finances? Is it managing people? Is it managing partnerships? Is it product development? What is it that you're good at? So that you can focus on that and hire smart people like you to help you manage areas where you're not very strong. Otherwise, you'll waste time there, and your investor will come back asking you what you've done, and there's no return on their investment. And trust me, you didn't like it in the repercussions. So when Tim was sharing, I quickly just put this around, and I just want to focus my talk around this. So when you're running a business, and this is really based off what we've come to understand from the 5 years we've been supporting businesses through the High Innovator program, that when you're running a business, there are 5 core things you need to know. One is, why are you in business? What keeps you awake? Now, if I asked some of you here, in fact, let me see, how many of you guys put your hands up for running business? Let me see. Don't fear, I won't ask you hard questions. Okay, I'll begin with you since you're close. So what is your goal for this year, ending December?
My business goal, since I'm just starting the business, by the end of this year, I want to have learned at least everything I need to be successful, such that when I enter the market, I'm not trying. I know what I'm doing. Yes, it's an idea.
I want someone who is running a business. Who is running a business already? All right, there's a gentleman at the back there. I just walked you quickly.
My business goal by the end of this year, we want to install more chat detector content in our product. And we also want to install a temperature regulator. We also want to produce a modular that can be driven from one place to another. My product is a dehydrating machine that can prolong the shelf life of agricultural produce from 2 days to at least 1 year. So it is a dryer. It helps farmers turn their post-harvest losses into profit. We have done this for about 2 years now. Yeah. Every week about $5,000 from direct sales of our product. So we make both the dehydrator and the biogas. Yeah, the dryer is powered by biogas. Thank you.
Perfect. This man just made a pitch, and I think I have a business we can give the $20,000. Please don't leave by not seeing me, or you can meet Bonita. But I believe your business can get this $20,000 next year in March, because that's the next time she'll be funding. So I'm happy that I spoke to you. So why was I asking him what his business goal is? And don't get me wrong, what you mentioned is correct, but I don't see where you're going, honestly speaking. I don't see where you're going. Why do I say this? A business goal is what keeps you awake. A business goal is to make 50 million Uganda shillings by December 2023. How do you make it? By producing more units. So if you don't have that goal, you're just like anyone else in the room. You're just walking around for, If I ask you the same question, why are you in campus? You guys will be quick to say to get the best grades. That's not why you're here. No. You're not here to get the best grades. You're here to become a marketing expert. And most of you, when you leave campus, you can't even do your profession. You have to go through another phase of 2 years at work of people skilling you. So when you're here, be intentional in why you're at campus, learn and network. So the very first thing you have to do in our lessons is build a numeric business goal. Even for this gentleman who is planning to start. If you're starting in January, your target can be as small as to make 1 million Uganda shillings by December 2024. How are you going to make 1 million? By selling X number of products. If I can use this example of selling clothes, I will say I'm going to sell 100 trousers, maybe 50 t-shirts, 50 shirts, and when I sum up all the money, it will give me 1 million Uganda shillings by December. So you ask yourself, how many shirts can I sell a day, every day for 365 days to help me make 1 million? How many trousers can I sell every day to help me make 1 million? So when you do that math, it helps you understand how many trousers, how many shirts, how many jeans you have to sell every month so that you can make 1 million by the end of the year. So that is number one. You first get that math. When you get that math, then the things will make sense. So the first question you ask yourself is, so the first one is your goal. The number two is, do you have the right technical resources? Now, technical is basic, what he talked about. So if you're going to sell shirts, trousers, etc., the bigger question is, the technical question is, do you have a shop where you're going to sell from? If the answer is no, do you have a room where you stay, where you can put your clothes and customers see? Because you need a place where customers can see that you're selling. So the technical question now for other people who are probably software engineers and those in manufacturing, a technical question for you to answer would be, do I have the resources? For instance, a laptop. You want to start coding, build websites. A technical resource is a website. Do you have a website? Do you have access to internet, really fast and good internet? Then do you have the technical expertise? Do you know how to code yourself? That's the technical question. Now, for those in manufacturing, you make cookies. Yeah, that is light manufacturing. Because even probably Sam's began from his home, making cookies, daddies, what. Then he got some more money, then he built a factory. So that is manufacturing. So if you want to build a factory like Sam's, start somewhere. Do you have the saucepans? Do you have the sigiri? Do you have the cooking oil? Now, those are technical resources you need to start. Now, never underpin the value of starting small and humble beginnings. So start with your 10 saucepans or 2 saucepans, make your cookies, sell them. What is your goal? To make 500,000 shillings by December. Make, save, and reinvest. So if today you've made 20K and you know you require 5K, get the 5K, reinvest, save the 15. Or use the 15, save the 5K. But what is your goal? By December, when you balance your books, they should show that you've made 500K. Then in December, you now ask yourself, I would have made more money, but I only made 500K. What can I do to make more? You now set a new goal. You increase it by 10 or 15%. So 15% of 500K becomes your new target for the new year. Don't say, I want to make 1.5 million from 500K. Things don't work like that unless someone has given you a lot of money that you can invest in the business. So technical abilities, it can be your skill, it can be something physical, but you need it to get the work done. And then number 3, commercial. Now guys, this is the heart of every business. Can you sell? Is a customer willing to buy. Every time you post something on your Instagram story, on your WhatsApp status, how many people have viewed and how many have actually asked? Then of those who have asked, how many have bought? Now, your product, if it is good enough, it should sell itself. But if it can't sell itself, then how do you sell it? That is commercial. Leave alone these things of posting on your status every day and no one is buying. No. You have to be intentional in how you market your product. Not these things of DM me for prices. Customers don't want those things. You've posted on Twitter and then you put there in a bracket, DM for prices. I'm going to scroll and look for another person who sells daddies. If they say 18 is 10K, I'm going to buy that one. Because I've seen the price, they are honest. For you're hiding, you're beating around the bush. So commercial is how can you enter a supermarket, how can you sell in a canteen, how can you sell at an exhibition like outside there. How, in fact, your first customer, if you're a student, should be fellow students in the room. If I sell cookies, you guys, you can talk all you want that I can't believe Bob sells cookies and is in class. I don't give a damn. You can make all those stories. But you're going to buy, I'll have money to print courseworks, buy notes, before you're going to a boyfriend. A boyfriend who is going to lie to you, a sugar mom who is going to lie to you, but me who is making my honest living. Maybe by 1 year, if I used to hawk in class, probably the university would have known me and they will allow me to have a shop outside. That is year 1. Year 1, I'm hawking. Year 2, I have a shop. Year 3, I'm in supermarkets. We are graduating. You're looking for a job. I'm going to employ you. Why? I persisted along the journey and I've perfected the art. But how did I perfect it? By selling. So commercial is all about selling. The more units you sell, the easier it becomes to answer the first question, which is how much money do you want to make by the end of the year? Then when you're done with that, people, sometimes, just like I used Tim's example, Tim would have decided to do everything by himself. There are many courses online on marketing, financials, software development, everything. He would have said, let me go and learn how to do each and everything so that I do this work alone. He studies financials, he becomes a finance expert. He studies marketing, he becomes a guru. So he does everything by himself. But you see, you can't work alone. You need people you can share ideas with. You need people who complement your strength. People who are going to come where you're not strong. So if I'm not good with math, I hire someone who is good with math so that we cover the gap of mathematics. If I'm terrible with marketing, I hire someone who is good at marketing and we complement each other. Not these things of boxing around, fidgeting, your everything for the business. So it focuses on the right people you need to have in your business. So you need to identify them, who is good at what I'm not good at, and you partner with them. They will help you get to where you want to be. And then finally, this man should be the happiest when he sees the last point, the gaps, generally accepted accounting principles. So this is really basic. From the very basic of record keeping. You've made a purchase, you've gone downtown, you've bought your clothes you want to sell. In fact, let me stick to the cookies. I've gone to the supermarket. I've bought wheat, I've bought cooking oil, I've bought everything I need. I get receipts. When I get those receipts, I record how much I've spent. Was it 50K? I record expenses, 50,000 Uganda shillings. Then I explain which expenses, wheat, cooking oil, etc. Then transport, 5K. That day I've spent 55K. Now that gives you an idea of how much money you need to spend next time. So when you hire people to work with and you want them to produce 20 tins of daddies, you know that to produce 20 tins of daddies, you only spend 55,000. Now when they give you a budget of 60K, you ask them, why 60K? They'll tell you, oh, transport has increased, or the cost of wheat has increased. We're no longer spending 10K, we're now spending 15K. So there's a justification for an increase in an expense. So for you as a business owner, the more you record, the more you track the patterns. Then number 2, every time someone buys from you, record. That is an income in record. How much has come in? 5K today, tomorrow 10K. By the end of the month, if you spent 100K producing 50 tins, the question should be how much money do you expect at the end of the month? So if the money is less than 100, that means there's some stock you have. Now, if that stock can help you recover, then you're good to go. So that's the basic. Start with record keeping. That you can do minus hiring him. Not so. They can start from there. Begin with a basic record. Then when you want to begin building projections, you want to know what does it take to make 100 million. My friends, that is beyond your class. You then hire him and you pay him expensively because he knows the math. He's going to help you even understand how do you reduce your costs of production. How do you make more money? How do you save and make more money that goes straight into your pocket as a business owner? So that last question on the gaps, that is really financial management. And many of us, it's not our strong areas. So when you get there and you've grown enough, hire an expert. It can begin as a part-time. Hire him to come either once a month or once a quarter. Then you grow. Then before you know it, in a year or two, you'll be able to hire him as a full-time staff and pay him the big dollars because he's going to help you reduce your cost of production. You guys, I just want you to imagine your parent gives you 1 million as upkeep for a semester. Okay, in my times, they used to give us about 250K, 300K. So imagine they're giving you 1M as upkeep for a semester. Okay, someone is saying, 1M? Okay, they've given you 300,000 as upkeep for the semester. I want you to imagine you getting that 300,000 and it takes you throughout the 3 months at campus. Is it possible? Of course it's not. But an accountant is going to help you find ways of making that money take you through 3 months. And of course you'll feel the pain at some point, but it will be easy pain, not that hardcore pain of I'm broke and you're sending one message to 10 people, give me some 10K to 10 people, and none of them gives you money. We've been there. Okay, I've been there. Where I craft one message, I tell you, I need to print coursework, please send me 10K. I send it to 10 people and only one person gives me 5K. That is how bad my network was at campus. So the financials are very important. Find someone that can help you track those numbers. If you can't, please read and you'll get there. So those are the 5 key functions that help you assess whether you're ready to go for business. Now, they are not as basic as they look. I might have explained them in a few minutes or 20 or so, but it's not as easy as it looks. So when you decide to go and do business, it's a full-time job. It's not part-time. You guys call it side hustle, but your side hustle can become a full-time job for you. All right, so I talked about this already. So let me just dwell on this quickly. So this is our 4th year of running this program, and we want to create 132,000 opportunities. We've so far created about 100,000. About 100,000 people have been able to get jobs through our program, and they have been employed by businesses. So you start a business, we give you 75 million, you hire one person, hire 2, hire 3, we hope you get more money, you hire more. So about 100,000 have been able to get. And then we want to train 75,000 people. We've so far trained about 15K. And all this is happening online. We want to work with 20 partners. We have about 13. And then the program runs across the country. And this is too much English. I won't dwell into that. So these are the partners we work with. And today we've been hosted by StartHub. So StartHub is one of the many partners we work with, the 13 out of 20 that we are working with. So we have the Stanbic Business Incubator, we have MOOBS, EIIC, we have Shona, we have Impact, we have Mukazipreneur, we have the Makere Innovation and Incubation Center, just as you slope towards out of the main gate. We have UC Innovation Hub, ADC, Curad, Witu, Zimba, and Amazing StartHub. So all these partners, their work is really simple. Like for that gentleman there, their work is to get you and support you to build documents. We call them the investor memo. The investor memo is what helps us see the true business worthiness. Is it worth to invest in your business? If we gave you 75M, where will you be in 2 years? So those partners help you to get there, and it's really their mandate to help you scale and get there. But you won't reach there now. You'll get there maybe in a year or 3, somewhere with 4 years. So I'm going to repeat this. Tim talked about them already. So for you to get funding from our program, this is what we look at to assess you. So we look at the problem and the product you're offering. So how clear is the problem? So what customer challenge are you addressing? That is the question we ask you. If you decide to extend the product life cycle from 2 days to 30 days, how was that affecting the customer? And then how is your solution helping the customer? That is number one, because if you don't know what you're doing and why you do it, and why a customer should pay for it, you're wasting your time. Just go back to the drawing board. So number one is the problem and product offering, and then the business model and how sustainable you are. This really underscores why you do everything. So it's pertinent for you to tell us, when I spend 2K to produce 10 bags or 10 tins of daddies, I'm going to sell them at, I'll sell each at 1.5, and I'll make a 75% profit. We want that math, because that math is what makes people to give you money. So if you're able to make 2 million from 500K, how about if you gave you 75 million? How much will you make? Now, all that is broken down in your business model. It gives us a very clear understanding. And then we want to know, is it sustainable? Are you doing it for now? Or you want to build a generational business, like what our friends, the Indians, have done? Then the market potential and your potential to scale. So how big is the market? People love to eat. So the market for eating is big. People want loans. So the potential for you to get loans and such customers is also huge. So ask yourself, how big is the market? The more customers who are going to buy from you, the better for you. You don't want a product that can only be consumed by 2 people. A quick example here is, how many of you here use iPhones? iPhones, let me see. Okay, may I use Samsung? I was just asking because I wanted to use the example. Okay, how many of you use Samsungs? Okay, how many of us use Technos? Aha, the hands are many, perfect. So, let me use those 3 examples to demonstrate market. So, we are going to assume that iPhone is for the upscale people, right? In Uganda, they say abakolamu, right? One iPhone, the 15 Pro Max, that came out, I think, a few weeks ago, it goes for about 9 million Uganda shillings. But if you buy it from that side, it will cost you about 5 million. But if you're going to ship it in, taxes, etc., it's about 9 million. Samsung, the S22, S23, which is coming out next month, it goes for about 6 million. Now, when you ship it in, it's about 10 million. Techno, I don't know the latest Techno, but it's about 3 million, the latest. Now, when you ship it in, it's about 6 million. You can see the difference in the prices. But also, so when they're producing the iPhone, they'll produce the Pro Max, which could be 7 million. Then they produce the Pro, which could be 5 million. Then they produce, I think, the small. I don't know why it's called small. It goes for about 3.5 million. Why do they do that? Because they know the customer of 3.5 can't afford the 7. So they've built for 3 markets. There's a market of 7 million, a market of 5 million, and a market of 3.5. Targeting 3 customers, and they'll sell those units. Same thing with the Samsung. You'll buy the Samsung, I even don't know how they're called, S23, I think Ultra, then you buy the mini, then the small. All of them are designed for different markets. So when you go to buy, that's why you'll find the same phone, the size is, I think, 128 GB, then you find 256, then you find 1 terabyte. It's the same phone, the difference is in the size and the capacity, and the money is different. So the bigger the market, the better. So where does Techno come in? Techno noticed that to capture a market, it has to do mass production, produce many units and go at a lower rate. So they'll give you the same phone that works like a Samsung or iPhone, of course slightly at a lower level, but it does the same work. Takes a nice photo, you can receive phone calls, you can do everything. And how much are they selling it? 1 million. The same phone, a Samsung that does the same work at the Techno is at 3 million. The same phone, an iPhone, is at 3.5. So you can see the difference. Same market, different products. So the bigger the market, the better for you. So when you go into business, please assess your market. And then impact, our partner, the MasterCard Foundation, these guys right here, they care about impact. So impact is how many people are going to be impacted or transformed as a result of using your product or service. So if you're making daddies, how many people are going to go less hungry? If I gave you daddies now and you ate, are you going to be happy? Of course. So we want to know how big is your impact and how is it going to change people's lives. And then innovation or additionality. So we want to know what makes you different from everyone. You're not the only person who is selling daddies. There are many people who are selling daddies. So what makes you different? And then the team, Timothy talked about the team. We want to know who is on your team, how good are they, and are they worth investing in? And then are you adding anything new that is innovation? All right, so then we'll assess you on this. We'll be able to choose who gets the funding, and we call it a wrap. Okay, I'm unable to move. I don't know why. All right, but I think something is up with the slides. I can't proceed from here. I think I'll first put this down for a moment. So at the end of the day, our program is built to nurture you. So if you're running a business and you want to tap into the 75 million, this is your place. If you want to get the $50,000 that we gave Timothy and his team at Imata, it's also pertinent for you to ask yourself questions like, what problem were we trying to address? Are we able to move? Not at the back, just at the front. Yes, I think we're still stuck right there. Yeah, so I could mention just a few programs that can help you unlock funding from us. You can come to us and we can help you unlock $50,000 through the World Food Program. We can help you unlock, I think, $5,000 from our partnership with MTN. We can help you unlock 20K from High Innovator. We can help you unlock BI Finance. So that is in a nutshell what you need to do. But the 5 things I talked about at the start, that should be your key takeaway, because that is what helps you to build a successful business. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bob. My questions are 2. One is, as Outbox, yes, you are helping us to understand how to, to build our idea. You help us get the teams we need and the finances, the teams. Yes, so as Outbox, as you that are helping us do all these things, how do you benefit from it, or are you a charity or an NGO? Secondly, you talked about what keeps us awake as business people. And then you mentioned that you can set a numeric goal, like $1 million by the end of the year. Well, if I got that money as I walked out here, maybe some wicked person dropped it, and I picked it, then do I go to sleep? Or I think there should be more to the goal than the numeric part of the story. Thank you.
Right, so I want to start right from there. So you want to make $1 million by the end of the year. Then you walk out of the door. Then someone threw the money down and you picked $1 million. Let me tell you what will happen. You're going to eat that money because you've not worked for it. You're going to eat it, and when you go to bed, you're like, I've eaten 100K today, I still have 900K. So like, but if I put 100K in the business, I'll make it. So you put 100K. Now the remaining 800K, you call your friends, Muriwa. You take them out. You call your mom at home, Mommy, then you give your mom 10K. You even forget to pay your tuition. You forget to pay your rent. So for the next 6 months, you're in enjoyments. You're eating the $1 million every day for 6 months. Now, when you reach a point where you're left with only 50K or $10,000, that is when you wake up. You're like, where has all the money gone? And that is when you'll begin thinking in the right senses, simply because you didn't plan for the money. It just came to you. But when you plan and say, my plan is to make $1 million, and this is how I'm going to make it. When you get that $1 million, you're going to invest in the business. And trust me, investing all that money is not a guarantee that it's going to work. Because you're going to burn it, and when you burn it and you don't have working capital is money that you need every day. Money for raw materials, money for paying salaries, money for yaka, money for transport, money for those small things that you think you don't require them, but they're important for the business to run. So working capital is what takes the biggest chunk of your money. So if you're lucky and someone gives you the money, please, before you spend it, have a plan. Because when you invest the 1 million, what is your plan to make it back? So getting it is one thing, but making it back is the other. So you still, now, if you have the 1 million, what will keep you up awake isn't getting the 1 million, but how do I make it back? Now is what will keep you awake. So you have to think through the entire plan from A to Z so that you're able to build and scale your operation. So, but start small. And then how does Outbox come in? How do we benefit? Of course, we are a consultancy firm. Our work is really basic. So for every partner that works with us, we have our ask. So for us to help you reach many businesses, you pay us to do the work. So we are paid by all these partners to do this work so that we're able to reach them. For them, they've been in their ACs chilling, and you can see where I am. There's literally no AC. So for them, like those of Bonita, they'll be in their office with a lot of AC. We shall be there with too much kasana, enjoying. We shall be here with you at campus. You can even find me in Kalere, talking to business owners. You'll find me in Bidibidi at the refugee camp in Arua. You'll find me in Ramwanje in Western Uganda, because we want to reach every business owner and we inform them about the opportunity that they are not getting locally, but we can help them unlock funding. Yeah.
So these people, they give you their contribution after their thing has worked, after you have helped them access?
Yes.
So before that, you are on the same team doing it together?
Yes. So right now, we've run this program for 4 years. So we've built trust with the partner, so they can give us the money ahead, and then we spend it, of course, but everyone has a budget below or above which you can't spend. Yeah, so same thing. Right, I think there is a question at the back there. The hand is well stretched out.
Please make it one question.
Hello everyone, I'm Sevanash Ronald. My question is, many businesses happen to get investors. I would like to know, do these investors have any interest in the business in the long run?
That's a very good question. So there are different ways people can work with you. So there is an investor who will take an equity stake. Equity means I give you money, I take a stake in your business. So if you go to URSB and you register, that is the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, they help you to register your business so that you become compliant. So if you go, for instance, if I and him go and register, I have 50% of the business and he has 50%. If Bonita comes as an equity investor and she gives us $1 million and she takes 10%, it means I'll then own 45%, he owns 45%, and Bonita owns 10%. That is an equity investor. They become a business owner. So for every profit you make, they get 10% of the profit, while I get 45%, he gets 45%. Are you getting it? I get 45% of the profit, he gets 45%, Bonita gets 10%. So if we make a loss, she makes a loss of 10%, I make a loss of 45%, he makes a loss of 45%. That is what equity investment means. And then there is grant. A grant is you come, I give you free money. Like Timothy, we gave them a grant of $50,000. I think they just finished spending it 2 months ago. So we gave them $50,000 as a grant. And then there is an angel investor. And an angel investor will give you money and tell you, I'm giving you $500,000, but when you pay back with a profit of 100K. So you pay back 600,000 in total. So depending on who you want to run to, you should first consult people who know them. And then your friends and family, those ones usually give you and don't expect any interest on top. So before anyone gives you money, some money may look a lot, but please don't be quick to say yes. Because those investors, by the time someone is willing to give you money, it means they know the value of your business. They know the potential of your business. So before you say yes, ask at least one person that you think is more knowledgeable than you. Then you say yes or no. Please ask someone. That is how you're going to sign off your business or give them money or allow money, and then you'll be in a relationship with an investor that you can't get out of. Is that okay? Awesome.
Okay, so 2 more questions, and then we call it a day.
Yes, it's almost 6.
Yes, so good evening to everyone.
It's good evening.
Yeah, I'm Mobanji's Payon. We are currently running a certain program which has been for the past 3 years, but we have been having challenges based on financial issues. Now, when I listened to you, I saw that you have an idea that could help us if we approached you, but I wanted to know how we can access you. That was the main issue.
Perfect. So just come to this amazing lady here. She's called Bonita. Just walk straight to her, and she'll be able to walk that business journey with you, and we shall help you get the money. Or you can come to me. Though you may look for me and fail to get me. Yeah, she can tell you. But you can get Bonita because they have a partnership with MOOC. So that means you can easily support her at the university, so she can support you to unlock this funding or any other program funding that StartHub as a company has. Because what we do as Outbox is what StartHub does. So you can walk to StartHub, just talk to her in fact, and she will help you. Bonita, there are more questions. Getting worried, eh? Getting worried. You guys still want to be around, eh?
Do we
I'm
have
scared.
a lady
We need to
with
go
a
home,
burning
eh?
question?
Yes, there's that gentleman with a necktie at the back there.
Where?
I saw his hand was up. Yeah.
My ladies, banange.
Where are the ladies? No question for
Where
many
the
ladies.
girls at?
My friends, ladies. So all of them have run out.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to ask something small. You talked about the different type of investors, and you haven't specified which one exactly you fall under. You talk about angel investor, you talk about venture capitalists, you talked about the grant. So as Outbox or High Innovator, which section among these do you actually fall under? Thank you.
Perfect. So Innovator is an equity investor. We take a 6% stake in your business, but we exercise that stake in 5 years. So when you get the money, you spend it. When you meet our targets in 5 years, we take 6%. If we don't, the relationship ends. So depending on the program, we are a different type of investor. For Innovator, we are equity. For World Food Program, we offer a year grant. And in fact, for all other programs, we offer a year grant apart from Innovator. Innovator, we take an equity stake in your business. Any question? I'm dying to hear from a lady. I'm tired of seeing men's hand. Is that a lady? But I'm saying ladies, but I'm seeing more hands for men than women. Anyway, let's ask her. I think this should be our last question. Okay. It's coming to 6.
So I just have a concern. Why is it that Uganda, most especially at URSB, they don't register social enterprises? It's either you register an NGO or a company that is it's a profit-making entity. Then it comes to a point where you apply for a grant, and then you go through the first stage, you go through the second stage, now possibly the last stage, and then you're asked for certificates of incorporation and stuff like that. Then you don't make it through. What advice could you share in this case?
Wow, that's a very good one. So we don't have social enterprises as a business format. When you're registering with URSB, you can register as a company limited by shares. That is a company where you'll see they'll say Bob and Sons Limited. That company is limited by shares. Then there's a company limited by guarantee. That is an NGO. Then we have a single member company, a company owned by one person. Then we have limited liability companies, private companies. So depending on what you want to achieve, please be very careful. So a social enterprise can be an NGO. That is the briefest answer I can give you. So on your website, you'll say, we are a social enterprise. And your registration is an NGO registration, which means your bottom line is people. Profit comes last. So you can be an NGO limited by a company, limited by guarantee, which makes you an NGO, and you can operate as a social enterprise. So compliance is important, even for us to get this money or from any of our programs. If you're not registered, you can't get it. You can't get that money if you're not registered. I'm telling you this now. Reason being, when you get the 75 million, the money is sent to your business bank account, not your individual bank account. So if your company is Makerere University Limited, the money is sent to that account, not Bob Ogwang. No. Why? When I want to sue you, I can sue you as a person, or I can sue the business. So those who will do business law in BBA, at one point to learn about that, but those two are separate entities. A person is different from a company, and each of them can be held liable depending on whatever cases they've caused. So register as an NGO, you can operate as a social enterprise. So it's a concept, really. It's a concept. All right, so if you have any other questions, people, I think I'll stick around for about 5 minutes or 10, and I'll walk away peacefully. But thank you so much, everyone.
A round of applause for Bob and everyone else in this room. Thank you so much for sticking around. So tomorrow, starting 9 a.m., we're going to have interesting speakers as well. We'll have some in here and some on level 3. We are going to have people talking about career paths. If you're studying agriculture, is that the only thing you can become? Is that the only thing you can do? Then we are going to talk about people who have sold millions of dollars in tickets and eventually sold their businesses, teaching us or sharing their story on how they monetized their businesses. Then we're going to have Santa Anzo talking about how to make a business out of the creative industry. So please, tomorrow, 9 a.m., out to see you.
My name is Geoffrey Mutavazi. We have built sustainable energy products like electric bicycles. So we're currently working in the food delivery value chain. We're also scaling out into rural areas and looking at how to empower farmers using the same products that we are building. So we're building electric bicycles, which are, of course, environmentally friendly. Don't need a driving permit. They don't need swapping points or charging points. You can basically charge them from home, and they can travel more than 60 kilometers on one charge. And you don't need any fuel to actually, use the bicycles. The support from UNDP has really been instrumental in helping us achieve our goals. However, we're still working a lot more. We need to scale up the innovation, we need to scale up the products. We're currently working in our local assembly and local manufacturing. So we definitely do need a lot more support to bring electric mobility and sustainable energy transportation to life and to scale great innovations that we built.
My name is Munyasa Helen. I'm the founder of Hilton Traders LLP. We are working on a project to manufacture sewing threads out of plastic bottles. Our project is looking at creating over 10,000 jobs, since it's a big kind of project. We are looking at promoting import substitutions. The threads that we hope to manufacture locally here, we have been, the whole of East Africa, we have been getting them from China. Well, thanks to UNDP, we've been able to ship in this is fiber and these are threads. So we were able to get these samples, these actual samples from the machines we need. In the market, it takes over 2 months to get this because China is so far away. There are times when you need the thread, but they're out of the market. They're all sold out. We have to wait. But then if we're doing this locally, the market is huge, and we've been able to understand that, and the fact that plastics are our main raw materials. We are also, our top priority is to conserve the environment. We are looking so much at how our business is benefiting us in all the way, conserving the environment, boosting up the economy, and then creating jobs.
Hello, this is Miriam Feza from Clay Cosmo. Clay Cosmo is a skincare brand that promotes and advocates for refugee women employment. So we're doing this through creating product together with the refugee women. And our skincare products are made out of clay. So why we are using the clay? The clay itself is special, as it's having natural minerals that most of skincare brands look for while doing chemical reactions. But the clay itself is natural and having these minerals that does wonders to the body. So we're having different products. We're having the soap that is made out of clay and cucumber. We're having the facial mask, which is the clay at its raw way. It's raw without adding other chemicals. We're having the hair oils and facial oils, plus the chia butter that's produced together with the refugee women. Through the UNDP support, we've been able to create a space where refugees meet and do this wonderful product. We've been able also to get to be known there outside because of being part of the UNDP. I feel happy when I'm impacting life of other refugee women, and also the journey that I come through with the refugee background, but now feel as an object of change in the country that is hosting me. It's something that makes me proud and happy. So it's give me this mindset that refugees are not seen again as burden, but they are also contributing to the global economy of the country.
My name is Isesu Faith. Dominion Circus is a theatrical company that deals with different activities like juggling, aerobics, acrobats, music, and drama, etc. From the slums, where I noticed that there's so many youths who are very talented in arts and creativity, but they were abandoned. So I looked at it as an idea that I can venture into the schools, into the society, so that it can be embraced to empower youth at the same time to end poverty. So helpful. Actually, it has been a backbone of Dominion Circus. When UNDP came in with the funds, we were able to kickstart the activities, and with that also we were able to do different shows which are continuing up to now, different shows in different schools. So our target is to have palace schools. Now what will that bring? That is going to increase opportunities for the youth who are created, the artists, and they will be able to have employment opportunities in different schools, and that will also help us to push it to communities, and we are planning also to partner with different organizations in those communities. So that's where the funding has also been allocated. And the materials, we have been able to get some materials for circus which have been shipped, very expensive, but because of UNDP we were able to access them. So thank you so much, UNDP.
In the heart of Uganda, a visionary company emerged with a mission to create lasting change, one step closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. With the support of UNDP, Your Waste Company Limited introduced a revolutionary solution, Your Waste Innovation, fondly known as an Uber for waste.
The idea of Your Waste being dubbed the Uber for waste comes from the concept that someone can, at the tap of their smartphone, be able to sign up for a waste collection service or schedule a request for an on-demand waste pickup, and the truck is on its way to come and pick it up. UNDP has been one of our long-time partners, I'd say from when we first started working on the Your Waste concept, with our first financing around 2019, 2020. When we were still students and just trying to pilot, no solution at all, but just a concept. And of course, a lot of it has also been in capacity building, where we work with UNDP to equip our staff, training, business development, marketing and sales through their different partners. We live in a time where we need to be mindful of our footprint to the environment and how it's affecting our climate. We need to foster more money towards mitigation for climate change consequences. And one of the ways we can do that is supporting businesses that are directly contributing towards a solution to ensure that we reduce our carbon footprint within the communities.
Get ready for a transformative experience at the Youth and Innovation Expo 2020.